is what I'm going to start. Boom, we're live. Excellent. For the week of 9/22 to about 9/28. Got a gang of good videos to record today. Jimbo, you got the chat fired up. And I think I'll be ready when you're ready, man. Turn this down. Got the trickle in of viewers coming in. So if you are good, I am good.
Yeah, I had my one intro piece on the way over here. I was coming across the Homestead High Bridge.
Yeah.
Bald eagle flew right in front of my car, and I mean, like, not down the road.
Yeah.
It was, my car was the closest one to it, and it has the white tail feathers and the white head flying across, and it's that bridge where that airplane crashed.
Yep.
Like all those years ago.
Yes, sir.
And it was, I don't know, man. It seemed like a good omen. And up the river, I watched it go up the river from there. But
I know that
I love an eagle sighting.
I know that eagle well. When I do bike rides down that trail, there are always a gang of people, big ass telescopes and photo lenses with their cameras and stuff, and I'm like, what? And then you look up, and you can see the big ass eagle's nest that they're observing, and it's become like a sanctuary or something. Like it's very special to these people. So there are like benches that are like wood carved with fucking eagle talons on the edges and shit. Like these are serious people.
Yeah, it's been there a while.
And to just get there, I mean, it's a bike ride. It's in the sort of the middle of nowhere.
There was one in North Park for a while that we would go and look at, and it was similar. I don't know if there was a dedicated eagle bench, but there was like a lot of people would gather in that spot because you could see the nest from and you could stay a good distance. So you bring your binoculars or whatever and watch it. And then eventually the nest, it collapsed or something, but the eagles are still around. They're just not in a same location all the time.
Is that the one you said was super heavy, like the 1,000-pound nest?
Yeah, they get to be 1,000 pounds. They're like big as a king size mattress, and they give off heat because the shit's like combusting that they build the nest out of. So it can be outright warm in the winter, like 80, 90 degrees.
Amazing.
Yeah, it's pretty wild.
That makes sense. Like when you and I take those like winter trips to conventions, and we're going through like rustic freeways where there's nothing, but you see smoke. It coming from the forest. Like, I'm assuming that it's just decomposing leaves or something.
I'm sure. You see it in landscaping places that have like the mulch, the organic material.
That you'll start smoking a bit. That's funny, man. Maximortal to start.
Yeah, man.
Let me see here, man. Are we tombstoned out? Looks like it a little bit, huh?
I think that looks pretty good.
You do?
Yeah.
Cool. I'm gonna defer to your wisdom.
Did you lock this in?
I did.
Okay.
I think we're good. Mic's up. Check, check. Good to go if you are, Jimmy. Welcome to Cartoonist Kayfabe. My name is Ed Piscor.
I'm Jim Rugg.
Jimmy and I are going to be doing some traveling in a very short order. October 6th through 9th, we're going to be at Cartoon Crossroads Columbus in Ohio, and the 28th through 30th, we are going to be at Baltimore Comic-Con. Jimmy's going to be at the Jacksonville Public Library for a Zine Fest, October 22nd. October is Kayfabe-tober, and you guys need your drawing prompts this year, man. So we've put a list together that we're very happy with, and we cannot wait to see what you guys produce using these prompts. On Instagram, make sure you tag us, with the hashtag. On Twitter, you can @ us, and we will be able to see the stuff that you post with these prompts, and we're going to reshare as much of this stuff as possible. The channel is brought to you by the books that we make. So on the stands now, Jimmy has Incredible Hulk Grand Design Monster in Madness, which is going to be collected in a Treasury edition size. Street Angel Deadliest Girl Alive is back in print, so make sure you get your hands on that. Out this week, man. I just did a signing yesterday as of this recording for Red Room Trigger Warnings issue 1. Thanks to everybody who stepped out and saw that. Red Room Antisocial Network is on the stands as we speak also, so grab both Red Rooms, but they are self-contained, so you can enjoy them singularly, no problem. We're done paying those bills, man, so let's get to the video, Jimmy. Maximortal, 7 issues, I believe?
Yes.
Is that the case? Coming out from collab between King Hell Press, which would just be Rick Veitch's own enterprise, and Tundra, the Kevin Eastman company. I was looking at, it might have even been, no. I was going to say maybe it was in that Howard Chaykin TCJ, but I've been going through a lot of TCJs after busting out that Chaykin interview with Michel Fife. And in the early 90s, Tundra would clean up at the award ceremonies and stuff like that, like the Eisners and the Harveys and things. Like the books that Tundra put together were very well received.
Yeah, I was thinking about that this week, and it's like Tundra. I know a lot of people that use it as a butt of a joke, right? It burned bright. They spent a lot of money,
Yeah.
And in comic circles, especially indie comics, that's sort of a point of derision. But man, the books that they put out are really stellar. Like anytime I see a Tundra logo on a book, I pick it up because one, there aren't very many, but they were of a high quality. And I was thinking of Rick Veitch. He did all of Brat Pack under Tundra. So like 12 books in the couple of years that Tundra was active. Rick Veitch was not, there was no moss collecting under him. You know, like that dude was working.
Yeah, everybody who put out their books by Tundra gets a lot of respect because famously, a lot of cartoonists, they took the money and ran. It was Kevin Eastman's attempt to try to create this pie in the sky comics making utopia where, guess what, guys, you're going to get paid. Congratulations, man. You've been working your ass off in the indie circuit or at the mainstream doing work for hire, and you have no rewards beyond the check that you get, you know, for your work for hire or whatever. So you're going to get an advance, man. I'm hooking you up with some loot, and we're not going to do that bullshit Random House type thing, man, where you get like a third, and a third. I'm going to give you some money, man.
Random House might be right in history.
Huh?
Random House's process might be right historically.
Sure. Yeah. Well, we see what happens when you give certain guys a bunch of stuff, but Eastman's a classy cat because he doesn't name names, and he's out a lot of loot, and there are no books to show for it from a lot of people, man. So when you see that one of these books actually comes out, that means that this person, this cartoonist, is a man of their word, and, you know, actually saw the gig what it was for. Said it before, I will say it again. Rick Veitch is one of my all-time favorite comic makers, probably top 5. His art style is rawer than what a lot of people enjoy, like when they scoop up books off the shelf. But his entire package, in terms of what he makes, it's hard to beat for me, man. Especially, you know, if you're trying to wean yourself off of superhero type comics and try to move into more of a literate space. This is a good bridge to get you to more independent comics.
That's how I got to it, because it was before I had this is from my collection of back in the day ordered through the mail. So like a Tundra catalog or Kitchen Sink Tundra catalog, something along those lines. Black Hole would have been a book that I ordered through that catalog at some point. Sure. So like probably after it was out, probably 94, 95. I would see them in Wizard, you know, in Palmer's Picks. Thank you, Tom Palmer Jr., a million times for the books you showed me. Because otherwise, I'm probably leaving comics.
Sure.
I had gone through the cycle of the Marvel DC stuff. I had gone through that first year or two of Image Comics. And it was great in the moment. But it also wasn't like, I'm just going to stay here for the rest of my life. It was kind of like, all right, I've read 2 years of Image. I'm done with them. If I don't find this stuff, like I had to find something else to feed the comics. And that was these pre-comic book shop for me, mail order. And I mean, it's expensive books. Like this is a $4 book in whenever it was published, 93, I believe. And again, I probably got it 94, 95, but that was a lot of money for
me. Yeah, I have the trade paperback here that was self-published by Rick Veitch in the later mid-90s, 96 or so is when I discovered this piece, because there was still a back issue market also. Like you said, this is $4 like brand new. It retained their value, if not rising in value, for a period of time when the back issue markets were still very robust in comic shops and things. So it was prohibitively expensive. The wild thing now is that I have these issues, got them in quarter bins. Yeah. So that's the world that we live in today.
What a great cover.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. We're going to go through this stuff, man. Now, Jimmy, we did Brat Pack previously. Mm-hmm. I'll link that video in the description below this video. And I had the trade paperback of that as well that was published around the same time. And we went through your issues. I sat with the TPB to see what was different. I'm going to have you do that because Rick Veitch still sculpts his work afterward. That was evidence that he still sculpts the material for the book collection. So I'm going to have you keep an eagle eye on the trade paperback, but it is in black and white. Certainly, it was that era where it was far cheaper. We weren't printing in China as much back then, so color was very prohibitively expensive back in those days. But for the purposes of our video, it's just more sexy to look at color, man. People like to see a color treatment. So if you don't mind, you'll go through that.
I think it's noteworthy too. He has a collaborator. You see the Sam Parsons, that's the colorist, I believe, on here. Doing a lot of different stuff stylistically. If you think of Brat Pack as like washes and stuff, you know, printed in black and white, but having a lot of the gray scaling. This one, hard black and white line work, and then color, but that hard black and white line work, when you see Maximortal next to Brat Pack, different look. Yeah. You know, even the black and white versions vary quite a bit from one to the other. Yeah,
so he had this sprawling idea of King Hell Heroica. It was going to be like a 5-book set of stuff. Maximortal, can I see that TPB real quick?
Also love the logo.
Maximortal is book 1 of King Hell Heroica. Brat Pack was like something like
book 4.
Book 3. Okay, yeah, book 4. Veitch is now doing Boy Maximortal and putting them out through Amazon print on demand service. So there are 3 volumes of this out there, and you could scoop those up right this minute, $10 a pop. But he lays out the various books in the King Hell Heroica, and this Boy Maximortal stuff is book 3. And then there will be one more book that's about the sort of intermingling with Maximortal and Brat Pack that sort of is the culmination of everything.
Yeah, what a crazy cycle. Yeah, like think of planning that thing out 30 years ago and you're still working on it today.
I love it, man. It's beautiful. And then you don't put out book 1, book 2. You go for the pops, right. And then that allows the diminishing returns, which is inevitable, to still be reasonably high. So, dude, let's jump into things. This is going to be a real treat for me because I didn't really pay too much attention to the color version ever, even though they're sitting in the long boxes at this point.
I like the color. You know, I assume that's a blue line method because you can see it's very modeled. This is not digital color, so I think you're going to see a variety of media in this color as we go along, probably markers and paint and maybe color pencil.
Yeah. And we start off in Siberia, 1908, Tungus. I was actually reading about this, man.
This is one of those great historical unexplained incidents.
Yeah. Is it unexplained? I thought it was just an asteroid hits the Earth, man. And there's like a 12 megaton explosion.
I don't think there's a meteor. There's no meteor crash site. So like maybe that's, you know, I don't think it's satisfactory, the explanation.
Well, here's the facts of the matter.
But it's one of those fun to read about.
Yeah. In real life, there was a 12 megaton explosion in Tungus, Siberia in 1908. And Veitch is weaving it into our narrative here to explain a potential possibility of what happened back in those days. Rick Veitch, Cold War baby. This is a Cold War comic.
This is a strange comic.
Sure.
I asked you before we came on the air, like, how would you describe this to somebody? Because there's so much stuff going on. Like, we see this set up in Russia as, I don't know, a history of like a supernatural, possibly extraterrestrial origin of this Superman.
Yeah. Is this a woolly mammoth that gets thawed out?
That's
from
right.
The explosion?
That's exactly right. But it goes in so many different directions. Like you mentioned the Cold War stuff, which is a huge part of it and feels like that's part of the superhero mythology. It really is almost a retelling of if all the superhero comics were sort of the reality and we were going to now write the history book about it. Sure. In a weird way, that's Maximortal.
Yeah. And in a very big way, in a very real way, this comes off the heels of Rick Veitch leaving DC Comics over the famous Jesus Swamp Thing incident that you could see those Michael Zulli pages online if you look deep enough, man. So Rick Veitch was a salty dog about that whole setup, man, and it fucked a lot of things up creatively. I think that Neil Gaiman was going to be writing Sandman after Veitch's storyline, and he
Swamp Thing.
Yes, and after Rick Veitch did his final story, Gaiman decided not to participate in that. Stay where he had more control. It was famous, and Rick Veitch is definitely exercising some demons in the Maximortal because this is a DC centric roast.
Yeah, absolutely. And you mentioned at the beginning how Tundra is this like utopian creator space.
Yeah,
it isn't just that the payment's good or the production values are good. It's also the creative freedom.
It's true.
So if you're coming out of like I just got burnt by DC editorial, this is part of that utopian vision.
Right.
I can do whatever comics I want here.
Yes.
And you can see it, right? Like some twisted Maximortal woman naked running around, penises. Like this is stuff that you're not getting any of this at DC.
Yeah. This is like the wildest, like heavy metal type comic.
It is, yeah. Heavy metal's a good analogy.
And look at that birthing sequence, man. In the proper position for old school childbirth. Pulls out that little fetus. That's another little thing. Too,
another thing that's had stirred up some trouble by this point, right?
With Rick Veitch. With Rick Veitch himself, man. He's a rebel rouser. And
yeah, I think the heavy metal is a good note, because we've heard these guys talk about heavy metal being important to them. They're at Kubert School in the late 70s and heavy metal showing up. And every now and then, like, I feel like you'll see line art and landscapes in here that are very reminiscent of that type of work. They've
done work for that magazine, and certainly for Epic Illustrated, which was the Marvel version of heavy metal. So, they're of that cut. This is, man, it's too bad we don't have Tommy here, because I feel like Satan Soldier might be mixed up in as a piece of inspiration from Maximortal. It creates this like little net shell around the fetus and just lugs it,
throws it into
tosses
orbit.
That shit into space. It's now a satellite. I like this, man, where it's like salutations, man, and then leaves Earth. Gaping hole. Let's cut a decade ahead, man, to Ma and Pa Kent, right?
Yep.
You got a couple of hayseeds in the middle of nowhere who got sold some magic beans, or in this case, some bullshit land that has no gold on it.
Yeah, they look pretty good for having worked this goldless land for 2 years. I'm surprised their clothes aren't just rags at this point.
There's when Veitch was doing Two-Fisted Zombies and stuff like that era with his brother Tom, rest in peace Tom. I've seen photos of Rick Veitch from that period, and this is him. Like he had the Wolverine chops, dude.
Nice.
It was the first time I ever saw like somebody have Wolverine chops, and not be inspired by Wolverine. How about that car, dude? And it's called a Kent, which is no accident. Great color.
Yeah, I really admire seeing these in black and white, because I've always just had this color version. I don't have a black and white one, so going through the line art gives me almost a new appreciation for his composition and panels and stuff.
That's exactly what I'm going through myself with the color treatment. So that orbiting satellite egg gimmick, potentially, it was a fetus. So
right.
It had to go into orbit to gestate a little bit. And now it got heavy enough to come back, crash onto land. And I wonder if Steve Bissette was inspired by it. We saw that birthing sequence. We see the egg crack. That was about 4 issues of Tyrant.
That's right.
Wrapped up. This is that thing, too, where there's probably not much reference for super muscular baby back in those days. Like, the truth is that you could have had reference a couple of years later if you remember little Hercules, who would show up on Howard Stern's show, a little 5-year-old that was super cut and had big muscles, looked like Arnold Schwarzenegger, but was a little boy. Mom looks like Mick Jagger right there, by the way.
The muscular baby, though, if you're thinking of this as like a history of superhero comics, that is how many comics have we laughed at where, like, okay, I can draw an adult man and an adult woman, but I never learned to draw the kids.
Right.
So you get this kind of figure. It's almost poking fun of it.
Totally, man. And this is the Veitch exercise of kind of thinking through the origin of Superman a little bit more. So if the kid can pick up cribs and pick up your couch and things, and he's very, very immature, maybe he really isn't relaxing with you. I got nieces and nephews, and they punch the hell out of me.
Yes.
So what happens if the kid packs a wall up?
That is so true.
We're gonna find out. And it's the classic shit, dude. There's the image, like in Action Comics 1 when they're explaining Superman's origin. You see that image. They take a look at those toes, man, and it might look like mom took a little thalidomide for her morning sickness before the baby got born. Look at this thing, man. It's so odd.
He's so muscular when he's walking around. I wish the head was a little bit bigger.
That's all it would need.
Like the chibi style, but with a super muscular, that body's perfect.
That's all it would need to kind of like sell you on it. And he's got that very like Greek statue hair.
Yes.
So Pops is trying to discipline the boy a little bit because he's walking through walls. You know, this is beyond that episode of Twilight Zone with little Billy Mooney who could think thoughts and turn you to a jack-in-the-box. Because this boy is on a tear of rampant destruction when he doesn't get his way. And he will chomp your finger off.
Yeah, and that's a right hand. So for all the cartoonists at home that are right-handed, this is like the very traumatic sequence.
Do you ever practice for those possible contingencies, man? Try drawing with your middle finger or something like that?
I've done a little bit of left-handed drawing attempts, but yeah, if I lose that pointer finger on my right hand, my comics are going to suffer.
Yeah, get into the writing game.
Maybe the AI art game.
Mama has that maternal touch. The little boy, you know, he's not really causing much ruckus with her.
And we see this motif a few times, this graphic in the eyeball, whenever he's like activating this super destructive, I don't know, laser vision or whatever.
Yeah.
I like that piece. It's totally geometric. I don't know what that is. It's very clean, so maybe it's a drawing that Rick created and then like photocopied so he could use it in different places.
Yeah.
But it adds like this other element to an organic line.
It does. Yeah. It very nearly is that nuclear fallout like trefoil in a way.
It feels like a movie special effect from the time period.
Ma and Pa fighting for custody. And eventually, little boy jumps on top of a Pops and starts riding him like a bronco. Pulling his face. Wait till you see them next time.
Yeah, and if we're sticking with the comic book analogy of this, you know, superheroes, this is our first act of what superheroes have done throughout the history of comics. You know, the legacy of burned creators, of wrongs, you know, like this creature burns down their homestead. You know, it's literally the most destructive thing they could do at this time, especially early landowners. It's so destructive, and it's kind of like, what is this comic saying about superheroes and that genre and the history of it?
Mom's a very religious person, so when Mama Maximortal comes to Earthbed to just take a look and see how progress is being made with the boy, she sees that as like a harbinger. It's an angel.
Yeah, totally.
She's also a virgin, so this is like her way of being a mother.
Yeah, another tie into that religious piece, which again feels like, yeah, this comes out of the guy that got kicked off Swamp Thing or left Swamp Thing because he couldn't do a story about Jesus. Yeah,
no way that Rick Veitch didn't color this cover all by himself, man. This is totally his earmarks all over this with airbrush, white spatter, things like we know what this treatment is.
I credit him with all these covers because his is the only signature I see on them, and we have seen him do a lot of cool color work, so it feels like, yeah, that's what he does.
This is a time saver to have somebody else in the mix, man. Can we introduce El Guano into the mixture?
Yeah, would you consider him the bad guy, the arch rival?
If there's going to be one.
Yeah.
You know, I don't exactly know completely how he fits in a lot of ways. When you get to this sequence, man, like, you start to get kind of excited in a way where we just saw Superman's origin, so it's this Batman's origin. But if it is, it's a far departure.
Yeah, this is a Batman tie, and it's pretty critical. It's certainly a magic piece, you know, like adding some magic to what we're going to see kind of as a science will also be a big part of this. So it's a lot of 20th century pieces stirring together for this story.
For people of my generation, it would be Ace Ventura, which taught you what guano was, which is bat feces. All right, man. We saw a little Maximortal riding his dad like a bucket bronco. Well, here's some results of their little trip. Pops is a little worse for the wear. Fully scalped, getting chunks ripped out of him. No teeth, face getting mashed.
Yeah, it sucks that it's your head that he's using. Like, get that switch on the backside to make you move a little bit faster, because man, your head is not built for that kind of treatment.
In the 90s, I like to think like in the 90s. On all the like magazine shows and Ripley's Believe It or Not and stuff, they would do this thing like they took the skull cap off. They would take a skull cap off a guy in like a surgical room, and they would have these like little numbers. They would put these like little plastic numbers all over a guy's brain, and the guy was conscious, and they would be like, "What's 3 + 3?" He'd be like 6, and then they would push on like number 6 and be like, okay, what's 3 plus 3? And he'd be like, orange, or like, like it was like just showing you like the different parts of the brain. And this is like, I don't know if it was revolutionary at the time, or they gained a new understanding of brains, but it was like on all the TV shows that would have that kind of shit. And I like to think that little Maximortal is hitting certain things to keep that guy's motor responses moving. And at a certain point, it's like, look, we're flying. So dad is fully dead here. He's got him in the leg scissors. He's choking him out. The face is purple.
Yeah, I mean, you're lifting a dude up by his head.
Yeah.
That's a pretty tight grip around the neck.
Simple Town, California. Dad shows up. No. This is the townspeople all have head gimmicks. So we established the head wound thing, and now we're showing a whole lot more. And this town is riddled with it. And guess what? Mama lives in that town.
Yeah, coming home.
If we're gonna diss creator, if we're gonna diss DC and we're gonna talk about creator rights and stuff, why not include a Walt Disney type character into the mix? And that's who we have here with Ballless Wallace.
don't call him that. Not to his face.
Who's doing some aerial dogfight shit to try to get into the movie business.
What a spectacular 2-page spread in terms of draftsmanship and creating a really attractive compositions. I love this, but he moves the eye so well, Veitch, through his compositions, and there's nothing is dull.
No. Yeah, absolutely not, man. And man, he had a lot of cool Enemy Ace comics to look at too. Like, there's no excuse for a Kubert student to be fucking his part up.
Yeah. Especially
of his era. Wallace had to eject, dude, because a lot of these pilots showing up with their heads cut off, and it was Maximortal who did it, collecting his heads, doing farming, as the boy says. Fills up the dude's parachute so that he can land, but he doesn't land unscathed. It's it's a jackass maneuver, or like Three Stooges, where the balls bear the brunt of about 5 different impacts, including, is that a potbelly stove?
Yeah.
So his shits get boiled.
Yeah,
oysters.
That name is well earned, the Ballless. How about that for drawing, like, your chute's not open, so you're free falling, like drawing his sleeve in such a weird way. Right. I would never think of that in a million years.
But you know what it is when you see it.
Mm-hmm.
The only difference is you probably, the face does that also.
Another great, just talk about directional devices honing in on Wallace's face.
Yeah. And he talks about seeing headless fucking pilots and shit, and doesn't think that the people believe him, but they damn sure do, because the citizens of that town are showing up headless. And here comes Mom, Pa Kent showing up, and
man, is that ridiculous? Eyeball hanging out.
We're gonna take that guy to the hospital. Because he's bleeding out, man. That's a femoral artery down there by the junk piece. Catch that glimpse of Maximortal doing his farming, keeping heads in the silo.
Yeah, and you also get the glimpse of the what the locals have planned for him in their wagon full of TNT.
Yeah, the dude with the freaking fuse, he catches wreck, gets his head chopped, and it gives you the opportunity for Rick Veitch to draw a bunch of raining heads. You ever read about that meat incident from the early 1900s where it was raining meat?
No.
It's like the inspiration for the Crumb comic Meatball, where I think what they decided was it was some vultures that were eating meat. They something happened up there, and they regurgitated meat all over it. You could read about it.
Yeah. I know there's weird frogs and stuff's another one that there are incidents, and fish, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Raining fish?
Yeah.
And frogs? Wow. What a wondrous world. Maximortal reuniting with Mom and Dad. Mom puts him back in his little sack because they realize, it was established in that first issue, that when that boy is near that little asteroid that he came in, it just puts him out.
Right.
It's the only way to kind of chill. That's his kryptonite, essentially. Guano shows up with his magic turds.
Kryptonite. We'll get to that.
Amazing.
But you see our Wallace character recognizes, like, there's power here.
Yes.
Or value.
Yeah.
And tries to get away, basically, with Maximortal in that egg, recognizing right away that this is the gold mine.
Yeah. But guess what, man? The feds are showing up.
Yes, of course.
In the guise of doughboys. Which is certainly what would happen, right? Like the government is taking that.
100%.
Like cable TV was invented in the middle of Pennsylvania by just some dude who had a TV shop and ran a wire. He had owned a lot of land near a TV store, like where you had the vacuum tubes and stuff. He owned a lot of land in a big hill. And he sold a service where he put a big antenna up on top of the biggest hill and would run wires to different houses because it would get the clearest reception of the local stations. Plus, he could promise you getting other stations. Right. When the feds found out about that, like the FCC, like all of that was like, you know what? We'll handle that from now on.
I was going to reference Kecksburg, very close to where we're at.
Yeah.
That's the crashed something in the middle of the night, and the feds they were on top of it very fast.
What do we have here, Jimmy?
1924, man, just continuing to move forward as we go through, and this time it's like, let's bring some people in to investigate this.
Yeah.
And who are we going to bring in? Sherlock Holmes.
Yeah.
See what he can deduce from this strange incident. And in this case, it is the headless town. Like, what do you see in here?
Yeah, and you got all the players. You got Guano. You got the mama Maximortal, who's also daddy Maximortal. I think it's just one character that grows junk and puss. Yeah,
and of course, as he starts to see that character, that's the end of our detective.
Yeah, he's done. He's done. Now let's go to Slumberg, Pennsylvania, man. 1937.
You know what? One note before we go on is that the narration is a little bit different in this chapter, and I pointed out because we're going to see a few of these like different types of narration within the story.
Yeah.
And it's another one I think of as like a Rick Veitch formal choice, but it keeps this story interesting and it gives us these different points of view from a comics language standpoint, and I think that stuff's really effective.
Totally. So now let's go Siegel and Shuster. You know, this is like the many iterations of Superman. From urban legend to, you know, creative piece of work, transcending that into movies and beyond. We have our Siegel and Shuster waiting in the offices, getting no time from the publisher of these comics. We see the comics of the day, like what were the early DC comics, New Fun comics and shit like that.
It's also 6-panel grid, which we know these guys don't love the grid. So the choice to use the grid, I think, is a very deliberate formal choice. Is like, we're getting into the comics business, so let's use this static kind of classic layout. Yeah. The classic story too, man. Like, you know, they're into adventure strips. They're gonna try. They've gotten rejected at all the syndicates. So like, comics are a new thing. Let's see what that's about. Poor guy has IBS, and the second that he wants to split is when he gets invited by our old friend Wallace to, you know, have a conversation. Let's see what you have here, kids. It's funny how the guy's bowels play into the story later. Yeah, it makes me think of Chester Brown.
Chekhov's colitis.
Yeah, there you go.
Don't introduce it here if you don't pay it off a little bit later.
I like the juvenile division on his window too.
Sure,
because we're gonna get into that, right? We'll get into some 1950 stuff in the comics history part later on.
And it's sort of how that's Martin Goodman. Like, he had a bunch of like magazines that he considered the upper echelon shit at Magazine Management Company, and like the comics were the low rung nonsense.
Yeah, I think a lot of those early comics are that way, where it's just a division of another publisher.
Sure. Spin-offs of pulps and things. The lettering for Wallace that's a deliberate choice where
it's smaller.
It's smaller and it's not centered in the balloons. He gets a lot of air around the balloons. I only note that because it's consistent and it's done.
It bothers me that it's not centered in the balloon.
Yeah,
I
I
like
know.
the smaller stuff. It suggests whatever this guy's this. Maybe it's from the trauma, his physical trauma. Maybe he's Weasley. Whatever it is, you get an idea that his voice is a little different than everybody else's. But I don't know why it's not centered.
Yeah, yeah. The only explanation is that this is not paste up lettering. He's doing it on the board, and you gotta sort of use imagination to figure out where it'll lie in the balloon or something. Because I mean, it's just butted up at the top. So
Yeah, that's where it feels, I think, most awkward whenever you get it up against a panel border.
sure, sure. They make their agreements with
Yeah,
the devil.
it's so true. And in a weird way, I feel like I'm surprised this panel is just a small corner panel when it's like, that's the
everything.
point. I mean,
Yeah.
that's your Faustian deal. That's what this comic, a big chunk of it's going to revolve around going forward.
Yeah.
Obviously, a big part of comics history, and it's kind of a small moment.
A lot of sympathy for the Siegel and Shuster character, but more given toward the writer in this case. And I only have a superficial knowledge of the Siegel and Schuster stuff. Like, I don't know if the artist sold out his homie to keep getting work and stuff.
Yeah, I'm not aware of that. I feel like those guys left DC about the same time. Like I think their contracts were both up, and that was it.
Yeah, yeah. I
And
just don't know.
The artist, his vision was failing in real life. I mean, and I think that contributed to him leaving that position. I think.
So our guy with the guts, which continues the shit theme, right? Because we have El Guano as the he's enjoying his job, dude. It makes you like, do proctologists get into their business for a certain reason beyond making money?
It's that name, man. It's that name.
Right.
What else could he have done?
Damien is a devil.
All right, heading to Los Alamos. So now we're going to get into like atomic bomb development site.
Absolutely. Some Oppenheimer gimmicks, man.
1943.
And this is like, to this day, the idea of science fiction inspiring true scientific progress. That's like your panel right there, dude. Is you got this piece of imagination that's pretty far out, but then you dial it back.
I this is an aside.
Yeah.
But I often am critical of like the super flat coloring. We can do digital color now. You could make this sky blue and it would just be a flat blue, and it bothers me.
Mm-hmm.
Look at how much different. I mean, it's all blue. We're not getting a gradient. The variation is just in the media that it's being applied with, but it creates like a texture and a depth and a warmth.
Yeah.
That you just don't get with if you're using perfect digital coloring.
It's true.
Which there's a place for perfect flat colors, but it should be used like a tool. It shouldn't be the default piece. It shouldn't be a sky or a mountain.
You're right. And here's another aside. Like, we have our El Guano guy, and like shit plays a part, right? And these pink lips around this, like, I mean, that is a blown out sphincter. Like, the lips are a sphincter to begin with. And he's really calling attention to that.
Yes.
Like, look at that right there. That looks like obscene. Like our Instagram image will get taken down if we post that. All right, man, hooking some dude up with some inspiration.
Yes, and it's Oppenheimer out in the middle of the desert having this encounter.
Yeah.
And it kind of goes back to the shaman, like the magic stuff we saw in the beginning with El Guano.
Yeah.
I feel like this is continuing that theme, and it really is like the magic and the science coming together in this sequence.
Yeah. So let's take a look at the crown jewel.
Yeah, once
he the Manhattan Project
replaces his brains with shit, he's ready to go into this locked building that's been there the whole time, but he hasn't been curious enough to go in until now.
We got an ET, and they're making a mistake, pulling that bastard out of the only thing that keeps him chilled out.
Yeah, and talk about chilling. They pull him out, and he wakes up and says, "Mommy." It's so creepy.
Puts the hat of shit on El Guano. It's clearly kryptonite, because it doesn't seem like it feels good to him with those E's. Stuffs him back in his little shell. I feel like this might be the first time where we really see this kind of play, using those Liechtenstein kind of dots back in those days. You know, like it would be digitally done. Like I don't know how you would do this.
Yeah, it does look digital because if you follow the lines, they're perfectly
I see.
in line. If you were cutting this out differently, and like that's a different screen
Yeah.
than the background, but the lines are still parallel and it's cyan. So I assume this is some sort of digital production.
It is Tundra, man. They could afford those $5,000 computers and stuff.
They did buy that one company, that printing output company.
Yeah.
And this is what they got their money out of it.
Back to Slumberg, PA, 1943. Our guys are putting in that work, and all they ever wanted to do was make comics. But after about 6 years, to be exact, of doing the same thing, and you read enough of those comics, you know, like when you get those, whatever the DC Marvel Masterworks, those hardcover things, and you read,
Yes.
you know, you read one issue of a Superman comic, and you realize like all of these stories are the same, with very little variance.
That's what when I did the Hulk Grand Design, it's like the first, I don't know, 20 years, there's not a lot of change. It really is. You could put those in any order almost and read them and it'd be fine.
Yeah. This is establishing that our guys got a job. They feel good about their job. They have steady work, which was very important to them. Certainly coming out of the Great Depression, it's a great thing to have a steady paycheck. But the publisher doesn't let them know quite how successful they are. Sends them letters telling them with apologies that no royalty money is coming in. The book isn't selling. It's not very popular.
Yeah. Once again, I regret to tell you, it's actually lost money this year.
Yeah.
In our here comes trouble, by the way. Another cartoonist from another company shows up and he's like, "Let's go. I'll buy you a drink. We'll talk about it." And whenever they go out, they meet these other cartoonists. And they're all like, true man, biggest thing there is.
Right.
It's weird these guys don't put together like all the toys, all the cereals, all the stuff that it's not, you know, worth more because clearly it's the #1 comic book. And according to all of these dudes, it launched the whole industry.
I can easily see how that is possible because you're on your grind constantly. There's no access to information beyond this kind of shit. And you just have your head down working. Working on, like when Hip Hop Family Tree was a weekly strip, it's like it took me 7 days a week to make that strip, and then when I'm making the book, that's sleepless nights now because I'm continuing the strip and making a book. I had no time for the outside world, man. Like afterward, like I realized like, oh, I saved a lot of money because I didn't go out or do anything. And these guys are in the 30s, so they just have a radio to listen to or something.
Yeah, when you say it that way, it makes more sense because even these other cartoonists who you'd think would be their peers, they're meeting them for the first time.
Yeah.
So clearly they're not interacting too much out in the world.
And let's just say, man, we got the guy who brings them to this little club. It's a Will Eisner analog, and we have a Jack Kirby guy. We have Lou Fine, Fred Kaido, who would be part of the Eisner shop. I don't know who that's alluding to, but everything you just said, these guys are the biggest superstars in comics. They don't even know it. And on the way home, they're dejected a bit. They can't believe that they were lied to by their publisher as they walk by a store that's selling True Man figures.
Yes. Hottest toy of Christmas. They should be living like kings.
And Walt Disney's up there in the office with the lights on, so they're going to go confront him right away. They got a little battery in their backs thanks to the alcohols and stuff. You want to go in the back?
I do. I want to point out, I don't think you mentioned this, but I mean, Kirby, right? We got a guy smoking a cigar there.
Yeah. No, I said Kirby.
Okay.
Jack Curtis.
Yeah, they've got a couple drinks in them, so let's go up and talk to Wallace about our cut.
Little liquid courage. While we see that Walt Disney here, man, he is a full gangster.
Totally.
You know, like you set him off, he goes Joe Pesci on you.
Yeah, that's a poor letterer. Getting the works.
Getting a shine box, dude. Has his heavies with him, has a gun. And, the feds are coming by now because of one of their recent stories of inspiration that the fellas had. Mentioned something called an atom bomb. And they want to know where the fuck you got that information from. It's a little too close to some stuff that might be going on, man. Whenever when Oppenheimer and those guys were putting the pieces together, there's enough that you can read about the whole situation where, they kept people away from one another while they were coming up with certain component pieces before they start to merge it together to create the bomb. And another thing that they did over time was they would get, very, very bright college students that have some knowledge on nuclear fission or whatever, and basically set them loose in the biggest library in New York or whatever, and basically said, can you reverse engineer the bomb with the information that we had that's in this library? And they said that people were able to, and all of those books are noted. So if you get that sequence of books, it's on your Dewey Decimal card or whatever, like your little library card, you're going to get a knock at the door if you get those like 7 or 10 books in some sort of order. We have, after our little Fed encounter, which, by the way, it gets a different color treatment. It's more shadowy. These are the Shadow Man.
It's even Watchmen-esque with that purple.
It is.
Doing a secondary color on it.
Yeah.
And besides the whole investigation there, it's also this time whenever Wallace is like, by the way, we're going to start using True Man for propaganda, propaganda.
Right. And our writer guy is a hippie. And he's like, that just ain't going to happen. The writer confronts the artist and was like, dude, you're going to stick with me, man. This is now a labor action. Like, they can't have True Man without us. You're going to stick with me. And this is our Chekhov's colitis, because the writer also has to go poop. And in the time that he takes to use the bathroom, our artist goes and sells them out.
Yes. And
it's beyond, dude, we're now in full blown, like, Dr. Infinity, Dan Pussy territory, where our Dr. Infinity is like, well, we're going to have to cut you down. You might not get the same page rate.
Yeah, lower. Maybe hire him back for a trial basis at a lower page rate.
Right. Oh, yeah, and one more thing. Who created True Man? Gets the wrong answer, ask him one more time. It's so well paced. Who created True Man, motherfucker? You got that. You need that moment of silence, because this is the recognition where our dude's like, I now see what I have to do.
Yeah, I've sold all of my integrity.
Yeah.
For a lesser page rate.
Yeah. And
it's punishing to read this stuff just because, again, like, if you're close to the comics history and you're connected to the creator side of it, there's so many bad stories.
Yeah, and persists to this day. Like, this dude would be selling out his co-collaborator on Twitter right now if it was in the 2020s. Hiroshima, Japan, August 6, 1945. A familiar date, establishing this full civilization. Such a good panel, because it just like really sells like what is going to be destroyed.
It's nice to see it in color too. I think that helps. Having your greens and your purples and everything.
Yeah,
being
lush.
Like a nice color for a city.
You give yourself a blue sky in a moment like this.
Yeah, you do.
The Enola Gay coming by. Ground level, just so well paid. All the right images, dude. Because it's like, we get God image of the town at whole. So that's your macro. You get ground level, but still pushed away from any individual, and just see that you do have a bustling, thriving culture here. Like we still don't have street lamps that beautiful.
Right.
You know what I mean? They got their shit going on.
And now
cutting
we just
back,
keep getting closer and closer on the
with
people.
everybody. Now we got our guys who are going to pull the hatch, and now we have a family moment with generations of a family. What, 3, maybe 4 generations?
Yeah, a lot of life there. You're eating, you're seeing the babies and the older generations. And this is another one of Veitch doing interesting narrative stuff, because all the text there, it's a couple of people talking. Oppenheimer, Truman, I guess Marshall, a local guy here. It's just great storytelling.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely, man. And foreshadowing the future. We got a death sequence. We have the impending plane. And what is that one bomb called? Little Boy.
Yeah, how about
So
this reading into history and applying that to your
So
story?
let's be literal. Let's be literal, man. And there you have it.
You know what? I don't see a ton of difference between our black and whites and our colors, but I've been wanting to show them off just because, like, the color, the black and white line work looks so good. And
Yeah.
the color is very strong, but man, it works well in black and white. And I, for one, don't always think that's the case.
That's a
Yeah,
Miller-ish gimmick
that's,
right there. How cool.
You know, almost going to the black and white in the color version.
Yeah.
Good way to show heat.
There you have your sign off. Push the boy back into his shell, basically. And we had our establishing shot with that main kind of citadel, that guild hall or whatever. Here's what's left of it.
Go back one more page. We go from like a lot of organic stuff to a very geometric, straight kind of thing. Do you think that's a comment from an art standpoint of going from, like, what they just did is unnatural,
Right.
and as a result, it's very man-made horizontals and verticals in the art.
I'll buy it. Fuck. Why not?
It's one of those things I see in a lot of the work that I love, not just comics, anything, where it's like, was this intentional?
Yeah.
Or is this happy accident that comes out of someone who's really trying and working and processing this on subconscious levels? You know, it always makes me wonder whenever stuff feels like it's in support of the overall story and themes.
Yeah.
But can you plan all of this?
Right. Thumbs up. You know, we did good. Speaks to the propaganda.
Yeah, it sure does.
The Marshall Islands, 1945. And our writer of Superman, homeboy got drafted.
That's right. That was something else that came up in that little conversation with the feds, is how Wallace had been protecting them from the draft.
Yeah.
Well, once you decide to threaten litigation, guess what?
I'm not going to be able to help you, man.
Send them to the front lines.
You're going. And this is just like one of those very humiliating things where our writer who created this source of love and inspiration for so many people is fucking painting the decks with hay seeds and little hillbillies and shit. They're showing straight up newsreels that are buttressed with Fleischer Brothers cartoons of True Man with Sidney Wallace with that great fucking Walt Disney signature. This whole time, this guy has been saying he's the creator of this and that, and nobody believes him, and they doubly don't believe him when you see it up on the screen. Speaks to propaganda. You see it on TV. It must be true.
Great use of text and image together, where it's like integrity and the American dream. After everything that we've seen and what we know about this, just punishment, pure punishment. And here's a good example of black and white. This last panel where you see a spectacular sky
Sam Parsons
painted
doing
in
some
there,
work.
it's not even drawn. You know, like even the indication of the clouds and stuff, not even drawn. So, you know, probably directed by Veitch, but you see a lot of color work happening there.
All right, man.
Ooh, we're going to get into something fun here where we switch our left and right pages.
Wow.
So in the trade paperback, we've got a left for that first page of this chapter.
Now comes the logical piece that you could imagine with the feds, where like, let's reverse engineer this guy's, like, what gives this guy power, because what would be better than just having one of him or the power of one of him? Let's have more.
Got to have more. Got to be able to do this again to let the Russians know that we've got this thing.
Our boy's coming back from his tour of duty. The war is over, and now Cosmo Publishing, just to rub it right in your face, gets a big True Man treatment with the decor of the actual building facade.
And we see Spiegel there as a mailman, which there's some truth to that.
There
history.
is, yeah, working the mailroom for DC Comics, I think.
Although, is it Shuster that was the mailman? I can't remember which of them was the mailman. One of those two guys allegedly delivered mail to the DC offices.
I don't know who the writer is and who the artist is.
Yeah.
That's just always, it never sticks in my head. You get your big Chairman Mao freaking portrait of your humble publisher.
Yes. How interesting is it now to think of like Marvel Comics being a Walt Disney production at this point?
Yeah.
With what Veitch is laying down in the early 90s.
Right. There's your art department, just a sweatshop of dudes drawing True Man strips. The style guides are amazing. I feel like I remember seeing like a Walt Disney, like something exactly like this, where it pointed out the swoops and the how to make the circles and stuff
you.
on the Disney. I've
This
seen
would
that
be a
image.
super weird thing to make up.
Right.
Like, you'd almost have to know that the signature is one of the things you got to learn to put in there if you're working for them.
Yeah. Our writers delivering a package to the artist who's working on quote unquote special projects. They just have him relegated in some little closet. He's not sequestered away from the other artists. He looks worse for the wear.
For sure.
Certainly in this color. I mean, there's jaundice setting in.
He's not doing well. Great panel layout. Like, how much is in between these two guys?
Completely
it used to work
split.
side by side, and now there's a giant in between them.
Yeah.
Literally.
And it's their guy that separates them. Good-looking Golden Age comic with those poppy colors, not far from your LB Cool color palette, I would say.
Yeah, touched up some of that stuff, changed the signature.
Right. Yeah, the old stuff that they worked on. Getting disrespected by like the younger people in the crowd, that can be a Kirby illusion in 70s Marvel. The disrespect that he endured at Marvel, people making fun of his pages on Eternals and Black Panther and stuff because they just wanted more of the same.
Kind of a wild story is well, I guess it's the next page. I'm on a spread,
Yeah,
but as Wallace
rocking.
explains that he has this history with this character.
Yeah,
You know, that he's looking for basically payback for costing him his balls all those years ago.
and we see that's not a lie. Like when you read the first issue, this is where stuff gets a little, because like who did create the thing? Did maybe he did massage it? Is that what you're saying? Like, because he had an interaction with the character. He absolutely did. It is the character. Maybe he did create it.
It does feel like there's some concepts here about where do ideas come from.
Yeah.
And you hear a lot of this talk, and I think around this time I can remember Alan Moore talking about this idea where like our brains are almost receptors for the equivalent of radio waves or some kind of
Yeah, the
wave.
100 Monkeys.
Right. And I think you see some of those ideas on the page here, which really muddles the idea of what are we looking at? What is this a history of? The other thing is Wallace, as this continues, is going to go in a Stan Lee direction as he goes to California looking for like the movie version of these characters. So the arcs aren't I don't think they're totally obvious.
It's not one for one, but
Right.
but like he represents like all the shyster. You know, he's Jack Leibowitz, he's Mort Weisinger, he's Walt Disney, he's Stan Lee. I think he like they introduced.
It's commercial art too, and it's very clear how much it's commercial art throughout this.
If they wouldn't have introduced a Will Eisner analog character, he could have been a representative of that also.
Yes.
But Veitch introduced an Eisnerian character in that meetup sequence. So now we're going to Hollywood. Here is your Stan Lee elements, and now we're going to build in the George Reeves, you know, black and white Superman character, this down and out actor who would just show up as a guest star. He was like the Leonardo DiCaprio Once Upon a Time in Hollywood kind of character, just showing up on shows, getting fucked up, being the bad guy, full on drunkard, and I think it takes a couple of tries for him to get his shit together until he meets Mama Maximortal, who kind of adds to that inspiration for the character, and then he takes it insanely serious to the point where his co-stars, who want to eventually, you know, catch him with his pants down, he won't even bust that thing out. He won't knock the dust off it, dude. He's like, no, I'm pure now. I lift weights every day. I take my vitamins and I say my prayers, brother.
That's right. It always reminds me, I can remember reading, or maybe hearing Mike Mignola talk about, like, on the set of the first Hellboy, talking to Ron Perlman in full Hellboy makeup in the middle of Budapest or wherever they filmed that thing. And it reminds me of that a little bit, seeing what's supposed to be an actor now all dressed up as Maximortal and live in the gimmick.
Yes, and I think George Reeves did have a tragic... He had an true Hollywood story, so I imagine that his demise was tragic. I don't think that he was dressed up in a Superman outfit standing on train tracks, but this is how we get him out of the story right away. And it feels like a little bit... It makes sense in the context of the story. It's not built in too early or anything like that, so I feel like this might be one of those moments where you allow some liquid in your narratives where... if you get an idea, you put a piece in there, because it doesn't feel shoehorned. It makes sense for it to be here, but it feels like something that could have come later in Veitch's mindset.
Yeah.
Because it doesn't bear much fruit like going forward, really.
Just as a narrative detail, I feel like he does a really good job of catching that oddness of like a real life, as an actor portraying these fantastic characters.
Right.
It's pretty interesting to me, especially now that like every single comic seems to have movies and actors playing them. There's something surreal about this part. I like that. I like this sequence a lot.
Sure. Yeah, I do as well. It creates another one of those pieces where our guy, when he was in the barracks and shit, saw that Fleischer Brothers cartoon, and that's one thing. And now it's the same image of the writer catching it on the big screen. And even when we were kids, television was lower rung than TV. And cable was even lower, like there was the Cable Ace Awards. You don't even get an Emmy if you're on Larry Sanders' show.
Right. I love that depiction of like the film projector.
Yeah.
It's almost like the sun or something,
Totally.
In today's world, I feel like that's one of those antiquated pieces. Like I'll have nostalgia for the old movie theaters like that.
Yeah. Still researching our guy, trying to reverse engineer him a bit. And the daddy doctor, man, he's obsessed. And they sell that. This is one of those great examples where we were looking at that Venom comic, and it was like Venom is like telling you his whole origin inside of his thought balloons. And we were really harshing on like show don't tell. We're selling you the character of Oppenheimer, and he is obsessed. And this is what matters to him the most. Literally, his family is here. The boy has a broken wrist. It's not a boo-boo. Has a broken wrist, and he's like, listen, I'm at a critical stage. And mom, like, to try to like be a good mom, is like, just hold it tight, real close to your body, and we'll take you to a hospital after.
I love the lettering build of this panel.
Yeah.
It reads so well. Like, you talk about
with
the
no
talking
confusion.
head kind of stuff with like the Venom, again, using that as your example, where it's just exposition on exposition. This is such a thoughtful graphic treatment.
It really is.
It's almost like you're going deeper and deeper into Maximortal as you read those captions.
And you're not confused. Like I'm not reading this and then reading this. No. There's no confusion there. The hand on the little, the focus machine, whatever, that's a panel unto itself in between these two captions. This bottom piece is a panel. So you are reading it in a different way than you are trained to read. And it is completely clear.
Do you think that he repaginated the book collection intentionally? Because I feel like those two as a spread, phenomenal.
Yeah.
And it's funny, I'm looking at our overhead, and it's almost like the Hulk eye goes into into our eyeball. But as a spread, it works really well in the book, and I wonder if that's an intentional part on Veitch's book collection.
We need to get him on the show again to talk comics with us, man. He agreed to go through some stuff with us, so we got to figure out what that would be.
There's one of your first in a comic panel use of that blow up and also do like show us those dots.
And the grain of the paper.
And if you look, those dots are not in a straight line. Like that's a hand colored effect that's happening there.
Yeah, really cool.
And now for those keeping track at home, we're back to the same pagination.
Yes. Okay, cool. El Guano, man, he's got a Mego figure. He's a Mego collector. And this is like one of those mystical things, right? Like where you take the totems of, like this is a rabbit paw, and this is the hair of a witch, and you're adding it to your stew.
Yeah, it's cool. The caption, the one who has since made his image known to all who walk the earth, referring to the true man figure. Really kind of cool ideas of almost like creating gods.
I just realized that True Man really does have just like straight up BVDs, Fruit of the Loom, white, tiny whiteys. and when you pull back, I mean, it's hysterical. When you pull back, it's not like a witch's cauldron or whatever. It's a stock pot that you get at Target. That's what I make my deadline soup in, by the way, man. Yields 21 mils. Breakfast, lunch, and dinner for a week.
Also, El Guano sitting on the pot in the kitchen. The chamber pot.
The chamber, yeah.
And continuing to add ingredients.
Yes, he is. Yes, he is.
This is great stuff.
Yeah, this is Rick Veitch allowing for very little symbolism. You know what I mean? Like he's letting you know.
Yeah. He's letting you know, and he's also, I think, cutting a promo on these shitty corporate superhero comics,
exactly.
Right? Like they're going into the same pot of shit. He's making the super shit, and guess what? Ingredients are part True Man comics and toys.
Yeah. So he, on one hand, he's saying that, but in his career, like Alan Moore, like he's revisited Superman mythos a lot of times. You know, it's very interesting. Like he has a reverence. Probably there's that vestigial like childhood like fanboy part where he like adores that character. You know, he would have been the perfect age to be watching George Reeves shows and shit. But then when you gain awareness and realize like how fucked those guys were for their, you know, $150 that they got in 1939, and how fucked they were with their court cases and not being taken care of, and you know, Neil Adams had to beat his chest to get these guys $30K a year, which probably stayed $30K even in, you know, 1990.
You think about like you know, people will sue over like psychological damage or whatever, psychological like suffering, pain. Think of what those guys went through in real life for decades.
Yeah.
Of saying I created Superman, people being like, "What are you talking about? Your name's not on the book. You live in a shack."
Right.
You know, like you were just the deranged person. Your mind had gone.
Right.
You know, the crazy old man up the street that's raving about being Superman's creator.
Yeah.
Like just punish. That's a punishing way to go through life.
Full arcs with these characters, man. The writer who was trying to do everything he could as a kid to not work in his dad's clothing shop, his tailor shop, whatever you call it, man. Guess what? It's called Siegel and Son now. You see it on the masthead of this window, and he is there fucking trimming and cutting and sewing.
Yeah,
and he's making a goddamn true man. So it's just, let's put all the salt in the wounds. Costume for marketing and promotion, but I think it's also noteworthy of just like the merchandising of like Ben Cooper costumes and things. Like what kid didn't run around in their like, you know, Spider-Man costume? My kid sister, man, like she got a muscly Spider-Man costume when she was a kid. She wore it until she grew out of it.
That's so awesome.
Yeah.
It's hard not to see trademark in your TM.
Absolutely.
Just
I mean, very intentional. Yeah, very intentional, very important.
You know, you mentioned these guys doing a lot of Superman kind of, I don't know, reference throughout their work. If you think about the breakdown of the superhero genre, like in a way, that's where you got to start. Like you almost have to have that character and an analog of that character if you're really going to investigate the genre.
Yeah. All right, man, we're into the 50s, so you know what that means. We got to get our Frederick Wortham, Bill Gaines gimmick into the mixture here, and that's what we're building toward.
And if you are not familiar somewhat with comics history, is this book a tough read for you?
Oh, dude, first off, you ain't finding this outside of the comic shop. So like, you're a comic head if you're picking up Maximortal. But to answer your question, yeah, sure, of course. But he knew his audience. He knew his audience, man. And here's our Dr. Wortham, Frederick Wortham, giving his spiel. All of our guys. And by the way, look at the characters, man. Midnight Mink and Chippy.
Mm-hmm.
I always did think Midnight Mink and Chippy were a little queer. We'll see that explored in Brat Pack.
Yeah, and we heard this story at Heroes this year about Mort Meskin working in the Simon Kirby shop, right, and drawing completely naked women in one of the stories to submit to the comics code.
Yeah. and Simon and Kirby are like, there's no way we even bother showing this to the club. You know, you pay your dues, you got to pay a fee to get the stamp on it. And then Mort Meskin in the other portfolio pulls out the final strip with clothed figures and things. Just kind of, that's an expensive prank because of the time involved, the labor involved. That's a lot of, you know, free pages that you're drawing to kind of make Jack nervous.
Yeah.
So before our Bill Gaines guy goes to the Senate subcommittee hearings, he's got to take a couple of his diet pills. The unfortunate thing about those hearings and what is like left to history, it's the same video sequence, and it's a transcription. So like it's a video sequence like at this level. You know, my dad created the comic. You know, I started horror comics, and then that's the only video sequence we've ever seen that's ever been like let out, and transcriptions of the explanation of the severed head panel are like the other part. And in a lot of ways, like, it doesn't seem that bad. Like when Bill Gaines is doing the talk, he seems very cogent to me in the video that you see. So it must have really taken a tumble in this like black space that we don't have access to. because I see how they tripped him up with the bullshit with the severed head and all that, having to admit the goriness of it or whatnot. But it doesn't seem that big of a deal.
Yeah, he's like, we could have angled the head so you could see the neck bleeding, or made her tongue hanging out.
Yeah, yeah, which is almost verbatim.
That's
I
a
think.
great drawing. I love that drawing.
Thick wetness, porridge.
Yeah, Sweat was always. These were the early days of me seeing Sweat drawn in comics like this, like not the sweat bead icon comic coming off, and it's it's effective.
Yes, absolutely, man. And our guys are very very upset.
This kind of stuff informed, because I'm reading this when I'm 14, 15, something like that. Reading some Wizards, some comic scenes, a little bit of comics history that I could come across, but I didn't have access to too much. So when you would see any kind of reference, like I didn't know this story well at the time,
right?
But it would point me down that rabbit hole. So when you would get an article on Frederick Wortham or on the Comics Code, even in Wizard, it would inform a lot of my knowledge of this stuff. And then the other half is like guys like Frank Miller, who were just raging against that kind of censorship, even 30 years after the Comics Code comes into effect. It was weird to piece together history through some comics, some articles, some creators, and just try to understand what this stuff is.
One of the reasons I wanted to do Maximortal this week was because this is a comic for comic heads.
Yeah.
And we have nothing but comic heads. Almost 70,000 comic heads visiting the channel at any given time. So if you are not familiar with Maximortal, like if this doesn't inspire you to like check it out and investigate a little deeper, like nothing will.
These panels are amazing because like the previous page had one where they're talking about like, man, they're making us sound like we're pornographers,
right?
And then you cut to like Wallace is the next guy that's going to take the stand, and his solution is, let's introduce this comics code, which he calls comics commandments, and now they're equally up in arms, yelling about censorship, and we fought a war to stop this kind of crap.
Yeah, it's the Kirby guy who says that part too, man.
I've enjoyed Veitch's lettering throughout this issue, and now we get to see all of his bold italics as like, okay, dudes are up in arms and yelling.
Yes. The artist, man, who created True Man, like, is just getting sicker and sicker.
That's a great drawing too. Some of these close-up faces are amazing.
Getting skinnier, more gaunt, doubling over. I love the little piss and vinegar Kirby guy. He almost draws him with a Kirby style here.
Yeah, I thought that too. Like him yelling is pretty animated too.
Yeah.
Yeah,
with a foreshortened like finger.
Little is probably squared at the end.
Yeah. But this is an important moment, man, because our guy is just, he's coughing blood. The writer's more healthy, and this is a moment where he's like, you know what? I'm fucking done. Like, it's over with you guys.
This panel, there were a couple earlier too. I love that idea of putting the gigantic building-sized True Man in these panels, and then whenever you see the creators, they're so small next to it. He does it a few times throughout. It's a great visual, and you see it again here where they're just like, don't look back.
Right.
You know, there's some... I think Klaus is one of the best at doing like the images connected to the text and having them say different things. So like if you're reading it and then you look at the image, it's like almost a disconnect, or they change the meaning of each other. Veitch does it a lot in this book, very effectively.
You know, I'm glad you brought both names up in the same sentence, basically, man, because I was trying to think like where does Veitch land on like my Mount Rushmore? And in the past, I think I called him like a top 10 guy to me, and that's just not the case. He's a top 5 guy to me with the comics that he makes, especially when he's doing everything himself. And I position him near Klaus and stuff. The genre stuff speaks to me because of like my love of superheroes and like what I came up with. So like that sort of edges him up in a certain way. But there's a similar level of quality to me. This shit is not as pretty and precise and pristine as a Dan Clowes image, but the way this stuff reads and the wordplay with words and pictures, it works, man.
It works really well, and in terms of it not being as pretty, I mean, I think some of that is almost. I think it's subjective,
hand is that way.
But it's a different, subject matter.
It is, and he's leaning towards the subject matters that he likes. Like we asked him, Rick, what are the top comics, and he's, New God 7.
Right.
Like that won't be a Klaus answer.
I was gonna say, like you see those Kirbyisms too in this art over and over.
Yeah. All right, we got Oppenheimer and Einstein working on some shit. Trying to figure this boy out.
It's so bizarre.
Comic book science.
That's right.
His microwave eyeballs come from a heart that's four times the size of a normal person.
I like the idea that they want Oppenheimer to kill him.
Yeah.
Because it kind of makes sense.
It does.
Like, I'm sure if you had a situation like this, some people, that's what they're going to be pulling for.
Yeah. And it has to be on the table for something like that. So is this the last time we'll get to see El Guano?
More or less.
After he created a shit golem?
This is pretty cool. Knowledge is belief. Belief is reality. It makes more sense today than it did in 1993.
It's a cool thing, too, where we just dealt with science, and now we're dealing with magic.
Yeah, and Einstein, as he's leaving, is like, if it's what I think it is, then beware, such a thing will not be easily killed.
Yes. We saw the true man on the slab, and now we're looking at his creator with, the chest busted open, heart stuff, shit pumping out of his system.
Somebody worked him to death.
Yeah.
Is the autopsy or the doctor's opinion there.
And our old guy, our writer fella, is like, fuck this forever. And just starts stripping down. Got that great Daniel Dryberg,
That's
night
exactly what I
owl,
was thinking.
portly body type. Throws on the true man and leaves the doctor's office. And this is the era where doctors smoked. See a cigarette hanging out his jibs. Let's wrap things up, Jimmy. It's all building toward this moment.
That's a great panel ending too. There's been a great injustice committed. It needs my immediate attention. Sounds like a superhero talking.
Totally. I think this is the first image of Maximortal I saw because it is in that Palmer's Picks with Rick Veitch. And if it's not a specific Rick Veitch Palmer's Picks, it's like, I'm Tom Palmer and I'm reading this right now type part and it shows this.
Also, how isn't that everybody's like icon? And anything that's a round icon, this should be it.
Especially if you're blonde and have Caligula-like hairstyle.
That's right.
Here it is, dude. This is that one page fucking all-star Superman where there's like 4 words on the page. Grant Morrison origin piece. So here you go, man. It's the lifespan of our Maximortal figure. True man. Got to make it part of King Hell Heroica. So we got our bad guy. What's his name?
Dr. Blasphemy.
That's it. Yeah.
Talk about an iconic character design.
Absolutely.
One of the greats.
Absolutely, man. Yeah, that mask. You don't forget that mask. And this is a True Man comic, basically, right? Like that's what we're in. And this is the stuff. This is the boy stuff. This is what gets explored in the Boy Maximortal work that Veitch is working on at this moment. It has 3 volumes of this on Amazon that you guys need to scoop up.
And Dr. Blasphemy sends him off into space with the, what are you then? Surely not a man. And he can't answer that. Drives him almost crazy. And off he goes, fleeing this scene. Truth to power kind of thing for Dr. Blasphemy.
Right.
Very cool. I would think about Supreme whenever I read this the first time, because Supreme, if you read the Indicia, it was volume 2, and that story, volume 2, starts with Supreme coming back to Earth after some time away. Right. And it's the same, that conceit part is the same as this idea, or the end of Brat Pack.
Yeah. Look at our Golem, dude. It's like no longer fully fecal.
No, there's alchemy at play here.
Look at our pool. You know what it is? It's like as he wastes away, this becomes more vital. And there he is, full on Guano. He's back. And that's Clark Kent's mom right there, right?
Yes.
Interacting with Wallace. All origin shits to get us to modern day Oppenheimer.
Yeah, and is this a reuse of the original panel?
Yeah, that's a good question.
Because the lettering's very small in it. It certainly looks like now we're having comic book panels as like what's going on in the story. You know what I mean? Like the comic book is bleeding over.
Yeah. You find out, man, because the lettering is still that Wallace lettering and stuff. Like I don't remember reading it that way, like noticing that the first time. But that's also an introduction to Wallace. So I'll keep filibustering and keep rocking.
The Wallace.
No, it's great. So we're all, we're thrust into modern day. All the concerns that our Walt Disney fella is dealing with in the modern day, post A-bomb, it's a media blitz, all of that, and we have our writer fella who's showing up. So what's the conceit, man? Is it
This is the panel, and people can kind of judge a little bit at home. I think it's the same panel.
Oh yeah, I think there's no doubt.
Everything lines up, even the lettering breaks and stuff.
Yeah. Jimmy, our writer, showing up to the offices of DC Comics, and he's in a costume. It's one of those things too where you can't take that guy seriously. It's like, dude, we fucking hosed you before. We showed you what we think of you already, man. And now you're showing up with a hairline getting pushed back, with a dad bod, and wearing tights. Like, you did us a favor. Like, you confirm like, we were right. It was good that we got rid of you, man.
The way that shadow looks, it looks like he's wearing one of those fake glasses with the
mustache. Yeah, totally. He's got the Groucho.
Love this juxtaposition of going from comics come clean to the very next panel where we see our guy Spiegel's like outside, and coming clean is going to be the opposite of what's happening here.
Yeah, he's going Chris Ware's Superman in the pages of Maximortal here. This is where things start to get real wild, man. Like, trying to have a coherent, trying to explain this easily is where I might need a lot of your help in this mixture, dude. Because we got a lot of cutting back and forth. We have the Oppenheimer project trying to reverse engineer this cat, hit him with some beams, and they do kill him. Like, is that what we're dealing with? He's gone?
Well, he would be gone if not for that golem outside.
Right.
And that's what a vessel of pure belief that his electrical charge goes into. It's abstract and it's strange in the sense of, if that figure's not there, is that the end of Maximortal? Do they successfully kill him? Right.
And we know that this is Maximortal because of the eyes. We've seen that. Now we got J. Edgar Hoover showing up.
Yeah, this is all bad news.
And look at the formula, dude. Reality equals belief times consciousness squared. That's awesome.
I feel like that's a Grant Morrison tattoo.
A lot of Robert Anton Wilson getting read by those fellas.
Yeah. That trembling with the shock of the new. I remember having a 20th century art history book called Shock of the New. Might have even been like the second half of the 20th century, so like postmodernism kind of stuff.
Yeah. Our guy, our writer fella, he can't even kill himself right.
Yeah, that getting netted by the cops. That feels like something out of a Predator movie. There's like balls of weight that propel him back through the window safely.
Right. Yeah, totally. And so, like, you failed at your like little suicidal ideation, and the cops like plunge you through that glass. So now you're also cut up a bunch, and then they got to strip them and shit. And what happens when you do something like that and take up tax dollars? Like, you got to go to prison, or like you got to get 5150 at least, right? So he's getting that shock treatment.
Yeah, and the goons peeling off his costume are like, "You shit his pants. You don't pay me enough for this."
Oh, right, man. It's continuing his IBS.
Right. As if all of it's not embarrassing enough, they're going to march him out of here naked with crap all over himself. Yeah, it's a bummer.
And then we get a good look at Mama Maximortal showing up. And what happens here? What are we looking at here?
You tell me. Like that's the thing is, I don't know what happens here. I'm not positive how this is, exactly meant to be read. Like, now do we have two ideas of Maximortal floating around? Because we see him in kind of his comic book kid, form.
What's the date on this, man? Is this pre-Death of Superman? Yes, I think so, right? 1993 is pre-death. It was 94
I think so.
was death. Because, like, is the idea, like, you know,
Might have been 93.
ideas never die.
I don't know.
These properties will never die. If it is post-death of Superman, it would be very clear and easy. It's like, it will not die. Something this big cannot die.
And maybe that is what's happening here, because like that vessel now is abandoned, right?
Right.
So it's like it's manifested itself. I don't know, man. It's really strange. And I thought that like the publisher was part of what disappears here, right? You know, like
Yeah.
a couple pages ago, it seems like they disintegrate
Right.
whenever Maximortal comes in. You know, like this sequence, like now he's alone, Spiegel's alone, Wallace is gone, Wallace's goons are gone. I thought they were somehow like, okay, absorb this energy.
Storytelling piece.
But we see them again, so that's not quite what happened there.
Yeah. It's a storytelling issue. Like, if they were still in the room, Veitch could have established that in that panel, because it did look very solitary.
Yeah, and we see Wallace here, you know, he's shouting out victory, right? Like, the FBI goons are like, call Hoover, we got a code 4. And Wallace is like, you're looking at the guy who sewed up the rights to the Second Coming.
Yeah.
Which I think is an interesting, again, nod back to Superman character, because there have been a lot of ideas about Superman being sort of a Jesus analog.
It's also, you know, this is the publisher, like, he's going to be all right. And in real life, like these publishers, they are the winners. They're absolutely the winner. The creative guys are toast. You know,
our Kirby-esque hand here, as he's saying, ain't nobody bigger than that. And he's not the deity. He's the guy who's going to sell the deity.
Yeah.
You know, it's
it's
the super preacher.
Televangelist.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right.
Lest we forget that this is part of King Hell Heroica. We've got our Maximortal character. Very, very eerie to see what the Wonder Woman type chick looks like in color here. But we got all our guys. And there is a Maximortal Brat Pack one-shot, at least. Like, I have that comic.
I think there's 2 of them, and I think there may even be up to 4. The 4th one might be on its way based on Back Matter and Boy Maximortal.
Okay. And back in Tungus, Siberia, we get to see it's a thematic mirror thing. That mammoth that got unearthed from the glacier. If you notice in the first issue, it was up on some big skewers or whatever, like a spit roast.
Yes.
And it was discovered by that like Russian fella who's a skinny little twerp that ain't going to be doing that. So we see, but he was eating the meat to imply that he may have did it, but no.
Well, that's what she says, right? Whenever that guy comes to investigate, she'll feed him frozen mammoth and then have her way with them to immediately conceive an embryo and give birth to herself.
Right.
And let the philosophers argue over which came first, the chicken or the egg,
Beautiful.
Which is kind of what we're doing here.
Exactly.
It makes for a real fun story because it is this cycle. And I'm a big fan of those kinds of stories that are almost a circle.
Yeah. And that fits in with Einsteinian philosophy and stuff like that.
Yeah, there's an afterword in your trade paperback here that I didn't get in mine.
Yeah.
And it's pretty interesting, some of the stuff that I'm reading here, just quickly, the idea that if the word didn't already exist, the modern industrial era would have had to invent one like it to describe itself, talking about like Superman.
Right.
Which is, just reading that sentence gives me a little bit more insight into like the story and the structure of this idea that like, was Superman something that shows up, or was Superman something that was almost an industrial age byproduct? Right.
So sort of like that thing you were talking about with the 800 Monkeys kind of theory, because we have the Nietzschean idea of Übermensch and everything that came with that. That wasn't that far before the Superman creation. So like it was the time. It was the time for there to be a realized Superman in some form or fashion. But fantastic comic. And before we get out of here, I just want to point everybody once again to the Boy Maximortal stuff that Rick Veitch has been putting out pretty consistently, probably one book a year since COVID, of this Boy Maximortal material. 100-page books or so. You get a very substantial Boy Maximortal piece and a lot of great back material with commissions. Veitch has done hundreds of pages of superhero comics when he was a kid. I want that full collection.
Man, that's amazing.
Of that stuff. I want all of this, man. So Rick, if you can, just scan all that stuff in, make a book out of it.
Send us a PDF if you're not ready to publish that.
Yeah, please. I would love to enjoy that material.
There's some really great back matter in here. Yeah. I don't know if the because I think you can buy this on Amazon and self-published, and hopefully that afterword is still in there. It's really interesting because it's like a rumination on superheroes and how they seem to be part and parcel of the 20th century. And according to that back matter or his afterword, he believes the world has kind of changed from that. So like, where do you go from here with the genre? Yeah, it's good stuff, man.
Yes, the beauty of Rick Veitch dealing with DC getting burnt on stuff and the proliferation of creator rights being an issue. He owns a lot of his material, and he can keep it in print that way and disseminate his comics any way he likes. And he's choosing to do it through this Amazon kind of print on demand model where you go through there, and he doesn't have to carry stock in his house. He doesn't have to put out thousands, if not tens of thousands of dollars on very expensive trade paperbacks, have the warehouse in his own space, figure that part out, and send you the work. So he's trying a very cool model. Had some talk with him. I think Kyle Baker was using a very similar model where you serialize the stuff like using those print on demands, and then you go to a big publisher for the final big book. It's a model I'm very interested in, and I want the Kayfabe audience to support this guy's work a lot. Grab these new Maximortal. Certainly if you dug our little walkthrough on the OG Maximortal miniseries, scoop that one up. But this is all new material. This boy Maximortal stuff, and you should get your hands on it.
Yeah, I mean, I'd highly recommend it for fans of Grant Morrison's, of Alan Moore's, because they're ideas. It's really hard, I think, to write narratives that focus so much on ideas. That stuff can be horrible to read.
Yeah, absolutely.
It can be done very wrong. And I read this and I kind of marvel at, like, I don't even know how you conceptualize something like this.
Right.
Which is very exciting as a reader and fellow creator to kind of like see that and put your head in that space.
Totally cool, man. Dude, if you're good to go, I'm good to go. Kayfabers, like, follow, subscribe to the YouTube channel, hit the bell. We'll notify you when new vids are available. Jimmy, what's out there?
Hulk Grand Design Monster Madness is in comic shops now, 2 oversized issues. Hulk Grand Design, the Treasury size collection, is not coming out until January, I now hear. Okay. But you can pre-order that now, and you know what, man, you got to find a silver lining in this stuff. So I wish the book were out in its original date in September, but since it's not, it means let's sell more of them. Let Marvel know that the Grand Designs and the single creator comics are viable. So if you haven't pre-ordered Hulk Grand Design, do that now wherever you buy books. Street Angel Deadly Squirrel Live back in print. You can get that wherever you find comics, and you can join me on patreon.com/JimRugg to see a lot more of my work.
Red Room Trigger Warnings is out in stores now. Scoop it up. Thank you guys so much for supporting it. It is, as of the last checking, it was the #1 dystopian graphic novel on Amazon.
Congratulations.
Murder on the Dark Web for Fun and Profit is the name of the game. Every story in here is self-contained, which means that this book is self-contained. So scoop it up in conjunction with the Antisocial Network. If you're new to the series, you can scoop it up without requiring you to check out the original. But if you like the new one, give the original a shot. I'm serializing new Red Room material on my Patreon as well, and there's going to be fresh comics that are not Red Room that are going to be serialized on the Patreon as well, because I'm wrapping that up. I got 2 more issues of Red Room to do for this next volume. $3 gets you the archive there. And I appreciate you supporting our projects that way. Jimmy, what else do we have out there?
Subscribe to the Cartoonist Kayfabe newsletter at the links below this video. You can also find Cartoonist Kayfabe t-shirts and merch at our spread shop at the link below this video.
Another great way to support the Cartoonist Kayfabe channel. Give them those marching orders, dude. We'll be on our way.
Read more comics.
Fantastic.
Here's a peek behind the curtain. That one could have been a Make More Comics, too. I feel like Veitch is such a maker.
I just adore this guy's work so fucking much, man.
Yeah, it's impressive.
Like, we are so lucky to have his work just out there. I want to do that Heartburst graphic novel, man. It's just hard because it's not quite a Sunday, you know, but it's a substantial read that will take time. 64 pages, but it's pretty dense material. And I think he colors that himself, and the stuff that he does is just fantastic, man. Let me grab another tea real fast, man. If you want to filibuster, your mic is on, so you could say what's up to the chat and stuff.
I have to remind myself that we are on.
Yeah, totally.
Careful what you say.
But I just need some hot water.
Yeah, man, go for it.
I bet that didn't sound good on me.
Ben Mara in the chat room.
Awesome. What's he think of Maximortal, man?
Yeah, Ben, have you read Maximortal? It feels like a comic that would be up his sleeve. We didn't mention it much, but a violent comic too. Probably one of the more violent comics. Jabba, how's it going, man? Hopefully this live feed works throughout the whole recording today. You guys are going to get to see some pretty interesting comics. It was a fun reading week. We've got, I don't know if we should be showing you this stuff as we go along, but Avengers coming up. One of the biggest selling Avengers titles of all time. Walt Simonson's Cyberforce Zero. Garth Ennis and Richard Corbin doing Punisher: The End, which is another story with our post-nuclear war wasteland. Some parallels there with Maximortal, unfortunately. Yeah, it was a fun week this week because we had recorded Fife like earlier in the week, earlier than Thursday last week. We had a longer break, so we ended up doing a little more reading materials this week than usual. And yeah, that's not a bad thing. I feel like I've been reading so much more comics since we started doing these daily shows. You guys, a number of people have responded well to the Comics Journal. You know, we've done a couple of those issues. I think we did Todd McFarlane. I can't remember if we did the Kevin Eastman Tundra interview, probably. And of course, we just did the Fife Howard Chaykin interview in the Comics Journal. But a lot of people posting comments about wanting to see more Comics Journals videos. Do you guys have favorite Comics Journal interviews or issues? Comics Journal was big for me in the late 90s. I would get their year-end review issues and then just track down everything, because at the time there'd be 5 or 6 books that would be considered like the good comics of the year. Even before graphic novels, you would get like maybe 2 graphic novels. I remember From Hell one year in the late 90s. The collection was one of those books, but a lot of the stuff was just single issues. Things like Weasel #1, I remember getting from the Comics Journal end of the year, best of issue. I think it was on everybody's list that year. So I'm always fond of those. In fact, I think the first Comics Journal year-end issue, I think we've covered all of their top picks.
100?
No, not 100. They would only have like 5 or 6 for their year in review. That was like the consensus top issues. But for me, like that was a big get me, I don't know, recenter where I was looking for comics. And of course, you know, lucky to have a bunch of good shops here in the Pittsburgh area where you could track down those comics, like Xeric Award winners and Fantagraphic books and just indie comics that I realize you can't get everywhere. You know, you wonder if we don't live in Pittsburgh, do I even make comics?
I know what you mean.
Let alone like a channel like this. Because it's almost like whatever you need something else to read, it's like there's a store that has the giant manga collections or the back issues or the indie books.
When Fife was here, man, like he couldn't believe the breadth of just comics in this town. And I, like, there's that New Dimension at the waterfront. Like, we drove past that place. We drove past 500 boxes of $1 comics. We drove past that to go to the classic store. We could have sat down there. The reason we went to the classic store was because there was at least a little bit more organization by publisher. Here's an indie section of about 100 boxes, maybe, like on the top and the bottom trays. Here's the DC section. Here's the Marvel. At New Dimension, it's very scattered. But you might come out with, like, I got at that New Dimension at the waterfront, I came out with 5 issues of THB for $0.25 a piece.
That's amazing.
At one of their sales, man. Yeah. You know, so
yeah, it's we're spoiled in that way.
Totally.
Like Chris Pitzer, Ad House publisher, was in town a few months ago. We did a clip of videos with him, but it was the same deal where we were like going out to comic shops.
Yeah.
And start naming the comic shops. I named 20 comic shops within an hour drive of my house.
Right. We need black and white for this, man, because this color is just like, you're not going to see anything.
Yeah, that's a lot of brightness.
We're not going to see shit. A lot of good videos to record this week, man. It's going to be a good week of shows. And if you guys aren't familiar, like we did this raw recording thing a couple of weeks back. A lot of people seem to dig it, but there are new people who trickle in and are like, why aren't we getting the top-down view? Lean heavy into the title of the video where it says behind the scenes, man, because the way our show works, if you watch any of our videos, it is top down and you get to see everything.
Yeah, all of the Maximortal art that we were talking about, you will see whenever that regular video airs.
Yeah.
So definitely worth your time there. How about this for recommendation? People are calling out, we're talking Comics Journal issues.
Yes.
And a few people were like Amazing Heroes.
Yes.
The Amazing Heroes interview Barry Windsor Smith in the middle of Weapon X.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, that sounds like a good one, James.
We have digital of everything that we don't have physical copies of, and Jimmy, I mean, we're gonna have to dig deep on all that stuff, man. Because first off, reliably, the Wizard videos are heaviest, reliable. Like we will get 15,000 views on any Wizard video, and that's something that we've accumulated over time. You know, we've done 49 of them, so we built an audience for that. And I think that we start doing TCJs and Amazing Heroes, not expecting those numbers to start, but you do 40 of them or 50 of them, I think it could be 50,000 views a video, because the conversation is so much more eclectic in terms of content being talked about. Here's the question, though. Do we do it scattered? And this would be something to get some feedback from the chat on. Do we do it scattered where we just like find interesting issues and cover those? And I do think that each TCJ issue would be 2 episodes of the show, one with the interview and one where we go through everything else. Because the other content in that fucking Howard Chaykin issue, that's prime time 1986.
Yes.
Dark Knight is not even fully out. Watchmen is not out. And there's so much to talk about with that. But here's the thing. If we do it linear and we go with the earliest issues of TCJ that we have, it really builds a narrative. It builds a superstar. It's the Hulk build, because Frank Miller is talked about so often as being like this new interesting cat. And there's the bipolarity of like, it's so violent, but this is the best we got in mainstream comics. So you're building his character in the early 80s, and then he becomes kind of a star on Daredevil. And then Alan Moore comes into the scene around then in American comics, and that like there's this amazing arc. But it'll take us years to like build that. But there's so much important stuff that happens. If it's up to me, we go linear.
Yeah,
we just start off from the earliest issues we have.
I was going to say we might go linear based on what we have too, you know, because it's not a complete run if you're not doing the digital component.
The digital component's important.
But I like that part, and I like
because
that
it's what we have.
Term, like at some point you can view this stuff. Like somebody can go back and watch Wizard and go from 90 to, I guess 90 or 91, whenever it starts, up to wherever we're at, and that's really cool. And it would be fun to fill in those gaps with the Amazing Heroes and Comics Journal.
Yeah,
because all that stuff, it surprised me going back through the Wizards how much is covered.
Right.
Because I think of that as very much Marvel, DC, Valiant, Image. But everything's kind of in there. You know, it's represented in different ways, from advertising to like news releases and stuff.
Right.
But it's pretty broad, and you can do that with the 80s if you do Amazing Heroes and Comics Journal. In Comics Journal, you could do concurrently with the 90s too if you wanted to document the alternative versus mainstream.
Lots of good conversation to have with that stuff. That's the bottom line.
Yes,
and,
no doubt
and
about
it's
it.
very eclectic. Like in one episode, sans the interview, because the interviews are specific, but sans the interview, and you deal with the content of the rest of these issues of Amazing Heroes or TCJ. TCJ is higher on my list, just for more value of conversation. But the breadth, it would go from Catalan import books to Tony Salmon's Dakota North in one conversation.
Yeah, right.
You know what I mean? Like it'll stretch our own brains and stuff.
I would also add comic scene to that, and it would be cool to do like pick the same month and do a Comics Journal and Amazing Heroes and a comic scene from the same month of, like, I don't know, September '86 or something.
That would be
like
a cool week. That would be a cool week on the channel. I could see that being
really like, what is the landscape of American comics in 1987?
The fear would be redundancy of conversation.
Yeah,
because there's clearly overlap. of the most important things. Anyhow, we're spitballing. I guess this is a behind the scenes.
Yeah, that's a lot right there. We have to cut all of that.
Yeah, watch some new channels crop up by Joe Schmo and his homie.
All right, man.
Good to go.
Yes, sir.
Lock it in for me. Boom, and here's the disc.
Gotcha.
Because we have this stream going, the lag on the monitor is significant.
Yeah.
So just keep that in mind when you start flipping. I'll do this one, and then I'll do Fritz, and then you host the last batch.
Mm-hmm.
Good to go. Welcome to Cartoonist Kayfabe. My name is Ed Piskor.
I'm Jim Rugg.
October is underway, man. It is here, and we are doing some traveling. October 6th through 9th, Jimmy and I are going to CXC in Columbus, Ohio to speak on comics, sign some comics, and sell some comics. We're going to be at Baltimore Comic-Con at the end of the month, the 28th through the 30th. That's the birthplace of Cartoonist Kayfabe, and if you're in the region, come say hi. Jacksonville Public Library is going to be the warehouse of a zine festival, October 22nd. Jimmy's going to be there to talk and sign your comics. These are the drawing prompts for Kayfabe-tober of 2022. Lots of great prompts in here that I can't wait to see you guys draw from. And on Instagram, make sure you hashtag us, Cartoonist Kayfabe, in your posts if you draw from this and you put it out there on social media. And if you are on Twitter and you share your material, you can @ us there, and that's guaranteed that we'll be able to see your stuff. Not quite guaranteed that we'll be able to repost, but we're going to do that as much as possible. The videos are brought to you by the books that we make, and these are Jimmy's books that are currently in the wild. Hulk Grand Design Monster and Madness, retelling the history of the Incredible Hulk. It's going to be collected in a Treasury edition at the beginning of 2023, but you could order that right now. Reprint of Street Angel, Deadliest Girl Alive is back in stores from Image Comics, collecting all of his Image Comics Street Angel material. And 2 Red Room trade paperbacks are in the wild right now. Just did a signing yesterday as of this recording. Murder on the Dark Web for Fun and Profit is the name of the game. And every story in these books is self-contained, 4 stories in each volume, which thusly makes each book self-contained. So if this is your starting place, don't worry, man, because you don't exactly need the first book to kind of keep up with things. Now, with that in mind, let's take a look at the most popular, widest-selling Avengers comic
of all time
to ever be published, man.
Is it fair to call it the Avengers GOAT?
Heroes Reborn, November 1996. Rob Liefeld and Extreme Studios. You know, he went off to Image Comics. He formed a studio. So did Jim Lee. So they had a factory of guys, man, to draw stuff for them. And they were a warehouse of... It was old school, like Eisner Iger shop or Simon and Kirby. Marvel solicited these shops to build books for them. Gave them very, very hefty sums to do so. And this is the stuff that... Rob Liefeld and crew brought to the game. Avengers #1. We see we got two covers here. If my mind is right, this might be a chap cover.
I assume it is. I don't see a signature, but you know what I thought of like this week looking at these things is Marvel Knights. You know, where they bring in a couple creators, give them 4 titles, and show improved. And it's kind of it's a little different, but it's still the same sort of thing. Like license out your characters to some outside studios, and let's try to save this sink. The Titanic is sinking, gentlemen. Do what you can to turn that around.
And even in the light of all kinds of Marvel movies and the Ultimates and all that kind of stuff, this is still the Avengers comic that sold the most. So the stunt casting worked at that moment, which probably creates a scenario where it worked once. Let's try it with Marvel Knights. Wizard Magazine was so huge at that moment. You're seeing constant coverage that includes Joe Quesada, Jimmy Palmiotti. You're seeing constant coverage of Brian Pulido popping in there talking that smack. So these guys have that system in place where they can publicize their stuff using their Wizard Magazine darlings. Maybe that can help sell some comics. And I mean, it created a situation where Quesada, becomes editor-in-chief and some kind of like creative guru for a million years there. So, their stunt casting works.
Yeah, to some extent for sure.
In the short term.
Yes.
In the short term, because yeah, you sold some stuff, but I must have 3 or 4 runs of this Avengers comic, and you will find it in the quarter bins.
So I will admit that this is maybe the second or third Avenger comics I've ever read. I read issue 1 and 2 for Hulk research not too long ago, and there's some parallels there with issue 1. And I had a collection of like the Neil Adams, some of his Avenger stories
the Kree
from when I was
Skrull
a
War.
kid.
Yeah.
And I believe I read them back then, but they don't leave much impression. You know, I can't tell you the ins and outs of that story at this point in my life. But I haven't read a lot of Avengers, so like I was going in here relatively fresh, probably like a lot of people based on the numbers of sales of the previous issue and then this one.
Sure. So let's just jump into things, man. This is a chance to reboot stuff. I will say this is no worse than any Avengers comic I ever read. It's unfathomable to me if you would have told little Ed, who was watching the X-Men cartoon and playing the X-Men video games on Genesis and had a toy box full of X-Men toys, that Avengers was ever going to supersede the X properties in a million years. I would never have believed you, but that's the world we live in now. And this is no worse than any other Avengers comic I ever read. You know,
I love the first page. I feel like that's really cool, and I even like the title and treatment.
That's the beefiest Loki you ever see it ever, dude.
Oh yeah,
and that's Chap Yap doing his thing for the first 20 pages, which is also like you're starting off in a way where we'll get there eventually on the Wizard coverage when it shows the little Iron Man by Jim Lee and like Will's Pistachio inking or something, or it's probably Scott Williams, but then a big Captain America. Like it's full Rob Liefeld, Jim Lee coverage. So you're starting off with 20 pages Chap Yap. And the way that it works, man, is that very smart. It's that Mignola thing where it's like, you guys get Hellboy into hell for me, and then I'll draw the cool shit.
That's right.
That's what we have here, man, is we have our expository stuff that Chap gets to draw. And, you know, he's doing his thing. But I've been thinking a lot about, especially since the Howard Chaykin interview, about the wisdom that Chaykin brings to comic book storytelling in his thesis of imagery as the visuals being images with storytelling value. Mm-hmm. And I look at this spread here, and like Chap has drawn a lot of panels that have zero storytelling value. And
that first one is really funny because there aren't even words in it. Like, talk about an unnecessary panel.
He has a lot of this exact kind of thing, man. And you kind of just need one of these. You could have the cool thing with like an Alan Moore superhero comic or something is you have your guy doing a little bit of stuff while he's, you know, observing Earth, which is ostensibly what is happening here. But you just have one or two money shots, which I would say that neither of these really are.
I think this is a pretty good. I like the mugging here.
Yeah,
and that it's big,
sure,
works well.
Sure,
but I was not the Chap Yap follower that you were.
Yeah,
you know, I had some of those Team Youngbloods, and they were cool.
I'm gonna tell you, man. Like, it's Chap Yap, Norm Rapman inking, which is the high point, man. So this ain't the high point.
Do you know, is War Child published after this?
No,
because that would have been the
absolutely
last piece of his that I remember, and it was like you could see his like he arrived and sort of like grew pretty fast.
Yeah,
my recollection of him, and some of this I think looks really good, and some of it looks rushed. And I don't know if that's an inker or who knows what the circumstances are.
There is
maybe
inkers.
Changes, you know, happening in this at some point in the process, maybe.
I think there are two inkers in the mix here, Marlowe and John Sibel, and both of these guys are like the lower rung extreme inkers to me, man. Like, of course, Danny Meeke, number one, of that crew, and then when these guys started to come in, like the finish was just not there. They just didn't have it. I
also get really mad at the Loki dialect.
Oh, dude, and impossible to read.
There's a ton of it on this page for almost no reason.
And that's Jim Valentino, who's writing that stuff. And it never was fun. The Stan Lee shit is not fun to read with all the Hark and Veriles and the Thou and the Minds and stuff like that. So it's doubly unfun when it's like, you know, some modern day cats like doing that stuff. So like, let's flip the script because this is Heroes Reborn. We're doing something different here, man. So it ain't Captain America who's housed in ice. It's the Thunder God. Yeah,
and I just now made the connection that these thought bubbles. I was trying to figure out like who is that? Who's running in front? Because the guy in the front says, "Slow down, man. It's hard for me to climb with this bum leg."
And you see no bum,
Loki.
and you see no
Those are
bum legs.
See the little streaks of light? That's who the thought balloons are connected to.
Ridiculous.
It only took 3 readings to figure it out, though.
Ridiculous, man. Very curious to see what a page of original art looks like with this right here. Like, what is in true black ink, what is not, what is all the colorist. Because it looks like the colorist is doing a lot of heavy lifting there. This Loki doesn't look far from the Geiger character from Team Youngblood that Chap Yap would very often put together. Also, Donald Blake, like, he might have a bum leg, but he has no atrophy in those legs. He's a very muscular, beefy feller.
Once again, like, he's in the front of the line complaining about how fast they're going. You're in the front, dude.
Yeah.
Move at your own pace. So Loki can't strike Thor for some reason, and his plan is to enlist the Avengers. He hears about this Avengers group coming in, and maybe he can use their power to kill his brother.
The 90s studio comic artist drawing domestic scenes. Some of the most hysterical stuff.
Well, look, let's start here. Where is this located, everybody?
Right.
Where's this rocky island out off the coast? New York City?
New York Harbor, of course. Yeah,
Yeah.
You don't see... you don't notice the extra terrain, you know, I don't know, Statue of Liberty,
what?
perhaps?
I see New York right here.
Yeah, right.
Never mind. My bad.
But just seeing domesticity with the extreme artists is it's very funny stuff.
It is funny, and it does feel like, yeah, let's have Chap handle this.
Chap,
when we get into the fight, then I'll come on board.
Chap, he's a studio cat, so Rob had a look to his books that he wanted, and Chap like rose to that occasion and got a whole book himself, Team Youngblood. But seeing a face like this, that is J. Scott Campbell
That's exactly
influence.
What I was gonna say.
To a T. You know,
Yeah.
I know his work. I know Chap's work very well, and this is not a natural drawing of it. That's J. Scott Campbell influence, no doubt. This Swordsman character, like, he draws better hair on Swordsman because, like, Rob decided that
Oh wow,
the fucking Jim Carrey in Dumb and Dumber hair is the way for Swordsman's hair to go, and Chap at least was like, you know what, I'm not gonna draw Swordsman with that gimmick.
I've been doing a lot of remodeling on my house, and this is a window treatment that he's wearing on his shoulder. I think I looked at a window treatment just like that one.
Still got our Loki observing everybody, and that gives you the space to get a page or two and see what the Avengers are up to and what perhaps some of their powers are. I don't know what this like feral Hellcat chick is. Is it like Tigra or?
Oh, that's what I thought.
Is there a
There is
person called Hellcat?
I don't know if Tigra and Hellcat are the same or not. But I love Loki refers to Vision here as a demon because he's coming up through the floor.
Yeah.
Thor will refer to him as a demon as well later on whenever he comes through phases through something or other.
It's their culture. Little DeLuca effect with our Captain America right here. You know, it's always odd when the colorist keeps all the same saturation for all of the figures. You know, you're so used to having almost like speed lines to, like, you know, a blur would be like the lighter value.
Right.
Like, this is where they were and this is where they are, but the colorist didn't get that memo. See, this is your Rush Chap. Like, he would have a lot more stuff going on.
There's stuff there too, like when you see Cap's face, like some of these faces look like maybe somebody else has gone over them a bit.
Sure.
And now here's your big money spread.
Yeah.
This is the page that the Chap can sell for 4 figures back in the day.
Yeah, for sure.
And our first glimpse of like what these Avengers look like.
Look at his Hawkeye, boy.
What? That's not Wolverine?
That's Hawkeye, man. You'll see him with his archery gear. A lot of blah, 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 back and forth between H.P. Gyrich and Nick Fury.
Yeah. With a little Dum Dugan thrown in there just because can't have enough star power.
Those conversations in the Image comic, because that's what this is, an Image comic with a Marvel logo and Marvel characters. Don't even try. Like, don't even try to have conversations. You're going to put us to sleep. Like, just stay in your lane, draw cool fight scenes.
Here's a great line from Nick Fury, and I wonder if this is Valentino and the Image boys talking to Marvel. Look, Pencil Neck, we controlled this once before. We'll control it again. Now put a sock in it. Hello, editorial.
Absolutely. Here's one of those terrible, terrible reading sequences that turns people off to comics reading and certainly takes you out of the story, where this is one panel and you are instructed you discover that you are to read this thought balloon and then jump past these balloons and go down here, look at the titties, look at the fucking hips, read these balloons, and then you go back up. Very, very poor. Very, very poor.
It's such the formula, though, for a lot of those Image books. And even before those guys went and formed Image, like, you would see this layout. Like, I feel like that's a staple layout that I associate with the Image guys, specifically, like the Jim Lee, Liefeld. But really, like, Larson and McFarlane would do that. Get a nice big full figure in there.
I'm fine with that, man. But then maybe concisely wrap up exactly what you want her to say amongst these 5 thought balloons into 2 thought balloons. Right there.
I love this stuff too. She's thinking, hey, that's the Vision. Hello, Vision.
Valentino.
Who's this aimed at, like, age group reader wise?
Yeah, it's a Silver Age comic with 90s flair and polish. No backgrounds. It's all lens flare and it's all gray.
There are no backgrounds there for sure. I was critical of Loki's speech patterns. Actually enjoy the Vision's speech patterns here.
Yeah. One a Scarlet Witch, one word, that kind of shit. Pretty cool. We got our Hank Pym Wasp scenario in the mixture here. We see it also. You see where Rob places value in the characters and the things that he liked. So he liked the Kirby Scarlet Witch helmet, not the 90s West Coast Avengers Scarlet Witch.
It's bizarre because it kind of looks like a beard.
Sure.
She's Scarlet Witch, the bearded lady. But it also very Fourth World-esque.
Yeah.
That helmet.
Yeah, sure.
It is neat to see, like, the updates and what stays and goes and changes.
All right, baby. Let's get to Rob territory, dude. 2-page spread that he's going to be able to sell for 5 figures.
Yeah, there you go.
And see, that's how you could tell that this is Hawkeye.
Yeah, it's interesting choices. Not that the old Hawkeye costume is anything I have any loyalty to, but I don't know what this one is either.
I mean, it's Shadowhawk.
Yeah. Yeah, the Hellcat character, too. I don't know. I guess it's not Tigra. There's no stripes or anything on
Well, I think
character.
Tigra was also the cat. Like, the chick who was Tigra, I think, was first the cat, like the Wally Wood character. So maybe she just had evolutions or something, like a Pokemon.
They might be 2 characters.
Yeah, I have no idea. Shows what we know about Avengers.
And then the Swordman, is that a complete invention for this Avengers team?
No, it existed. Like, it's a John Buscema era thing, I think. Because he had like a full head costume. I remember there's a great cover. I think he was kind of purplish and the sword coming down, like a worm's eye view.
You talk about, like, it's hard to imagine the Avengers surpassing the X-Men or whatever.
Yeah.
It was because, like, they were such B and C listers,
Exactly.
Especially in the 90s. Like,
Totally.
you'd see those ads in Wizard and just be like, I can't name 2 characters on the Avengers.
Yeah.
It's such a far cry from, like, Avengers 1, where it's like, bring all the big A-listers together.
Because they were just no longer A-lister. Thor was not an A-lister. And then the team would like recirculate a lot. So it would be moving in and out like a bunch of different people. And then they would try to create new ones. Rage.
But in terms of how you make the book the top book,
yeah,
bring back the A-listers.
Right.
It's not a creative team issue. It's a all-star team issue.
Yeah, and certainly when the Image guys do their thing and then the Avengers, like, they try to update them. And you get like weird power suit Hercules and just like these like Thor had like a mechanical looking costume.
Black Knight was always like, in my mind, I'd see Black Knight. It was like, we make fun of Wonder Man. There's a bunch of these characters that populated the Avengers that are just like, who is this? I don't know what era these characters would make sense in. JLA, I think, did the same thing, where it's like they got into that BC lister stuff and kind of into obscurity, and then you come back and it's like, okay, put Superman and Wonder Woman and Batman back together, and now we can sell books.
Let me ask you this, though, Jim. Should I not be profane in my commentary on this Thor right here?
I don't think we can show that in a thumbnail.
I mean,
it's ridiculous.
Everybody talks about the burst chest, titty Captain America.
Yeah. But
you don't look into the content of Avengers #1.
Thor is a god. You even have the hammer as like the setup. Like this could be a really good page turn.
He wields 2 hammers.
Indeed. They even say it's the biggest hammer I've ever seen. The largest one I've ever seen.
And then you have your Thor reveal. I should say. Jesus.
Yeah, it's a lot going on.
All right, so let's have our schmoz now. We got to bust. There's no vibranium, whatever on Earth that was able to get this guy out of the glacier. So you got to call the Avengers to come in, which, you know, ice is hard water. Last time I checked, like it shouldn't be. Shouldn't be that big a deal, but clearly it is. And it takes everybody's power to...
It is fun to see, like, this is a superhero team fight against the block of ice so far.
Yes.
It's really fun.
Yes.
This is my favorite, like, double 2-page spreads of all time.
Should we have them both back to back?
Because this is back-to-back 2-page spreads. And you know what? I almost busted out tracing paper to be like, they're the same pose. You know, like they're almost the same exact thing. Even the explosion is kind of the same thing.
Yeah.
It's amazing.
It's an Alan Moore transition from ad to comic book.
The placement of the titles of the characters, same size, same place on the page. It's uncanny.
That's funny. It's hysterical, and there's... if we didn't sell you hard on the cod piece the first time, man.
No pun intended.
Let's have 2, and he's got, like, tights on. So this is, like... This is hardcore. This is a Ben Mara comic.
It's amazing.
Holy fucking ads, man.
Oh, yeah. Hey, man, they're selling books.
Yeah,
so you got to recoup that money.
Yeah, they are. All right, so Loki reveals himself. Once you see it, you never unsee it.
It's true. It's going to haunt this entire run.
Yeah.
I like whenever it runs like off the panel.
Right. Yeah. It's like
a bigger panel
because it's the Spiegelman thing. Like you don't know how big it is now.
Everything just reads differently now with this reading. Where he's like, for Asgard.
You're right, because there is a back to it. Like you see that in his double page spread, so that could be the Asgard.
Yeah,
that he's talking about. Like
it could be a warning to the Avengers.
See, you see the Asgard back there, or maybe that's just the fucking yam bags. Like that's the god base, and that's his elephantitis.
Who knew this was going to be our most R-rated episode? But of course, Loki turns Thor on the Avengers. So this is what you're going to get in Avengers 1 is Thor versus the Avengers.
And when you're fighting, your body has a defense mechanism, man. So like, you know, there's a constriction. You know, the landing gear...
There's a lot happening.
Goes up.
In that panel. Thor's so funny in that panel. There's no torso. No torso or pelvis.
But so much leg.
Just limbs.
So much leg, dude. Real cool. And this is like... such a good, like you're selling the god, so this is an impotent punch. Like you get the no sell from Thor. It's there, man.
Yeah,
makes a lot of sense.
And the inkers have brought back some of that Liefeld. We used to see that like in X-Force 1, maybe even like Youngblood 1 when he was inking himself. You would see some of that kind of background inking, and now it's back. We've got a student of the game here.
That's true. And guess what, man? Turns out Loki's a bad guy, and Thor is finally convinced. Takes a couple of pages.
Yes.
You know, he had to shake the dust off.
He did. And Captain America coming through, man. Saving Thor whenever Loki thinks there's an opening.
Yeah. And sends him on his way.
Yeah, Scarlet Witch reverses a spell and sends Loki off to Limbo.
And in the same way that in classic Avengers comics, Cap joins the Avengers. You got your 2-page spread, another 5-figure page that Uncle Rob can sell, where Thor joins the team.
It is I don't know, man. It's a mind-boggling comic to me.
No worse than any Avengers comic I read.
Sure. I'm not going to argue with you there, but it's wild to think like this was what were throwing like the lifeline for comics, in the late 90s. I mean, Marvel's going bankrupt shortly after this. So I don't know. It's a wild time. Like it's like everybody lost their mind in the early 90s.
Yeah.
And then as people are starting to regain their sanity and looking at this stuff, what are you left with? It's bizarre times.
Totally, man. And even
almost a new identity in terms of like comic book readers is happening at this time. And that identity has not been solidified yet.
You know what's interesting too? I was thinking about it, just like my own personal experience. Like I was already off these guys.
Yes.
I never bought this shit.
I didn't buy this back then.
Like I didn't touch this crap. This is quarter bin finds for me. And so the bloom was off the rose as far as I was concerned. And for everybody sort of that I knew in the culture, the Rob Liefeld, like the shit talk was super heavy. Everybody was talking, and Rob was the one getting the brunt of all of it. And it will trickle down to the other Image dudes. So it was already a space where it's like, fuck Rob Liefeld, like all that kind of talk. And this comes out, it's the biggest selling Avengers comic ever. That has persisted to this day, where people fucking talk shit on that guy, and every single show that he does, the line is out the door. So it made me think about, like, I think it was Chris Rock hosted MTV Music Awards one year in the mid 90s, and it was when Spice Girls was new, and he compared Spice Girls to crack cocaine because somebody's doing it, but nobody's talking about it. And there are a lot of closet Rob Liefeld fans who have those anonymous fingertips on the computer, who talk that smack, but they still show up in his lines and get shit signed, and will pay $50 for a CGC signature or to get their New Mutants 98 signed. So he's just a very divisive character in a certain way when it comes to lip service, but actions speak louder than words, and the guy draws money.
Yeah, right. Yeah, that's a perfect way to sum that up. Absolutely. And in wrestling parlance, heels are the ones who sell tickets, right?
Yeah.
So maybe there's some connection there. It's pretty interesting to me, but before we end this video, I do want to point out the way her nose is drawn and also the lens flare, because I love lens flare and I know people complain about it. I absolutely love it. Try to use it whenever I can. But the nose, it's such an unusual, like the nostrils, they're coming up to almost a bat point.
Sure. And I wonder if that's even a little bit of Jay Scott influence, because we know what Rob chicks look like.
I think the eyebrows, I see some Jay Scott in there.
Yeah.
There's a lot of cartoon in those eyebrows. And I think this is a perfectly good image, by the way.
Sure.
I'm not even criticizing it. I just think stylistic ticks are always something that kind of grab my attention.
Mm-hmm.
And there's some strong ones on that face.
Little butt cheek.
Yeah.
Behind view, man. Dude, you good to get out of here?
I am.
All right, Kayfabers, like, follow, subscribe to the YouTube channel. Hit the bell. We'll notify you when new vids are available. Jimmy, what do you have?
Hulk Grand Design Monster Madness, 2 oversized issues are in stores right now while supplies last. The collection of the Hulk Grand Design, the Treasury oversized fluorescent cover, all the bells and whistles, 40 extra pages. That is up for order now wherever you buy books, your comic shop, online, wherever you get books. Get that right now. Add it to your list. And Street Angel Deadly Score Live back in print. You can pick that up wherever you get books. And patreon.com/JimRugg, where you can see lots more of my comics and art and what I'm working on these days.
Red Room Trigger Warning book collection is in stores at this moment. Murder on the Dark Web for Fun and Profit. Name of the game. Every issue is self-contained. Every book is self-contained. So if this is your starting point, the new book that you see on the shelf, scoop it up, give it a shot. You dig it, grab the old one. I'm serializing new Red Room material on my Patreon. You can hit up my link tree in the description below to order and pre-order these comics and to hit my Patreon up. $3 for the archive at the Patreon. Serializing new Red Room stuff. But Red Room is not the comic I'm going to be working on forever. And I'm at the halfway point of winding up the last Red Room book. I'm working on new shit. And I want people to support the Patreon. That way you get first scoop at that next level material that's going to be coming out like 2024 or whatever. What else do we have out there, Jim?
Subscribe to the Cartoonist Kayfabe e-newsletter at the links below this video. You can also find Cartoonist Kayfabe t-shirts, merchandise, fanny packs at our spread shop in the links below this video.
Another great way to support the Cartoonist Kayfabe channel. Jimmy, given those marching orders, we'll be on our way.
Read more comics.
Fantastic, man. I'm going to give shouts to Adam Brooks. And who is that right there?
Crashline.
Yes, Crashline for sending those super chats to us.
And whose dad out there wants to see more Chaikin work reviewed here? You're in for that's a good one. That's a preview of things to come.
Yes. Jimmy, I went for 2 hours and my phone's gonna need a charge.
Yeah, man. We can switch this up.
Yeah, I'll do Fritz at the end after I get a suitable charge going.
Yeah, we got to switch the setup a little bit.
Yes. Bear with us, Kayfabe crew. Gonna just set Jimmy's recording stuff up. You know what, Jimmy? From now on, I think you should bring your supercharger thing so that we can have 2 full powered. It's ridiculous how fast it charges phones. I'm just making a little extra tea and shit. Yeah, I'm gonna do that. West Coast Avengers. Thanks for that super chat. I don't even know if you can hear me, because I don't have the mic on. Let me check in with the room real quick. Did the Pirates trade you to the White Sox at the deadline? That's funny. Yo, Jabba, what's up, man? Good seeing you in the chat. Bocello Steampunk, get reviewed. Good one. Putting it on the list for sure. Got 2 or 3 issues of that. Alex, thanks for being a long-time subscriber. We got some good stuff for the rest of this Raw record and you know, forthcoming for the week. I'm very curious to see what Jimmy's going to pull for the next vid. But we got a stacked up week. What kind of camera is that? How does it connect to your phone? This is a phone.
Every week's a stacked up week at Cartoonist Kayfabe, Ed. Come on.
I'm just gonna go make this tea real quick. Yeah, we just use our phones to record our videos. It's super low budget, man. Like anybody can do this shit. You got this little arm we bought off of Amazon. I don't know what you call it, but it holds your phone. All this material is ubiquitous. Like being a YouTuber is a viable thing, and you can just go to Best Buy and buy all the stuff you need. These bullshit lights were $100. You know, your whole setup, like for what we have, might be $300 setup to begin with, and then you start to add production. What you pulling, Jimmy?
Punisher.
Oh, dude, so good.
Yeah, it should be a good one to set the tone. I'm going to try once again to do one intro and use it for all my videos.
Yeah, you do what you do.
We'll see if it works.
You do what you
That was
do.
my plan last week, 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, I'm just going to do this shit live. Oh, you know what? I'm glad you said that because I didn't mean to even do that. I want to do stuff where we integrate it into the middle in a natural way when we're doing stuff. Like the book. So, yeah, and do it live. Like when there's a lull, just pull the shit in. I'm gonna be good at that.
Should I try that?
Yeah. I meant to do it the whole time. It slipped my mind this morning.
That's interesting. All right, maybe I'll try that.
You know what we got to do? We got to put a little paste up. We got to put like a little piece of tape, like mid roll or something like that, man. Because we'll both forget. We'll be into this fucking Corbin, and forget.
That's true.
Should we just save it for next week, man? And like, I mean, I want to start doing that.
Yeah.
So if you wanna, no time like the present, like we could do that, and it's up to both of us. Like, you gotta nudge the guy.
Yeah.
If shit, maybe before a big money shot or so, I don't know. Before a big cool reveal.
Yeah. You get too many plates spinning in the air.
Listen, man, we're DJs. Oh yeah, let's lock this shit in.
Well, hold on.
Yeah.
It's like you're throwing me a curveball, Ed. I was all mentally prepared.
Jabba, no, it was not a camera that was plugged into the phone. It's a microphone that's plugged into the phone. The camera is the phone. I can't wait to talk about this shit, dude.
This was a really good issue.
I can't believe it. You didn't pick this up at IDES, did you? This last go round? Okay.
No, I got this. I've had this for a while.
Yeah.
This should have been on here, but so many comics, Ed. So many comics.
Unbelievable. So cool.
All right.
Good?
Yeah. Hello and welcome to Cartoonist Kayfabe. My name is Jim Rugg.
I'm Ed Piscor.
Before we dive into today's comics, I want to bring attention that we are traveling in October. October 6th through the 9th, you can find us in Columbus at CXC. Come out, say hello. We'll be doing panels there, selling books and talking comics like always. The end of the month, October 28th to the 30th, we'll be at the Baltimore Comic-Con, the place where we first conceived of this Cartoonist Kayfabe channel. And in the middle of the month, October 22nd, you can catch me at Jacksonville Public Library for their comic and zine festival. Kayfabe-tober, just about upon us, and these are our official drawing prompts for the month. You can do a freeze frame here. I'm sure we'll share this on our social media. If you guys do the Kayfabe-tober prompts, tag us in whenever you post them on social media so that we can share them, we can see them, and other Kayfabers can find you as well.
You hashtag us on Instagram and you @ us on Twitter, and that will guarantee we see it.
Perfect. And without further ado, let's dive into today's comic, and that is The Punisher: The End by Garth Ennis and Richard Corbin. Where do you begin with this? Richard Corbin, one of my favorite cartoonists, I think one of the great original cartoonists of all time. Garth Ennis, an incredible run on The Punisher amongst many titles that he's written well. And this is kind of, they were doing this gimmick. They did a few of their characters, Marvel characters, with this end idea, whatever the final story is. But I don't know if they did any to this level. I mean, an all-star team with this character. And rereading this week, I read this years ago when I picked up this issue. It was good. I remember it fondly. Rereading it, it is like next level stuff. This is exceptional.
Fantastic.
Dark story.
I didn't know that this comic existed. I had no idea that Garth Ennis and Richard Corbin had a collaboration like this.
This is your first time reading it this week.
It was my first time reading it. It was such a pleasure. I can't believe it. The final statement that Garth Ennis brings to the table. I mean, fuck it, spoilers. The Punisher is the last man on Earth. It's not just the end for him. It's the end of humanity, and he's the last motherfucker standing. That's perfect. I feel like he would be that guy.
Not only that, he's the reason that there are no more people in some ways.
Yeah. This is also mid-90s. No, it's like early 2000s.
2004. It's earlier than I thought. 2004. Corbin had come over, I guess Axel Alonso brought him from DC Comics when Axel Alonso, the editor, came over. This is under Joe Quesada as editor-in-chief, and they were bringing in some of these really interesting artists, people that I would not associate with Marvel, and Corbin may be the top of that list in terms of, you think of his history as independent, as underground, as European, all these things, so unlikely when he shows up at Marvel and does several books for them in this under this regime.
I don't know any of those other The End stories. Like I don't know any other
I don't know that I read any other ones, but I think one is a Stan Lee Fantastic Four with John Romita Jr., I think.
Okay.
So, like, I think they were trying to go for it and put some good creators on those books, but I don't know the whole rundown of them.
Such a time period, the Thomas Jane Punisher. Saw that in the theater on day one.
It blows my mind. Like, everything from about, like, 2000 till now, you could tell me it was 3 years ago or 7 years ago or 15 years ago.
I collected Garth Ennis Punisher.
Man.
Like I got the first 12 issue joint with Steve Dillon.
Sure.
Detective Soap. It's a lot of the material in here, like the Russian where Kevin Nash plays the guy.
Yes.
Like that's all that first 12 issues, and that's Marvel Knights before Marvel Max. I was just organizing some stuff.
But after the Starlin Wrightson Punisher.
Yes.
Marvel Knights series.
Exactly. Yeah, the bad one. Dude, joke aside, I had nothing to say when I brought that up, man. And I have 3 years, like I had it on my pull list, like 3 years of a Marvel Max series that Ennis wrote with like a lot of cool people, like Tom Mandrake would pop in there. That doesn't scratch the surface. I think he did almost 100 of that particular run. And there's other shit. Like there's another Steve Dillon that I have a couple of issues of. So,
doesn't it make total sense, like after reading Preacher, how much Punisher fits like a Garth Ennis, I don't know, man, misanthropic worldview or something?
Sure, beyond the Preacher, like a Hitman, like it's like, rooting Hitman in a Punisher mindset.
It's the dark part of humanity.
Totally.
So we start out in Sing Sing prison. I love that it's just soon.
Right.
Because it feels like this would work now if they released this book yesterday, a New Comic Book Day. I think this would still work.
A smart piece on the writer's point of view. Don't date it.
Yeah, brilliant.
You're not Nostradamus.
It's a great opener too, because all we see is we're at the prison and there's somebody saying your orders are to shoot the prisoners, all of them.
Yeah.
And you can see the sky's kind of a weird orange color.
Right, but you could just imagine that's mood, or it's arid.
Yes.
Hot desert, wherever the fuck Sing Sing is. I don't know. Maybe it's a desert-ish place.
And we have, cut to the inside, and we're getting the warden and, one of his, I guess, top employees there trying to put together what's happening. And what's happening is nuclear war.
Yeah.
And you can see, man, pulling out the bottle from the drawer.
Still fresh after 9/11. There's a lot of language in there about, it was no big deal when the Americans went here looking for terrorists or there for terrorists. But when you go to China looking for terrorists and you try to like impose your own imperialism or whatever over there, the Chinese ain't gonna sit by and just like let that happen. So that's the impetus. It's not Russia. It's nuclear war with China.
This guy name is Charlie, and it means there's going to be a war, Charlie. And I think of that UK book, Charlie's War, is probably a reference to that.
I see.
I would think Ennis is familiar with that, and not an accident that that's in there. And what else are you going to do? There's no time to get home to your family. You've got about an hour before this is going to go off, and this is what you're seeing.
Yeah.
The last sunset.
Yeah, and so many of these guys are like, fuck my family. Like, fuck my cunt of a wife. Let's get to the bomb shelter.
So now we cut down to going through the cell block and executing these prisoners. Man, it's grim to think of, but maybe that's merciful. If what's the alternative? Radiation poison in your cell? Sure.
And it's like, that's not sold as the inspiration. It's like, if shit goes down, like, you don't want these maniacs to be the last, because these are the dudes that are going to fucking, be the Mad Max guys. Like, they're going to be the pillagers and shit.
And we learn here there's a bomb shelter for the prison staff underneath this prison.
Yeah.
So if you didn't go home to your family, maybe you can live this one out.
Right. Which also, like, why would you?
And they're down to their last prisoner, who is basically in his own wing.
Yeah.
So they're going to go off him and then head into their safety in the bomb shelter.
And it is a Punisher comic, so this could go only one way.
Exercise ultimate caution as they're heading in here. And they kind of describe, exposition. We often criticize all the exposition, but what they're describing is who this guy is, this last prisoner that they've got to execute, and how, like, oh yeah, he just killed criminals until he got here, and then it was like the buffet for him of just killing all these people, and they're rattling off like how many people he killed his first month and stuff.
Did they say like 30,000 over 30 or 40 years inside a prison and stuff?
Yeah, he's out there killing and killing and killing.
The dialogue, like, Ennis is such a good dialogue writer. So when he has exposition to give, it's a pleasure to me. You know, I like the rhythm of his wordplay is really perfect.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like he's just writing to put words into the
Exactly.
into panels, because you see a lot of these silent panels, and he does silent panels really well. Like the lead up to this is pretty hardcore, but they do go through and talk about like 36 assholes in the morgue at the end of his first month. Everybody's trying to take him down, so like he's basically just butchering everybody. And here we go, man. What's up? The electricity goes out as they're like opening his cell door. Not a good scene. And the amazing thing is, we cut now to like a year later.
Yes.
And it's done like really clever the way this works, you know, because you hear people just kind of losing their shit and scared and did not go the way they planned. But I'll reveal this. Frank Castle made it into that bomb shelter.
Yes. And I think there's some implication that the cell was kind of down there. Like those guys earlier, like they heard of the bomb shelter, but I think that there's wording here where like that is where the cell was, so he just had to kind of hang tight.
Yeah, it is a setup of that sort where he is off on his own because of how dangerous he is to everybody else, and it shows them descending the stairs to get to that point. So yeah, for sure. It's fun too because as the story unfolds, there is some back and forth. This is a fellow prisoner that has made it through. I think these are the only two to emerge after a year. But they weren't the only two that went into the bomb shelter.
Right.
And so as they go along, like you get some backstories about different people who freaked out after a certain amount of time in there or did something stupid. And these are the last guys to survive. And after a year, they've got some information, or at least Frank Castle has some information that he wants to run down before he expires. And now look at our contrast from that first sunset on page 1 to this is our skies at night, almost like fire in the sky.
It looks like cracked eggs or something, just like shells of stuff getting cracked with that. These clouds contain energy within.
Yeah, I don't know how you draw radioactive post-apocalyptic skies, but Corbin knows how.
Yeah, there you have it, man.
And Old Man Castle looks pretty good too.
It's not really a Richard Corbin color palette that we're seeing, but if the color feels informed, it feels smart, you know. And I do wonder if he provided some kind of guide. Because it's certainly at this era, like I just don't put too much credit to like your colorists all the time.
I'm trying to think of who colored it. Was it Jose Villarubios? Lee Louridge.
Great colorist.
Yeah.
Great colorist.
Yeah, very experienced colorist. So it's possible, you know, who knows? If Corbin had ideas, I'm sure he shared them. And if not, you've got a very good colorist in charge. And also, like, once you get into this, it's mostly like just death. You know, I was reading this stuff. They're talking about the radiation will be like 1,000 years before it gets to the point that you can really come out in here. So they are being exposed to this. They're not going to live very long walking out here. And as they go along, they talk about how, like, you don't see any life. There's not a bug or a rat or a leaf. There is nothing alive on the surface of this world. So there's your note, Lee. You know, like, color it accordingly. It is pure death.
And for those of us who are far enough removed from, you know, middle school science class or whatever, like, the nuclear half-life is still way longer than human life when the shit goes down. Which I never kind of understand, like, how Hiroshima and Nagasaki, like, people were there chilling. I don't know how that works. But these guys, you know, he sold it earlier that we're out too early, like, but there's nothing we could do. We're feeling effects, and then just as the pages go, you're just going to see more skin slipping off, and boils.
Yeah, Corbin doing his stuff.
Yeah,
it's fun. Great page though. Ennis is so good at telling this story because as they're going, you see this prisoner saying goodbye, Sing Sing. You know, never, not how I thought I'd be leaving this place. Which able to create that little bit of, it's not nostalgia, but it is sort of like, I don't know, leaving, you know, you can't go home again.
Right.
Like somehow there's almost like you're missing what you went into, this horrible prison that you started at. You'd take that now. On this day, you would take that original heading into Sing Sing on your way in.
Right.
But he's going to New York, and it's based on some guy named Teach who told them some information about what he might find there. And so it's the end of the world, man. What else are you going to do? Goes with Castle. You get to see, like, everybody fleeing, right? All the broke down cars.
So important. Like, this is the stuff that they get right, that Stephen King got right in The Stand. And almost every other You're the Last Man on Earth story never has this. Because it would be that. You wouldn't be having clear sailing on roads. There's a million cars there. You're kind of getting nowhere probably. You're going to have to drive off-road a bunch because there's so much stuff in the way. It's not like everybody just dematerializes and stuff.
Punisher narrating himself. I'm sad that it's not Dear War Journal.
Yeah.
As he recaps what brought him to this point.
And he's just a grizzled old cuss, a Clint Eastwood kind of character. Modern day Clint Eastwood kind of character.
And we get a little bit of background on how they know about what they're doing.
Yeah, and this is from Teach, who was like some sort of like engineer type fella.
How great is this for like your background scene? It begins snowing soot, which, is just like this radiated ashes coming down. So they take shelter in this bus, and you see like a bunch of really school kids, right?
Yeah.
Like dead school kids.
And it talks about like, there's something about basically them killing themselves, and you see bullet holes in the middle of the skulls.
Yeah, a school bus full of assisted suicides. We settle down to spend the night. It reminds me of The Road.
Yeah,
it's just bleak.
Yeah,
like
absolutely.
there is no ray of sunshine. When they say there's no life, there's no hope.
Yeah, that's Rondo Hatton right there. That's the creeper.
Yeah, and you're right. This gets into the Chinese, the buildup of what this war was.
That red blood sticks out like a sore thumb.
Yeah, what is this? It's the radiation poison is starting to take its toll. Eat something. Why? What difference does it make?
Please yourself.
Yeah. And he's like, why bother? Why even keep going? And he says there's still work to be done, which is the Punisher being the Punisher.
Yes.
You mean killing, right? That's what they're there for. And he does end up eating some of the warmed up beans. Oh man.
That lighting, man.
Could you even do this comic if you didn't get Richard Corbin to come on board?
I know, right?
I can't imagine it with anyone else.
No.
Like his cartooning of things like buildings, it perfectly suits this.
It does.
And look, they've arrived at New York City, but before we arrive there, let me take this opportunity to say that we are working Cartoonist, and if you want to support Cartoonist Kayfabe, the way to do it is to buy our comics. Hulk Grand Design Monster Madness is my latest. It is in stores now. 80 pages total, retelling the 60-year history of the Incredible Hulk. And we've got a oversized collection that you can pre-order now at your local comic shop, online, or wherever you buy books. So pick up Hulk Grand Design today or pre-order it today. Street Angel Deadliest Girl Live, my latest from Image Comics, is back in print after being out of print for a while. So you can pick that up wherever you get books or comics. Ed Piskor's Red Room Trigger Warnings. The second season in Red Room is in stores now. Wherever books are sold, you can pick that one up. Same with Antisocial Network. These are both completely self-contained, so start with whichever one you find at your local comic shop and go from there.
Not only am I impressed with you, Jimmy, but the chat room is very impressed also. Smooth, seamless. You freaking did it.
All right, man. Let's go back to New York City. And I love Corbin so much. And it's stuff like this. You see these shadows of the black clouds that are glowing behind them, and you see the ruins. I mean, this feels like driving into New York, like I'm used to seeing all the tall buildings, all the beautiful stuff, and it's just brown and gray. And for all my criticism of brown and gray as your color palette,
perfect.
You came to the right book for that.
Neo New York. Akira has arrived.
And this is, I believe, the other prisoner, not Castle, saying, always knew I'd make the trip someday.
Yeah, sure, because New York is such a Frank Castle place.
Yeah, and it feels like there are these human moments that Garth Ennis puts in there. Like, why do you have a guy traveling with Castle? Castle doesn't need somebody else to get to New York City from that prison.
No. But
you have him here because it allows for a bunch of storytelling.
It does, and it's not just
human storytelling.
Yeah, and it's not just Frank Castle. It's not The Road where you got to talk to a dog or whatever. I Am Legend. Talking to your pup all day.
This is where they're talking about there's nothing alive here.
Yeah.
All their travel from Sing Sing to New York. I think Sing Sing's in New York. They mentioned Albany early on.
Yeah.
All that travel, and there's no sign of life. And I mean, they sell it. That water looks disgusting.
Oh, you're toast, man. You're done.
And you can see, speaking of water, just stuff is oozing now out of Castle's face. It's kind of zen also in that he just keeps going.
Yeah.
Like he has a mission and it's just to kill. And as long as he's alive, he's going to continue working on that mission. I feel like there's a certain monk-like comic book attitude of that, where it's you're drawing a page today.
Right.
Tomorrow you're going to do the same thing, and the day after that, and eventually you get a book. And they're going underground into this bunker, and this is what that inmate had told Castle about, is like, there are these strategic bunkers. These are the people who maybe are responsible for these wars.
It's still early for that, I feel like.
Well, they're getting into, you can see they're getting into like barriers, right? They have codes to get into some of these these places that are beyond just like we're hiding under buildings, but this is something that is a little bit more high tech, a little bit more organized and planned.
Yep.
And so they get inside. I don't know if this is like a decontaminant kind of thing spraying here.
Yeah. Yeah, like a degausser.
Or if it's a knockout gas, like somebody has made it past the first barrier of entry, because the next thing we do is go from blackness to Castle waking up, and you can see the fuzziness. Again, nice drawing to illustrate like things coming into focus. And it's dudes in radiation suits trying to figure out like, all right, man, who are you? How'd you get here? How do you know about this place?
Big misstep on these Jeff Bezos, Elon Musk characters, man, to allow these guys, like, just step on their fucking heads, man. They're going to require more resources. You know, they're going to be eating your food. Big misstep to bring them into the mix.
Yeah, and you get a little bit more of this revelation from our guy who's working here, who's like, things haven't been too good here. Some people aren't coping as well as we thought they might. We've had suicides, we've had murders. So nobody's taking any chances, and that's what you see, our guards that are watching these couple new humans, a couple of the last humans on Earth.
Right.
All of these, like we've got them here.
Great color palette, very anemic, jaundice, green, yellow, puke light.
Yeah, you're right. And Castle gets to be Castle for a minute, and we get a little bit of red once again.
Yeah. Emotion.
And look at the stuff, like he's now has like growths and stuff on him.
He's a walking piece of steak. You know, it's just red meat. And nearly Freddy Krueger.
Calls those two guards in here now. Holds that first dude hostage, is like, I'm going to cut your suit open, call them in. And of course, once they come in, he cuts their suits open anyway, and maybe some blood vessels in the process. But guess what? He's in.
Oh, yeah.
At this point, you're right about them making a mistake.
And he's got weaponry.
Absolutely. Look at this.
Just flat, dude. It's like it's like a fucking Looney Tunes.
The bulk of him too is like the old man.
Yeah.
Reminds me a little bit of Dark Knight. That idea of like you're getting older and heavier.
Uh-huh.
And you feel it here. Like there's a real weight underneath Castle, and he's loaded for bear. This is Frank. It's a wonder he doesn't like do the skull and radioactive blood or something on his shirt. But I mean, it's him back, one last moment of glory.
Yeah.
This is really that. So many action movies are this. The guy coming out of retirement for one last job, and that's what you're seeing here is Punisher coming out of prison for one last job and just cutting these dudes down. And by the way, there's a lot of resemblance here to like Third Reich kind of costuming and stuff, especially in this panel to me.
It's almost a Hitler guy right there.
Yeah, I think having that mustache up front, the shaved heads.
Yeah, the symbology on like the insignias and things.
And you can see this is your narration of why these men are guilty.
Yes.
Like they made puppets out of presidents and started wars for profit. Eventually, this is where you get to, inevitably. Picture worth 1,000 words.
He looks like these, like, I think shaken, like Mutant World, right? Like the gorilla looking characters. Like it looks like Simeon.
Yeah, it reminds me of like Jack Palance.
Yeah,
like his face kind of stretched back,
all that
gnarly.
Shit, like the Clint Eastwood. Certainly, like that got the Jack Palance square head, like a catcher's mitt.
I would love to know, like, what did Ennis write in the script? Because to have the Earth and lit up as like these radioactive spots or whatever in the background behind him, I mean, he's an angel of death here in all his glory. They pushed the planet's luck too far.
Genius.
Strong stuff. And yet one more piece to go through to get to like the very last group of people back here, the people that are really pulling the strings behind everything. Time's up.
These are your captains of industry. Like, these are your Jeff Bezos. I mean, nuclear war happens. You think Jeff Bezos ain't taking his little rocket ship and going into outer space and chilling for the rest of his days? This is your Elon Musk, your Bill Gates are in here.
Yeah, it's
your Vanderbilts, like all the Alex Jones enemies and shit. Like all your Bilderbergs and shit. That's these dudes.
Yeah, man, for sure. All your conspiracy guys.
Everybody.
I wish that there were names for like all these dudes that would correlate to conspiracy theory ideas.
If it was a nice day and it wasn't nuclear war, they might be at Bohemian Grove.
That's right. There should be owls or something painted on the walls.
Pissing on
This is how this video
together.
gets canceled, by the way. This last 30 seconds, we just get banned from
totally.
social media.
If the stream goes down, there's things at play.
That's right. Man, Frank Castle looks so good in all of this stuff. He looks like a psycho. When we get a close-up, his eyes look like they're about to break
They look
open.
Cracked.
Yes. It's amazing. And the guy that he's drug along, he has no idea what to think either. How could you?
And
you're all near death at this point.
And it was established a bit earlier that guy said that he was in prison for some bullshit, some like little piddly nonsense.
Yeah.
And Castle kept him around for a reason.
Hey, here is some info about like the D Block. The guy who built this place was in the hospital whenever the war started, which was next to D Block where they built the shelter. So yeah, the pieces all fit. Like it's a really tightly woven story. Things are very considered how this fits together.
I remember a story of a Hiroshima survivor that said that people's teeth, like their teeth became like crayons. Like they didn't crack. They just kind of like reshape, were real soft and stuff. And that's what I was thinking about there. That looks like very malleable.
Was that in the manga?
Truth Matter in Barefoot Gen? No, it was a live action correspondent, like some learning channel thing or something.
I would love to think that this is somehow like talking to Barefoot Gen.
I was gonna say there were sequences, but we did Maximortal, and that had maybe
yeah. Reading through Maximortal this week and then reading this. Definitely some strange connections to be drawn between the two. Pretty fun as they like lay out their side of it of like, wait, don't shoot us yet. He basically tells his first part of how he got here and why they're gonna die, and they're like, hang on a minute, and they talk about the other shelters and how like we've lost touch with these different shelters. Like we may literally be the last human beings on Earth.
Right.
And we've got means here to kind of like keep the human race going.
We got some jizz. We got some eggs.
It's noteworthy because we haven't seen one woman in this like last group either. So those are maybe test tubes that they think they can keep the human race going with.
Yeah. I mean, they don't say women.
No.
Like we're just going to be jerking into Petri dishes.
But nevertheless, the idea is we're literally the last human beings alive.
And these guys they're like, in order to get to that position, you're almost a deity, like you're a cult leader, and you're in a position to sell water to whales and sell fire in hell. And that's what this face is, man. He's trying to sell fire to the devil. And you see the result of that right there.
It's great.
Keeps that rictus smile.
Yeah.
He's Dr. Evil, dude.
He totally is. I thought of the Dr. Evil reference, and post Dr. Evil, by the way, so not an accident if he bears some similarity. How grim is that for a panel, man?
Dots, boy.
Great lighting, and his ears half ripped off.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a vet.
Expert salesman. They could sell anything to anyone except me. And he looks like he's smiling as he goes through there and gets his punishment.
Now, there are 2 guys left on the planet, potentially.
Yeah, and we have some questions. So how does a small-time con artist get sent to D Block?
Yeah, because our guy, mentioned what got him there, and to be locked up with people so violent. And where Frank Castle was the D Block was, pedophiles.
The worst of the worst.
Yeah. And like people who would get ripped apart by the Gen Pop.
Yeah, and it turns out he was an arsonist that ended up killing some kids whenever he burned a house next to a school.
Right.
So a child killer.
Yes. And just look, dude, like his body position here, like that's a golem. That's a Frankenstein's monster.
It is Frankenstein's monster. Wow, that's a good call. Especially considering Corbin, a guy who's long association with monsters.
Just that very rigid posture, like he's just, it's all hands.
By the way, it's Michael Myers in The Boogeyman.
Totally.
In the panel, 2 panels before that.
Yeah, absolutely. The shape.
And he's kind of right. You got to be shitting me. I'm going to die in 45 minutes anyway. A horrible radiation poisoning death. But you're going to do this?
What's another one?
Incredible. It's such a, like, I think world building is one of the things comics does great. And you don't see it in a lot of comics.
Yeah.
It's this great skill. And I feel like this moment of like the idea of being the last person on Earth after this just horrible. I mean, being the last person on Earth, like there's no good way that you got to that point.
Yeah.
And this kind of captures it. It feels like lonely and hopeless. It's hell. It's literally a vision of hell.
Yes. And I mean, it looks like he's on fire right there. And just walking and chilling.
Yeah.
Totally at peace with it.
What an issue. This is one issue. You know how we read these issues and it's like, yeah, it doesn't give you too much. You kind of need to read 4, 5, 6 issues to get everything out of it. This is the argument. This is why you look at those issues with a critical eye, because like you can do a lot in one issue. This isn't, I don't even think it's oversized.
No, I don't think so. Yeah, maybe if it is a couple of pages.
Yeah.
Not much at all, man. And you're right. Like this could easily be, 2 trade paperbacks worth of story where we see him, intermingling with just nonsense. And that is the unfortunate thing. A lot of writers in the mainstream, they come up with a cool hook, cool idea, and they fucking milk it, rather than like the cool stuff about old Kirby comics or whatever is he's just unstoppable imagination, has so many ideas, will be so giving with every issue, every time. Just be so giving. And what I get from a lot of mainstream comics, when I try to give them a shot, I try to do due diligence, I could tell you're withholding and you're trying to stretch an idea. It's fucked up.
It makes me wonder too, like, this is a really well done comic in my opinion.
Yeah.
High level craft. Does Ennis pitch it to Corbin? Because if you're Corbin, that dude's not doing everything.
Yeah.
Like, is he looking and going, yeah, I can do something with this. This fits, or this is really great story, or something.
Question.
You know what I mean?
It's a good question.
Because
man.
These are the exceptions to the rule for me. Whenever you go, it's assembly line. We've got a different colorist, different letter, all the bunch of hands on this pages, and yet you can make good work that way.
Yeah.
It can be done.
When we were digging with Fife, I saw some Tangled Webs, and I think it's Tangled Webs. Or maybe it's its own miniseries, but there's a Garth Ennis, John McCrae Spider-Man comic, 3 issues. That's going to be a video sooner than later, man. And I want to see what a Spider-Man is like.
I've never read that, so I'd be curious to check that out.
Scooped them up $1 a piece, man. You good to go?
I am.
Kayfabers, like, follow, subscribe to the YouTube channel, hit the bell. We'll notify you when new vids are out there. Jim, what do you got?
I have Hulk Grand Design Monster Madness is in comic shops now. It's 80 pages together of 2 oversized issues retelling the 60-year history of the Incredible Hulk. You can pick that up wherever you get comic books. You can also pre-order the Hulk Grand Design Oversized Treasury Edition. That is the big 70s, treasury size collection with 40 extra pages, some really cool stuff in there, and probably 50 or so revisions to the original content in that one. So that'll be out in January. Pre-order that now wherever books are sold. And Street Angel Deadliest Girl Alive from Image Comics is back in comic shops now, so pick that up wherever you get books. And join me on patreon.com/JimRugg, where you can see a lot more of my comics and art.
Red Room Trigger Warnings is in stores right now, the book collection that contains the 2022 season of Red Room Comics. Every story in that book is self-contained, thus making the Trigger Warnings book self-contained. So you see this on the rack, scoop it up, give it a shot. You don't need a whole bunch of history with Red Room to completely enjoy that comic. And if Blood and Guts is your thing, there is the Antisocial Network is out there. It's a Halloween season, Jimmy.
You know what? Some of the books that we review, I think, lead better into the books we're selling ourselves. Punisher of the End into Red Room.
A lot of people haven't seen the Optic Nerve video
Simpatico.
yet. I can't wait till that one comes out. Murder on the Dark Web for Fun and Profit is the name of the game. I have a link tree in the description below so that you can get the comics if it's banned in your comic shop or something. My Patreon, I'm serializing a new round of Red Room comics, and this last Red Room book will probably be the last Red Room book, the one that I'm working on now, probably be the last one for at least a while, if I don't want to, unless I want to re-explore the universe. But I'm working on new shit also, so I'm going to be serializing that on Patreon before anybody gets to see it also. So link in the link tree in the description below. What else do you have out there, Jimmy?
Subscribe to the Cartoonist Kayfabe newsletter at the links below this video. You can also find Cartoonist Kayfabe t-shirts, merchandise, fanny packs, all that good stuff from our spread shop at the links below this video.
It's another great way to support the Cartoonist Kayfabe channel. Given those marching orders, Jimmy, we'll be on our way.
Read more comics.
Such a good comic. I had no idea it existed, man.
Yeah,
Never read that.
It was fun going through it again. I remembered liking it, but the reread, it was better than I remembered it.
It makes me so stoked, and that's the kind of thing that, like, when you're digging, like, you want to find that comic. Every now and then you find stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? And it's huge.
Comics history is full of it.
Can you grab me the closed bottle of water? Well, grab me both if that's cool.
It's part of what I love about comics.
You missing one?
No, I'm not.
Okay, cool.
I was just checking where everything's at. We got so many wires running now, you know.
Mm-hmm.
This is it's like a growing operation in here.
Yeah. This was a fun one. Cool work on the seamless integration, because I was not going to remind you.
Did you forget about it?
I did. That's what I'm saying, man. Like,
there was a good build there, you know, like the pause, like we made it to New York.
Yeah.
So hopefully we'll find one in here too.
Yeah.
All right, man. I'm ready when you are.
Maybe we should just redo this piece. Good to go?
Yep. Good morning and welcome to Cartoonist Kayfabe. My name is Jim Rugg.
I'm Ed Piscor.
Going to look at Cyberforce Zero today, but before we dive into that, I want to bring everybody's attention to our October schedule. We're going to be on the road quite a bit this October, starting October 6th through the 9th. You can find us at Columbus at CXC, a very fun comics festival if you're anywhere near there. We will wrap up October at Baltimore Comic-Con, a show for the comic book fans. So check us out there October 28th to the 30th. It's where we first conceived of Cartoonist Kayfabe, so it'll be fun to go back to that one. And you can find me October 22nd at Jacksonville Public Library for their Comic and Zine Festival. It is Kayfabe-tober, and here's a prompt list for things we'd love to see all of you draw. If you do decide to go with the Cartoonist Kayfabe-tober drawing prompts this year, tag us. Whenever you share those drawings, I love to see those. We'll share some of those. So you can tag us on Instagram. You can @ us on Twitter. And yeah, man, you know, we'll be happy to see all those, share those when we can, and just have some fun drawing some awesome stuff because comics rule. But we are here today to get into Walt Simonson's Cyberforce Zero, kind of a weird comic book. You know, you think of like comics history and various things that are going on, and Walt Simon's legacy is a lot of great comics in his past, and this may be his biggest selling item. So kind of strange. Didn't do a lot at Image Comics, but this was something that was done pretty early in Image's run.
Yeah, for sure. I sort of came up when I started really getting serious about comics, reading his run on Fantastic Four.
That's where I started.
I was picking that up off the spinner racks. You know, that was around the same time as you know, Extinction Agenda and all that kind of shit, man. So I knew his pedigree, and I dug his work there a lot. They were consistently my favorite comics to read, because even X-Men was like, what am I reading here? I'm looking at cool drawing. That's what I was buying that shit for. I'm looking for cool drawings. Consistently readable. And I got this comic when, like, my pops would just buy boxes and boxes of comics from the flea market because he knew I was down with this shit. So we said it before, say it again, man. The early 90s Speculator became the like mid to late 90s Liquidator.
That's right.
And the shit came to Eddie P's house. So I had a box of, you know, all the Image #1s and like all that kind of, and runs, you know. And this was in there, and I was very excited to see it because we know what his classical approach to comics is, and to see like Ollie Optics, Joe Chiodo, computer coloring on top of a more classic style is something I was very curious to check out, because I thought of like the Lees and the McFarlanes and stuff as being like, you know, cutting edge artwork or something, and the color really laid well with those dudes, but you just never had much opportunity to see a classic guy get colored under sort of the best conditions. Like, it is Joe Chiodo doing the guides or whatever, and like I like his stuff, but this is just very by the numbers in terms of color choice. But Ollie Optics doing the final separations, you get all the same bells and whistles and lens flares and all the weird stuff that Steve Olive had commissioned when it came to his digital apparatus. So that's the interesting for me about this.
Yeah, and this is early days of that digital color where it's dark.
This is what I think of when I think of Image computer color. You know, like all these kinds of like harsh transitions in terms of color, the radial blurs and stuff.
Yeah, a note from Mark Silvestri in the beginning, and look at like the, I'm going to call it crappy design.
Sure.
For this inside cover, you know, where we have like lettering disappearing over top of artwork and stuff. But Silvestri has a little intro pretty much singing the praises of Simonson and talking about how there were 3 guys that blew him away: Kirby, John Buscema, and Simonson.
Yeah.
So I always loved that part because, you know, Image was such a dream as a kid.
Yeah.
Like, I'd read about this stuff and it's like their own characters, and especially with Larson or somebody who has these characters from their childhood, it felt like this dream thing. And now you add in like, oh, this artist that I loved coming up, he's going to draw my characters.
Right.
Pretty awesome.
It's genius. And Silvestri is one of those guys, like, I'm very disappointed in his approach from like a creative aspect in a lot of ways with Cyberforce and stuff. And he's admitted that he went sort of full Jim Lee at that period and stuff. But we knew his X-Men. He had some incredible visual storytelling. I'm thinking about this one image of Rogue stopping a train and like the fucking train tracks getting pushed up and she's getting like pushed to the edge of like a cliff or something. Incredible visual storytelling. He has those chops to be a great visual storyteller. And there's a Jay-Z line that's like, you know, dumb down for my audience, double my dollars. So my disappointment is creatively, but he made the smart money-making decision, but he disabused himself from all comic book storytelling when he went down this road, and it's disappointing. You know, it's sad because he neglected that part of comics just for the dollar, and I don't think it served him well. Like for himself, you know, like he created a studio and all that kind of stuff, but nobody's like the great Mark Silvestri comic is this or that.
When they started, there would be like lots of group interviews with all the Image dudes and everything, and I'd read everything I could find. Sure. I remember an Amazing Heroes issue, and maybe we'll cover that at some point, where it was like all the dudes talking about their books before any Image book came out. But everybody sort of that group was like, Mark Silvestri is the best artist. Right. They all said it. And those X-Men issues, he was doing Wolverine right before he came over here. I followed him through all that stuff and loved that. Right. His first few Cyberforce issues I really liked. And they were kind of cartoony. They reminded me of Larson's. They would have like, was it Blitzkrieg? Like there were plays on words of like a character with 4 arms would have some funny name. And it felt like he could have gone in this cartoonish direction.
Which is where comics went. Like he could have been a predecessor to the J. Scott Campbells and stuff.
But you're right. He was part of Homage Studios. And I think that's mentioned in here, maybe in the letters page somewhere, maybe in the ads. When he goes out on his own though, like he goes from being like a kind of indistinct Image guy to figuring it out in terms of like at least carving out like whatever Top Cow would become. And I would say it's Witchblade, quite frankly.
And Darkness.
Yeah, and Witchblade. Like I think Witchblade was the one that like, I mean, that was a TV show for a little bit. You know, I think that was the one that really created an identity for Top Cow. And so
that comes way later.
You're seeing where the winds are blowing. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that came way later. That came like 5 years later, I feel like.
Right, which at the time, if you don't figure that part out, the thing that sells, that makes some money, you're shutting your doors maybe. Because, I mean, that's getting into the late 90s. Like, you did need to figure out what the moneymaker was. Fun to see Simonson, like, talk about getting off track. Thought we were going to do a Silvestri comic here for a minute. But you see him kind of doing the money stuff with the Cyberforce team, which I think you've got to do. Like, you alluded to what these books were. Yeah. And you see it in these first couple of pages. Like, they were known as pinup books, the Image stuff. And so, like, how do you adapt your style to that? Fortunately, Simonson can draw anything. So I think that you do see this as I don't want to say a critique, but certainly a dissection of like, what is an Image comic? All right, here we go. Like big images and action and over-the-top characters.
Simonson's hand is held to a very small extent at the very least, because this is plotted by Mark, Eric, and Walt Simonson. So they're adding something to it. But yes, money shots and things. It would be stuff like this that I'd be paying attention to, because these are very clear Simonson kind of ticks. You don't see these kind of marks in any other kind of Image type book. And it's very interesting. And I mean that in like that general, like we live in interesting times, interesting, not good, not bad. Because with these lens flares and shit, he's divorced from like the computer colorist is divorced from like the lines he's laying down. Like the light source is not the same. And there's a push-pull that's happening. Here's your dark, by the way.
Yes. Yeah, his style, it is one of those styles that I don't know if the colorists really were incorporating his style into it, because you can see in a lot of the gradients where some of this early software, like you get a hard edge, even though like you're bleeding out, you know, you're going from like the white into the dark.
Banding.
But, banding. Well, his line art almost builds like, I feel like you could band within some of his line art treatment if you were really... Maybe if it's a longer collaboration, you know, and there's some back and forth and you see it in print. And I think you do get hints of it. You know, like there are certain places where it does feel like the coloring and the line art are playing together.
Yeah, man, that's such a heck of a vehicle there.
There's a lot going on there. But again, I feel like this I chalk up to this is image storytelling. You know, you can see even the horizontal verticals of these things have been now rotated 15 degrees or so.
Look at the curve to imply that speed.
I love the curve.
Just a genius comic maker. You know, like these are very clear Walt Simonson types of images.
And a lot of big motion.
Yeah, and it's working in...
We don't say it enough because usually we say, oh, speed in a vehicle, get the tires off the road. Curve your perspective is another way to really do it. And Gene Colan, a master of that. You know, even a guy, the doctor here questioning this guy or explaining what's going on, even he has that commanding presence. Like everybody's in a power pose.
This is a very interesting time too, where Moore's law is such that computers are becoming more and more ubiquitous in everyday life and things. And with this new technology, there's a suspicion from people. So there's a lot of paranoia. And I mean, we share it to this day with AI and things like that. But
yeah,
like,
absolutely.
Certainly at that time, post Cold War, like the new concern started to become, cyber data and internet.
Literally the bad guys in this.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, totally.
This is one where I think the colorist doesn't follow your artist, your line art, because if you look, there's like a double lighting kind of thing for the hand.
Yeah, you could have
but
had
it's
something...
the same color.
Yeah,
that could have really glowed out of his palm, but instead we have the same color all around.
Yeah, totally.
I always like that character's design.
Really cool.
Killjoy maybe, or Buzzkill or something. Can't remember her name, but I always thought that was a cool looking design.
Look at that lettering all over the place.
Yeah, John Workman on lettering, so longtime Simonson collaborator. And again, I think that speaks to the, hey, we're doing an image book, John. The lettering's going to be big and all over.
Yeah, but it does look like typing. It doesn't look hand done. I'm looking at the blams and stuff.
You know what I was looking at? Those are two different E's.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would love to see an original page of this. I should have Googled that before we got in here. The story that's going on in terms of origin is that Cyberdata puts these chips into these guys' heads, including some of the Cyberforce team.
Turns you into a puppet.
Start out as the bad guys. And here's our evil scientist, of course, because the bald glasses can't see his eyeballs. It's Professor X. It's who's the guy in Weapon X?
Yeah, Cornelius.
Yeah.
We got a shared universe here, people.
Yeah, I'm confused by how much Warblade's in here. It's never really spoken of why Warblade is all through this.
Yeah, so
maybe it comes up in the crossover, the Cyberforce Wildcats crossover, but he's in this like he's part of the team or something.
Yeah, so I get the implication, and he's got the hands right with the fingers, so that's a cybernetic technology. So I guess that implies that maybe he's not like a Daemonite or whatever, the alien species, whatever the Wildcats are. He just kind of joined the ranks. Maybe he got saved.
Yeah, could be. There's like a 5 or 6 issue Warblade series by Bisley.
Is that so?
Yeah.
Oh man, that's cool.
So much of this stuff you talk about, the comics that you didn't know even exist.
Sure.
There's a ton of that. Timmy's looking a little older here. Chip, not Timmy.
Yeah, which is so funny because it's like, in Transformer comics, you have Spike Witwicky, you have the little boy from Bucky O'Hare, like that little genius boy. That's an archetype.
And more of this explanation of this chip that's causing them to operate. How about that for a point blank shot in the face, execution style?
Yeah.
I don't know if that's real or if that's an implanted memory, but that's what we're revealing here is this doctor, the good doctor, removed the chip.
Yeah, like one of the things throughout this issue is that the bad guys come, the good guys show up, the bad guys leave one bad guy who couldn't pull his weight, and then that's how they get the chip. And you find out that the bad guy who couldn't pull his weight, that got the chip taken out, ain't that bad of a fella once he's not being manipulated.
Right.
I bring that up because of the important close to this issue.
Yes, the poignant ending on this one. I can't wait to get there. Man, a lot of violence. That's another one of those staples. And if you isolate just that hand, you could tell me that's an Eric Larson drawing, and I'd be like, yeah, it is.
Sure. Those knuckles.
Wish we could have gotten a Simonson to come do a one shot or a miniseries for a Dragon.
How about that, huh?
That would have been a good fit, I think. As creators, certainly Larson would talk a lot about Walt Simonson in those letters pages as a positive influence on his work. Another Wildstorm character. So again, at this time, Silvestri is working out of that studio, the Homage Studios.
Braboof.
Pause here for a second to pay some bills. So we are working Cartoonist here, Cartoonist Kayfabe, and the way we keep the lights on is you buy our comics. Right now, Hulk Grand Design is my latest comic, Monster Madness, 2 issues that you can get at your local comic shop. The collection is coming out in January, and you can pre-order that at your local comic shop or wherever you buy books. It's a big, oversized, fluorescent cover. You will not be able to miss it in January, and you'll want it in your pull list then. Pre-order it now to be safe. Street Angel, Deadliest Girl Alive. This is my collection of all of my Image Street Angel comics. A homeless ninja on a skateboard. Who doesn't love that? Plus a few issues that were not published anywhere. So you get about 8 complete stories in that one. Pick that up now, back in print after a year out of print. Ed Piskor's Red Room Trigger Warnings. The collection of the 2nd season of Red Room is now in comic shops everywhere and wherever books are sold. You can pick up Antisocial Network as well, still in print. Both of these books are self-contained. Read whichever one comes to you first, and you will be on board for this Blood and Guts classic series. And now back to Cyberforce Zero. So we're continuing the mayhem. This comic is basically just loaded with action. It's one fight after another.
As it should be.
Yeah, and I think, again, this is a longtime comic creator coming on board and saying, what's an Image comic? Let me make one.
Look at Stryker and the Hooskow.
I always loved Stryker's design. That was one of those, like, when you'd see the sketches before the books ever came out, there was something about the asymmetry that I was just like, I don't know how. I can't draw 2 arms and 2 legs on a dude and make it look cool, and somehow you're drawing 3 on one side. You talk about trying to copy something and, like, really ruining my ability at human anatomy. Stryker is a curveball for sure. And you can see the first miniseries of Cyberforce is out, so of course you're plugging your trade paperback of this.
Yeah, which is interesting because that was kind of atypical. Like, trade paperbacks were real novelty items.
Yes.
At that time, even all of Sandman wasn't in trade paperbacks at that point. You know, like the first Sandman trade paperback was not the first 8 issues. It wasn't Preludes and Nocturnes. It was Doll's House.
I didn't realize that.
Yeah.
It kind of makes sense the way those books are laid out. But as you say, you know, it's a new world, right? Early 90s, and cells are also in places they've never been. So figure out however you can sell these books. Again, you're not going more than a page or 2 without action. A lot of Gil Kane, I feel, in this figure. Just seeing that for the first time. I wonder if Gil Kane was somebody that Simonson's looked at and internalized some.
Yeah, it's a good question. You know, he talked about Topi a lot, and when you look at Topi's work, you see that in Simonson. But now that you mention it, a lot of the inking feels kind of similar to like Gil Kane inking Gil Kane.
Yeah, Simonson's line work is something that always fascinated me. In his earliest work, it's a little bit different. But by the time you get to the 90s and his Fantastic Four and some of his Thor even, you see these kinds of like one-of-a-kind inking marks. And that always stood out to me early on. Like, what is this? You know, like it's a far cry from, say, a Jim Lee Scott Williams cross-hatching, but I think it's a similar kind of idea, you know, especially in some of this like double lighting stuff. And by the way, signing this one, love whenever the artists sign the pages.
Oh, amazing. I didn't even realize that. And I encourage everybody to check out our Walt Simonson shoot interview.
Definitely.
I actually wondered, you know how like on the sidebar on YouTube, you just see like, oh, let me hear Uncle Walt again. And he's just so with it, so hip, so smart, so quick. And his commentary is real snappy. He's like the John Madden of Cartoonist Kayfabe.
That's a good description.
And his commentary and stuff. This was, I stared at this panel for a while, dude. It's just a very simple silhouette as per what Walt Simonson turns in. But these Ollie Optics guys would dress things up a bit and add a little of their own mixture to it. So on the plane that's facing the light, the colorist is adding these color marks. And it's a very cool looking piece of like abstract art, you know, like divorced from the entire comic. This stopped me in my tracks because there's something captivating about it. It feels weird.
Yes.
It has no place amongst everything else that you see on the page or in the comic.
The only way that you could justify it, I think, is there's no flat anywhere except like maybe this black in the sky, but there's just no flat color anywhere.
Yeah.
You know, even like backgrounds that should be receding and stuff, you're still getting these gradients on everything. And so I wonder if that's the thing. Like if this were flat, if it would just be flat in a way like construction paper laid on top or something.
Yeah, where it just
which might be really
out
effective,
too much.
But yeah, it would definitely look different. I was looking at this because it's the same thing where this is all open, but you can see, is it Ollie Optics? Is that how you said color?
Yeah.
They're adding a lot of drawing in there.
Yeah.
And it's not just like the gradients inside of the explosions, but it's even like hard edges for your starburst. It's a lot of color drawing. I like some of it, like the purple and orange for water. It's amazing that works, being complementary colors, but it works because it's not a gradient. They're next to each other, so it's kind of like a good shadow. I love this part, a little bit of yellow highlight. It's almost a highlight from this panel.
Yeah, it's a transition.
Yeah, it's kind of cool. And Simonson, man, drawing wet hair on Stryker. That's something you're not going to see the Image guys doing, like their characters having wet hair or whatever because they go in the drink. And this is your guy that they rescued, that they got the chip out of his head. And you know what?
By the way,
he's not planning to go on to a superhero career. Like, he's getting out.
Yeah.
Not cut out for this line of work. Gonna go live in the burbs.
How heavy do you think Stryker would be if he was in the drink with all those arms and cybernetic technology?
Yeah.
Like, he might be an anchor.
He's not coming up like this. His left arm may be the last thing waving up above the water, but this is an anchor.
Yeah, so give him the scoop on our guy's plans.
Yeah, man, he's going to the burbs, and it makes Stryker think about that. Not sure that that's his future, but sounds pretty good. By the way, I'd read a book of Stryker in the suburbs.
Right, yeah, like are you going to wear just a bathrobe over top of a couple of those arms?
Wearing the muscle shirt when he's out mowing the yard? There's going to be some questions from the neighbors.
He's mowing, weed whacking, and mopping.
All at the same time. Yeah. But as he's walking out of the hospital, man, wishing this guy, glad to hear that he's turned the corner and he's going to be on his way. Evil cyber data.
The next panel, God damn it. And it reminded me, like, I encourage everybody, if you have the opportunity to do such a thing, like we sit around drawing comics all day, so maybe you're in a position where you could allow movie watching to happen while you're maybe inking or doing some more mindless thing. You watch the Death Wish flicks in a row, and it's like, if Paul Kersey fucks you, you're dead. You're doomed. Like once Charles Bronson decides that you're a love interest.
Oh boy.
Something real bad is happening to you. And then you compound that over various movies. It might be movie 3 where there's like a bleeding heart caseworker lady who's like, fuck you, Paul Kersey. And he charms her after a while. And then
who could resist Charles Bronson's charm?
He fucks her and leaves the crib like this, and she's like in a car, and people I don't remember, they knock her out and like take the brake off, and she just goes backwards, and he's like, oh, it's that girl I just fucked, as the car's going backwards, and she's in the car, and just explodes, hits into like a gas truck or something, like it just fucking explodes 2 seconds after he banged her, and he's like, God damn it, like just
again,
I'm gonna get these fuckers.
Death Wish 4.
But it's placid like this, where it's just like, it's showtime, you motherfuckers, killing all my girls.
I love the moment though that he's like walking just through the parking garage.
Oh yeah.
In full forearm regalia.
Yeah, but these are just these ain't the Jim Lee, Scott Williams, Mark Silvestri cars. This is like the Brett Booth, like that's their wing of the Wildstorm parking lot. That's K cars.
Times are good.
That's Saabs. And shit like that, man. It's not like the Benzos and shit that those dudes would ride. The Vipers.
And there's your helicopter from earlier that you were so impressed by. Looks good in perspective. Imagine drawing that. A helicopter zooming by fast in perspective away from you.
Ain't afraid to have those speed lines. Those are Simon Sinian speed lines.
Yeah, those always look great. And Stryker's had enough. This is so funny to me, like all the sound effects here of John Workman, because I always think of like the cocking the gun is always the sound effect you hear in the action movies. There's about 5 of those things going on there, but gets one shot off and it finds its mark.
That red eye better have some precise targeting capabilities, or else you need to get your money back.
Yeah, we've all seen Terminator. We know how it works. You should have a gun in each hand, right?
Sure.
You could be shooting 3 at once.
And this is
where like the Predator sight.
Yeah.
With the triangle.
And this is where he's like, you know what? I ain't going to the burbs neither. Fuck that shit.
No. And he won't forget that guy. He reminded him how much there is left to do and how much he loves his work. This is a funny ad to me because I was looking at like top selling books from different years.
Yeah.
And Codename Strike Force, top 5 book from the year it came out. I don't know if it's 94 or 93, but that's one of your top 5 books of the year.
It's everything a boy could love. Like what's fascinating to me recalling this time was that I didn't see that many Silvestri books like on the actual rack. Like Shadowhawk and the Silvestri books were not the easy ones to get for me. You know, like if they were super popular, they got scooped up quick on Wednesdays or something.
Yeah,
because I was like a weekend dude.
Surprising that this sold as well as it did, because I agree with you. Like I said, I think in that first wave of Image guys, Silvestri, Valentino, and Eric Larson would have been like your lower half in terms of sales, with Liefeld, Lee, and McFarlane as like the top dogs. So it's impressive to me that Silvestri's able to like turn that into being one of the top sell guys. Yeah. And not to do it overnight is even more impressive, because how many chances do you get at that first impression and to really win people over?
That's true.
And you can see that crossover I mentioned between the first ever Homage Studios crossover. So you've got Silvestri and Jim Lee's team up.
This image that Silvestri drew really informed, like at the time, I was drawing very wimpy forearms on my superheroes and stuff, and I looked at that, like I would copy this image, and these are Megaton Man forearms, but you just got to keep the thick wrist, and then it's just muscle guy.
Yeah,
you know. But I mean, that is Megaton Man forearms, no doubt.
I copied a lot of his art.
Yeah,
in
like
the early 90s.
This exact thing. I think I might even had it framed and shit.
That was a Mark. Did you see the $1?
Ah, nice.
That's an Ides under the basement kind of mark there, right?
Yeah. And the only reason it's there is because on this back cover, there's no place to put
Glossy.
it. Though they would probably put it there, I would say no. It's always the same handwriting too. I think that's Jim. That's Jim's handwriting.
The one of the things that's interesting to me is Simonson does this one issue. It sells well, and then goes on to do Bravura.
Yeah,
if I'm pronouncing that right, the creator-owned line that replaces Image at Malibu.
Yeah,
and it's almost like the 80s generation of hot artists that are part of that. You know, Chaikin does a book there, Starlin does a book there.
Gil Kane, I think.
Yeah, that was my first Gil Kane, was Edge, that he pencils and inks himself there. So it was kind of an interesting thing. And whenever Legend forms with Miller and Byrne and those guys, like they had talked to Simonson, and I think Simonson was already committed to the Bravura line, is why he wasn't part of Legend. But you see like all of these creator-owned things popping up. Yeah. And I don't know, you know, like it's funny because you see this and think like, why wasn't Simonson just Image? But it was like there were all these other things out there.
And it would be incongruent, you know, like if he was Image, he would have been Mike Grell Shaman's Tears level, you know what I mean? Like he would be this other thing. He would be Wildstar, Al Gordon, Jerry Ordway, wing of Image. And I'm not saying Bravura did any better for him or something like that.
I bought most of those Bravura books. Like they did make sense in the sense of like, here's this group of artists, and I was like, okay, I know three or four of them, and I like them.
It felt like each of those wings that you described, like the Image Cats, that's the 87 school, the 86 school of cartoonists. The Legend stuff made a lot of sense because those are apex levels of like Bronze Age. Frank Miller, John Byrne. A couple weird ones. Paul Chadwick is like that. That's a Mike Richardson push.
Yeah.
And you know, Mignola, like sort of like pretty odd, like the artists, but Art Adams. And then Bravura is like, these are the badass dudes that were there in the 70s. You know, like Legend was more like 80s cats, even though Byrne was involved. Like I think you guys understand what I'm saying. But Bravura was like, these are dudes that were like real strong even in the 70s.
It's interesting if you're into Simonson and you want to look at some of this stuff like the 90s stuff, is to go back and look at Star Slammers next to this. Yeah. Because I do think the storytelling is different between the two books. You know, like he's bringing this like Image action dynamic to this, and it's just great to have it. Absolutely. I love seeing it.
Totally, man. I'm good to go if you are.
Yes.
Kayfabers, like, follow, subscribe to the YouTube channel, hit the bell. We'll notify you when new vids are available. Jimmy, what's out there?
Hulk Grand Design Monster Madness is in comic shops right now. Each 40-page issue tells the 60-year history of the Incredible Hulk. There is also an oversized Treasury edition coming in January that you can pre-order now from your local comic shop or wherever you buy books. Street Angel Deadliest Girl Alive. Also in comic shops, back in print from Image Comics. It collects all of my color Street Angel stories, plus a couple that were not published initially. And you can join me on patreon.com/JimRugg to see a lot more of my art and comics and support me there.
Red Room Trigger Warnings is in stores now, collecting the 2022 season of Red Room Comics. Murder on the Dark Web for Fun and Profit is the name of the game in Red Room Comics, and every issue of the comic is self-contained, which makes every book reasonably self-contained. So if this is the new one that you see, scoop it up, give it a shot. You don't need a bunch of history to fully absorb these stories. If you dig it, grab the OG book. That will not hurt things, and it will help support me and the channel in a great way. At my Patreon right now, which is also in my link tree in the description below, I'm serializing new Red Room material, and I'm going to be serializing the newer projects that I'm going to be working on there. $3 gets you the archive, access to everything, which includes all of this stuff, plus the forthcoming work that has yet to see print. What else do we have out there, Jimmy?
Subscribe to the Cartoonist Kayfabe e-newsletter at the links below this video. You can also find Cartoonist Kayfabe t-shirts and merchandise at the links below this video.
Another great way to support the Cartoonist Kayfabe channel. Given those marching orders, we'll be on our way.
Read more comics.
Yeah, it's a good pool, Jim, going through this thing. And I remember, like, I just remember all of my thoughts about that issue. Because they were also promoting him so heavy. I guess it's probably something worth that we should have said. They were promoting like Walt Simonson, Cyber Force Zero, like it would be in a lot of comics, Spawn comics and things. Like Walt Simonson's name real huge.
Yeah, he did that Spawn pin-up.
Yeah, that thing was sick with the meatball head. I'm right to the bathroom.
Yeah. Hey, thanks to Victor Farrow for the super chat. We're going to take a look at the Wintermen Artist Edition. Possibly. Yeah, I was thinking, something I read this week, I saw a John Paul Leon cover in the back, and it made me think about Simonson-isms in his work, because I like his work a lot, and I didn't realize that he had been a Simonson student. And so it's interesting now, being aware of that you can see little Simonson-isms in his work. But yeah, he's an exceptional artist. He was an exceptional artist. Rest in peace. So it's possible something that we would look at. I always hear good things about the Wintermen series, but I haven't actually read it. I have a few issues that I've picked up over the years. So like I say in a lot of these videos, man, so many comics. Hard to know where to start and what to cover next.
Victor Farrow, thanks for the super chat, sir.
Oh, I already thanked him. Don't want to double thank him. Only gave us one super chat, so.
I see.
Oh, you know what? Lock that in before we go. Look at that for a spread.
Oh yeah, man. Yeah, lots to say. Lots to say, man. Like,
yeah, I look forward to talking about this.
We'll see what the Kayfabers think.
Look at how good that looks with our backdrop.
Absolutely.
That's nice.
That's a good image.
It is. All right. Hit record and we'll dive in. Hello and welcome to Cartoonist Kayfabe. My name is Jim Rugg.
I'm Ed Piscor.
A couple of notes at the top. We are going to be traveling quite a bit in October. You can catch us in Columbus, October 6th through the 9th at CXC, one of the great North American comics festivals. We will be talking comics. We will be selling comics. So check us out there. The end of the month, October 28th to the 30th, you can find us at Baltimore Comic-Con, one of the great comic book shows in North America, at least that I've been to. So if you love comic books, that's a fun one. And the birthplace of Cartoonist Kayfabe. So fun to go back there. And October 22nd, you can catch me at Jacksonville Public Library for their comic and zine festival. We are coming up on Kayfabe-tober. That is drawing prompts for every day of the month in October. You can find this on our Instagram. And we implore you, if you follow the Cartoonist Kayfabe-tober prompts, to tag us and share these things on your social media. I'm excited to see some of our talented audience tackle some of these prompts. I'm sure it'll make for a lot of really cool drawings. So hashtag Cartoonist Kayfabe and Kayfabe-tober if you put these on Instagram, and tag us with an @ if you post them on Twitter. So Ed, kind of a newer comic that we're looking at today, a very new comic, The Fantastic Four Full Circle by Alex Ross and Marvel Arts imprint at Abrams.
Yes.
So a lot of interesting stuff here in this book.
Absolutely, man. This book was sent to us by the good people at Abrams with their press releases and things, man. So got to say that at the top. A lot of buzz around this thing. It is not a Marvel comic. I think that Alex Ross probably pretty expensive to get him to make comics and stuff. And in order to get him to do such a thing, it's got to make sense for him and for publishers. Like, you know, there's numbers to crunch, and I don't think Marvel was putting out that investment.
Yeah, it's a neat format. It's very much what I would consider like almost a European album.
Yeah.
It's oversized, you know, like here's a comic book to give you some ideas. So a little bigger than a standard comic book. I'm not sure the page count, but maybe 48 pages, something like that, 60 pages.
I think he said 60 pages.
And loaded with comics. There's not a lot of back matter. So again, feels like the graphic novel album format that we see in European comics in some ways.
Yeah, for sure. Super happy to go through this thing. You know, it's a very bleeding edge
Little
Alex
origin.
Ross comic. Yeah, it's cool. That kind of is like the traditional. There were those oversized like Paul Dini,
Yes.
Batmans and shit. You know, it's a style that we know from him, like with those kinds of things, with the gouache painting and all of that kind of refinement and stuff. So it's like you're getting eased in to this new approach, and there are various videos on Alex Ross's YouTube where he's kind of waxing about this project and stuff. And he certainly has done more than the average bear in terms of prep for putting the pages together. He like sculpted a thing. Yeah, he sculpted all the figures so that he didn't have to use just photo reference. Like he could just like light these sculpts that he made. They're like beautiful little sculptures. Sure. He used a Hulk body of like a Hulk toy and put this like epoxy shit on there that he was able to create the rocks and stuff and pose the thing. Somebody sculpted him a thing head and he made a smaller maquette that would fit on that Hulk body to create the thing so that he could pose it out.
Just seeing the low angle under the eye of the thing feels like something new.
Sure. Yeah, absolutely, man. And here's the thing.
I love the two color here.
The color is very, very standout in this comic, man. His approach. Here's the thing, man. Like when he's waxing on his YouTube channel, and he's talking about like, you know, trying to explore comics in the way that like, you know, people would have back in the days that this came out. This is a sequel to This Man, This Monster. So think issue number 51 of Fantastic Four. We've done a video on that. Check that out. It's worth checking out before this. But he's talking about like working within those parameters and those methods, but like nothing in this comic is that way, including the finish that he brings to the table, which is the inks, this pencil stuff.
I was going to ask, because I assume that's pencil and not a dry brush, because I don't think you can control it.
Correct.
But I like that marriage. To me, that makes sense to deconstruct comics and think like I'm going to do something a little bit more comic-centric rather than the painting,
right.
And to do both pencil and ink on pretty much every page has a combo of that. I really like that concept.
And a little of his, that's the thing, that's what I mean about bleeding edge. The concept of this is here, but I do think that this is an unrefined kind of exposure.
I don't want to blow a spot,
yeah,
but I may forget it otherwise. We're going to get into the negative zone.
Yeah.
It should have been a blacklight comic. Like once they hit the negative zone, they could have done that with the same printing process but different inks.
Yeah.
And it would have been like, and you'll remind me when we get there, you know, it'll be maybe more apparent when you see those pages.
There'll be a lot to talk about.
But there's some cool stuff in here. I was pretty happy with this overall.
Yeah, me too. So here's at least from what I was able to understand from what he's saying on the YouTube videos, he does his pages and then he did marker composites on, so all practical work. I would have loved.
Yeah, I would like to see those.
When he shows these shits, he would do maybe 2 or 3 per page of like different color combinations. That's all we needed. We didn't need digital. You know, we didn't need this Johnson fella to like do digital versions. But I think that's the division of labor. What you're seeing here, like he did color
guides,
marker concepts, and then this other dude digitized the stuff. But I'm telling you, he shows those marker comps.
I got to track this down.
It's so organic.
Yeah, I got to track this down
because there's a lot of mechanicalness to.
I do see where you're coming from if you're Charles Kaufman at Abrams.
Shouts to Uncle Charlie.
In that, how do you like this is a pretty different looking project to begin with, and you're going, it's Alex Ross, as you say, not cheap, but also Alex Ross is known for this.
Yeah. And
we're gonna get this instead.
Yeah.
And it's kind of like, it's scary.
I think
if you're responsible for balancing the books, you do. I'm sure it's a little bit scary. It's a big investment, and it's like, all right, we're going to sell this Alex Ross that looks a little different than Alex Ross.
We're here. We're talking this stuff. We have only a couple of those YouTube videos, and we have our own opinions and conjecture to put into this.
Yes.
We're talking comics, and we can make some suppositions because that's what we're like. I'm not here to just give you story information. I have my own thoughts, and I think that because he showed a lot of mock-up things. There's an image. I mean, there's a video where he's inking the thing, and I think this is me projecting with very limited information. I think that he would have liked to have tried to ink it like in a traditional kind of Joe Sinnott way, and divorce. Like try to imagine this without the extra pencil fuss. It's not pleasing. Like his inking, just because he's cool at like wielding that shit when he's doing his gouache paintings and stuff, his ink line is boring in a way. And that extra little noise that he adds creates a little bit more warmth to the stuff. And I think he wanted to try to be classic, but when he saw what that result was, because there's so much noise really, like the pink and the yellow, like there's a lot of noise, and that's not a bad thing per se. You know, like I love seeing there's no black in the mixtures of these colors.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Like it's totally saturated poppy fucking color, which is super cool, but there's even noise in the color. So he's beyond the storytelling. He's adding a lot of bells and whistles in his own way. There's not much like lens flare, like fades. It's a lot of like blocks of color to sell you on this stuff. But it's very wild shit.
I don't know if it shows up well on the screen for people, but there are dots too.
Yeah.
So I think that's probably a conscious effort of like referencing dots of old comics.
Exactly.
And I got nothing against that. Like,
sure, why not?
You know, you're trying to reference a certain. Obviously, it's a reference to a story from the '60s. So like there is an homage involved, and I think that you do that in different. I think we've done that in different ways. You know, like trying to do color and different things that are designed to look good, but also in some cases designed to reference time periods and things like that. So I think you see some of that mix going on. And I just think it's exciting that an artist as successful as Alex Ross, style-wise, goes, let me try something different.
1,000%. Absolutely, man. That's what I like this for. Because
he never needed to do anything else ever in his life. Like he could be doing portraits of Superman and selling those for 5-6 figures forever.
Absolutely, man. So like, it's so commendable to see the guy stretch himself a little bit, get out of his comfort zone a touch, do something. I also think of him as full-on fanboy.
Yeah.
Just full-on. There's a, like, dividing line. Like, when they show his studio and stuff, there are the guys who are, like, #life goals, you know, to have, like, every Mego figure and shit like that. And there are other guys who are like, what a fucking man-child and shit like that, right? So he is firmly fanboy. It's probably a conversation for another day in terms of like, you know, cost benefit to the consumer, because this is like does it deserve such a deluxe treatment in terms of customer dollars spent? Because it's a comic that you read and will forget about in terms of story, or, you know, the story is, he's an artist, which by the way, I want to also put out props to, like these writers, man, they got a lot of power in comics right now. All artists should write their stories, whether it sucks or not.
Yes.
You know, stretch your chops, learn it. You learn to draw, do a bunch of comics, you'll probably learn to write, you know, serviceably. So mad props for writing it, but it's still, the writing hasn't caught up to his draftsmanship or whatever you want to say.
Yeah, keeping it, the idea that this is a sequel to This Man, This Monster.
Yeah.
It does kind of feel
Silver Age.
Right.
It's a Silver Age comic.
So I don't know. Like, I didn't mind the writing. It didn't stand out to me. I was pleasantly surprised overall by this. And so I don't know what his ambition was either in terms of that story, because this could be, story-wise, it might be closer to that Silver Age than it is art-wise.
Yeah, totally.
Like art, it's very cutting edge in a lot of ways.
Totally.
But story-wise, it does fit pretty well with, you know, and there's your homage, right, to the This Man, This Monster splash page, which is always fun to see in there.
Yeah, that's a Kirby piece. So he will bring in some of his more, like the stuff that we're used to when it's in flashback sequences.
I think his thing is phenomenal.
Yeah.
I absolutely love it. It makes me want to seek out that video and see like how he's putting that stuff together.
Yeah.
By the way, coloring some of his black lines too.
Totally.
A technique that we talk about quite a bit. but makes for a very nice page where it's like, okay, now we're connecting these two faces. You know, it's almost like directional devices with that. And that lamp is a Kirby collage.
You almost,
you know,
totally. You almost don't see just like typical Caucasian peach flesh anywhere in this comic.
No, I like the color guides too.
Yeah,
there's a lot of thought of like two colors maybe on a lot of these scenes.
Sure,
and some real. I like a lot of the color choices.
And it's CMY type shit, you know.
Yes.
Like there's a lot of thoughts that go.
White is a color,
sure.
You know, being used as a color. Gotta appreciate that. And the flashbacks is where you see a lot of the painted stuff, which I think works. You know, it's a different treatment to delineate a different time.
Absolutely. And then just like little bits of, you know,
it's like a color hold. This would have been a color hold in Neil Adams' era.
Totally. Neil Adams comes to mind when looking at this because Alex Ross's like slavish devotion to reference, it makes me appreciate Kirby more when I look at this because it has its limitations. You know, that's a Neil Adams like pose, and you get that pose because you follow basic anatomical structure and don't play with it that much.
I love this and didn't notice it the first time. This is Kirby Cackle as interpreted through like the washes in the paint that he's doing for a background, which is kind of fun to see because I'm sure he's thought of this quite a bit. You know, I mean, he's been doing Kirby stuff since the early 90s, so I think that's probably a major piece. And you get to see like there are tons of these pages where they're dynamic layouts, which again I like a lot, and it's something that often you don't see in like a heavily photo referenced piece. Like usually that's very stiff and static, and this one it is like you're flying around the pages. Sometimes maybe not successfully, but overall it is like this is an action comic.
Yeah,
and you're not going to forget it on too many pages.
I never felt confused as per the storytelling. So to me it was successful, and that's commendable because there are no real gutters. It's like all color everywhere. And if white is used, it's used specifically for the composition stuff. So you have images touching panel borders from multiple panels. You could fuck that up real easy. Like you could see how something like that could be fucked up. I didn't detect any uncomfortable tangents that took me out of the story, which speaks to, you know, his mother. Alex Ross's mother was like a professional illustrator and probably, you know, informed. He knew about tangents before you and I knew about tangents and things.
This is a wild tangent. Sue's leg.
Yeah.
But also almost perfectly Sue's hair.
With her hair, yeah, sure. But no problem with the reading experience. And another place where you would see this kind of stuff is Neil Adams' work. So there's a lot of like push-pull. There's Kirby to it, but then there's also, you know, continuity.
I would say like colorists, check out this book. Because he uses color to create like clarity and points of interest.
Totally.
Pretty awesome, especially for something that has this much like black going on. You're not going to be able to do like your blacks as sort of your focal points.
Yeah.
Does color really well. And when you mentioned about him doing like marker guides for some of the coloring, I can see why. Like these have to be Alex Ross figuring out the colors, choices, you know, and like planes of the face and stuff like that. I don't know that you could trust a colorist to do that. So it makes sense that you would have Ross weighing in on that stuff. His Human Torch is phenomenal.
Yeah, and he's keeping his same Human Torch that he sort of, you know, we've seen him establish that Human Torch.
It's a really good effect. Something I wanted to say from the beginning is you would see his pencil drawings all the way back into the 90s.
Oh, yeah.
Like a lot of times it'd be like character designs, but once in a while you'd see a cover or something like, I think the Extreme Source book, it was like Supreme on the cover. And I always loved those pencil drawings, honestly, more than a lot of his paintings. And so it's kind of neat to see him working in that way. And I bet you he heard this from other people, like, oh, I really like those drawings. You know, do more drawings. Let's see more drawings. So it's kind of cool to see that. Man, it's crazy how dense these pages are, too. You know, he's really building a lot in and not a lot of gutters. So, like, when you have no gutter, that's more of, like, you got to be conscious of those tangents.
Absolutely.
You got to be smart about your color, indicating where one moment ends and another begins.
But there's some of that fanboy shit, man, because he's got, like, a little robot from the cartoon. Yeah. And they have many little robots.
I think there's a lot of fanboy shit. You know, I've been talking about
it's fan fiction. This is Alex Ross. It's the world we live in.
It's the world we live in with that stuff. The costume I think looks really cool, and I just imagine like black ink lines. You know, giving it that sheen by having a lot of black on there.
Yeah, he even sewed like when we get to the iridescent. This might be a good place to sell our shit. You think?
All right, so quick pause to do some business here. If you want to keep Cartoonist Kayfabe on the air for free, we are working Cartoonist, and the way we pay the bills is we sell our comics. My latest comics, Speaking of fan work and fan art, Hulk Grand Design Monster Madness. These 2 issues, 40 pages each, retell the 60-year history of the Incredible Hulk. They are available now wherever comic books are bought and sold. There is a large treasury-size edition, bigger even than this Alex Ross Fantastic Four, coming out in January. You can pre-order that now wherever you get books, including your local comic shop. Street Angel Deadliest Girl Alive, collection of all of these Street Angel Image comics in full color, available back in print after almost a year of being unavailable. So pick that up wherever you get comics. Ed Piskor's Trigger Warnings, the 2nd volume of Red Room, is now available in comic shops and bookstores everywhere. These are both self-contained, Antisocial Network and Trigger Warnings, so whichever one crosses your path first is the perfect place to start. Completely self-contained stories, and 4 completely self-contained stories in each of these volumes, perfect for that horror fan in your life. And now, back to Alex Ross Fantastic Four fan fiction. Ed, one thing that I don't know the total backstory of this project, but I remember maybe a year or 2 ago, there was like an Alex Ross proposal, I think it was a proposal floating around of these Fantastic Four designs. It looked like this, like some of the art from this was in that post. I saw it on social media, and it felt like he had pitched this Fantastic Four idea to Marvel and they passed on it. And it was a year or 2 ago maybe 3 years ago that I saw that, and I think that may be what this climbed out of. So I don't know if it's something that Abrams saw it and was like, that stuff's good, because it was amazing, you know. And it's what we're seeing in this book. A lot of cool color, a lot of cool designs. And so I wonder if that's what this grew out of, like a proposal that didn't work at Marvel, but found another home in Abrams. Yeah. And then again, you're seeing like flashbacks to the Negative Zone where he's going back into more of his painter style. Yeah. Nice contrast.
Get to see what his Annihilus looks like.
There's one moment here where I go, Mike Allred. Maybe Laura Allred, but there's one moment there, and it makes sense because I think of the Allreds as another one of these creators that it's fan art in a way. Like there's so much comics DNA in the lines, in the pages, that it feels like a fan, and I see it again here, and I do love this kind of like 2 colors. It really sings.
It's wild, you know, like
that magenta for like your second color on shadows
against that green. Like you would never think it could work, and maybe it doesn't, but I'm glad it's in there.
Yeah, whether it works or not, it's something I haven't seen before. Which
Super
is
poppy.
Show me Fantastic Four in a way I haven't seen them before. You know, I mean, this is a series that's been around for 60 plus years. Like, it's not easy to do a new Fantastic Four.
So these, like, this iridescent kind of suit, he, on his, like, Mego figures or whatever, like, he had this the iridescent material and sewed his own Fantastic Four suits for those colors, so that, like, these are accurate colors to how he lighted his reference materials.
So here's a storytelling piece. Don't have them running in sync.
Right.
Just switch up one of their legs. Which one's first?
You know, that's you know, Hanna-Barbera type shit. Like, he's into that. And that's the thing, man. Like,
it does feel like, once you say that, it feels like an animation panel. And maybe I'm back on board.
His fanboyishness stops at a point. Like you know, we dug Image Comics and whatever, and then continue to grow, and then you still discover new people, and it's like, you know, last year, you know, Albert Brescia like pops up on your radar or something like that. There's no evidence that he's that guy. Like, and I know people that are like, okay, so you dig Speed Racer, you ever see the manga? Nah. Like, you know, he liked the show,
right?
Battle of the Planets, like this and that. Nah, like, I don't care about the manga that the guy who created Battle of the Planets did. I just like Battle of the Planets. I don't even want to watch Gacha Man. I want to watch the one that is voiced by my people that has all the shit cut out. Like, he's a very specific, rigid nerd of, like, the stuff that he grew up. I feel like with his DC shit, I feel like he wants, like, in his mind, the Justice League is the Justice League from that, like, celebrity roast from the TV show with, like, the Hawkman with the with the cardboard wings and shit. Like, that's what the JLA is to him and shit. So he's just super specific and like caught into this moment of time.
I love this page. I love everything about it. There's an Easter egg of, like, there's a Fantastic Four cover that's this way. You know, it's red, black, and white.
Love it. Yeah.
Really cool.
Kirby.
I love these angles. You know, like we mentioned Neil Adams a minute ago. That face totally looks like an homage to, like, a Neil Adams kind of drawing, and even the layout.
The composition, for sure.
Yeah. And here's the thing, because sometimes that stuff gets really hard to read. The lettering, there's no mistake. You'd have to be out of your mind to read a word balloon out of order on this page.
Absolutely.
And I have this idea of, like, I want to do a video where I take some of these pages and all I do is like trace the word balloons. Don't draw anything else, and see if they're readable. Because like it's almost like I credit the letterer a lot here, and I don't know, man. Maybe Ross is doing that as part of his layout.
I'm sure he is.
But it makes for a great page, and it's so cool because even the vehicle is at this angle. You know, like they're going. There's motion. You can barely stay on this page. There's so much motion.
And by the way, that's almost Makagogo.
Oh yeah,
street racer.
That's some of the fun stuff of this comic is where he goes like full on comics.
Yeah.
And now again, there's so many of these pages that are just spread like force of nature on these spreads.
Yeah.
And a total homage to me of like the Kirby collage.
1000%. Except this motherfucker's doing it himself.
Yeah.
Like he ain't cutting shit up from Time Life magazine or whatever. The poses, no Adams type poses. Like I said, this is the strict limits of that photo referencing style where everything's kind of sound and it's all tight, but that's about as much as you're going to get. And this is stuff that makes me appreciate Kirby, because I like the wonky fucking big foot that might be right there, or super giant or small hand, depending. Like if it was Kirby, these feet would be way more gigantic, but it's very like locked into what it is. So he stretches the limit of like what you can do with this kind of thing, but it shows you the limit.
Yeah, it's good stuff though. I even like the panels are all at a slightly different angle as we're like getting into the weirdness.
The color, and then you have this monochromatic.
And creating depth whenever you're doing this kind of a almost collage background or a negative zone.
Sure.
Very challenging.
Yeah.
And I think he does a good job with Sue Storm, with Human Torch's path. Like you're going into these pages. And again, like the Kirbyism, the cartoony world. And this is the part where in my mind I'm reading this and I'm going, oh yeah, swap out your ink.
Yeah.
Because
Here we go. Flip it.
He has clean colors.
Flip it.
I mean, that's a blacklight poster, everybody.
This right here is like, this is the Alex Zwirit color palette that these motherfuckers are using, man.
This is good
Full
stuff.
on. Total homage to those blacklight Kirby posters, for
Absolutely.
sure. But like, Alexis Zwirit primes the pump in my mind for making those blacklight looking, comic pages, and that's what this feels like. Big Annihilus head.
It reminds me of the 2-page Kirby stuff from the 70s, like whenever he'd be drawing gods and you're just getting like a little piece of them because they're so big. The spikes on the shoulder pads, and then white outlines for your figures because Sue's made them invisible so you can follow them. It still reads, and the white actually I think makes the figures visible.
What's real wild is reading this comic, like getting to this page, I'm not really paying, I'm just seeing shapes and like machinery or something like that. And then I see these guys. And then at a certain point you realize that that's Annihilus. And we're looking at our monitor here, and you really can see the Annihilus figure very, very clearly. And, you're so micro here because you're paying attention to our guys here. And then it takes you a second. You're like, oh shit, that's a big ass character in the foreground.
Yeah. Yeah, and little abstractions like some of the black choices and the black marks remind me of Kirby. It's not the Kirby language, but he would use that really well.
This is Kirby language, these patterns right there. And you know what else it is, dude?
Wonder how big he drew this.
This is the goddamn Doc Martin Dies Kirby Gods kind of shit.
Yes, it is.
Where he's using all the black and then has those like very bright colors. Maybe that's what's informing some of this shit, because like he was talking about like an evolution of Kirby, and those Kirby watercolors, first off, it's something that speaks Ross's language with the medium in a way. Like Gouache is his paint, and Kirby was using Doc Martin dyes, but still just that application of color.
Wow. And you turn the page after that thinking like, well, how do you top that? And he continues to do these like amazing canvases.
Yeah,
I do think he takes good advantage of an oversized page and being able to control his spreads.
It's this stuff. Like I feel like he likes Alexis
This is where your blacklight would have, put in those fluorescent inks because
Cole.
Skinner,
like those dudes, man.
It's a lot of money shots in this thing.
Oh yeah.
And I like the designs of a lot of these creatures too. They look good. Sometimes that's a place where people fall down and that they don't do good monsters or whatever, but several of these, they're varied enough that it's pretty interesting as your eye wanders around the page.
And it gives you opportunity. You separate them with color.
The Fantastic Four look great.
Look at that, like midlight, like the shadow part is a green. Mm-hmm. Like that would be black in Black Line Repro.
And his page layouts, they continue to be a strength, and I commend him for that, because man, people drop the ball in there using your black and coming in and out of that, and now you're back. How about Mark Teixeira?
Sure.
To me comes to mind with like I often fail to describe his work in ways that what I see in it, I see some of this. Like there's an illustration technique that's in some of his drawings and his ink work that really pops. And weirdly, I can see it in Alex Ross.
Yeah. Some of the...
Love that eyeball jumping out.
Totally. Some of the color stuff, too. There was... I don't know if... And maybe you know this. There were these heavy metal comics that Neil Adams did with Mike Hinge. And I don't know if Mike Hinge was, like, in Continuity Studios for a minute or something like that. But it would be... Think of the Neil Adams kind of character... squash and stretch and perspectives and stuff, and like some of that Mike Hinge color where it would just be very psychedelic colors like butted up against each other. There are elements of that I see in here, and I wanted to bring that up because maybe we skipped a couple pages, but maybe we're not there yet. But if we skip those pages, I just had to bring that up because I feel like there's at least a tiny bit of influence from this Mike Hinge, Neil Adams.
Do you know what era those are? Because I need to go home and look
80s.
at them. Okay, I may have those.
Super early 80s.
I also like the way Reed is stretched often in this, not just here, but other places. But I think it looks pretty cool most of the time, and I think it looks good here, and it looks a little torturous here.
Not bad, but I actually feel the opposite. There's a lot of Reed Richards, like regular man proportionality, and when he would stretch it, it would just you see the limits, and it makes me appreciate Kirby.
Yeah, that thing face is crazy.
This would probably be like some of the Mike Hinge kind of stuff because he would do like green against orange.
That's really good. I think the white, again, using the white kind of as a color really helps. Gives you that full contrast. That's good too. I love Three Eyes. You're playing with a psychedelic character, so that's one of the good moments to exploit that a little bit. So here's one I really like.
Oh, that's incredible.
Richards.
That's fantastic.
Like it's everywhere. It's all over that page. It's in and out. And now they're continuing this adventure. And I wonder if we stop and don't do the whole book, since this is a new book for people. There's still another segment of this to go as they find like a counter Earth, and they're going to find some recurring characters and things on this Earth. I think you've seen enough probably at home to judge whether this is something you want to spend more time with, if it's something you want to track down on your own. I had fun with this. I had a lot of fun with this. Didn't know what to expect, but I feel like I said at the beginning, it's like an artist that really doesn't have anything to prove or show, and yet comes up and does a lot of new stuff for him. Yeah. And quite frankly, kind of new stuff for Fantastic Four, a Marvel comic style storytelling. And I had fun spending time with it and talking about it.
Someone in the chat said there is no crying in comics, and I think we have some of those panels that coming. That's what you're missing, I think, is some tears. I mean, some very melodramatic tears. But all those things that you say are the things that I praise about this book. This dude didn't have to be making comics. He's stretching himself by allowing some.
I just can't help myself.
some new, trying some new things. I love the color approach, and I think that it's something worth studying for your own comics, to just try to see how you could push color. I could see Tom fucking getting his mind blown.
Yes. I wish Tom was here for this. I would love to hear Tom's thoughts on this.
At the colors in here, and I promote the idea of artists writing their own stories, win, lose, or draw. Like, just do it and figure that part out, because the writer who's able to write 5 things per month is going to have a better shot at success in life than just an artist who could do 1 thing per month. So maybe you should just draw what you want to draw.
And also, this feels like a labor of love. Yeah. We often slam jobbers. This feels like, and this is a job kind of comic. You're working on characters you don't own, but it feels really sincere, and that's what you get if you write your own stuff. Yeah. Otherwise, it's like somebody wrote a Fantastic Four story, and I like Fantastic Four. There's a few things I don't want to draw, but overall, hey, it's write it yourself. Like, make it the love letter that you want it to be. I mean, this is a love letter to the Kirby Lee Fantastic Four comics, and it shows. You know, it shows page after page. It looks like there's nothing Alex Ross would have rather been doing than drawing this page when he was drawing it.
Yeah. He has such a reverence for that material, and it's worth it for those reasons. You know, like. Sure. Yeah.
All right.
So. We'll leave that Leonard Nimoy section at the end.
Right?
Do you think that was Leonard Nimoy?
I did see Leonard Nimoy in there. And there's a woman character with like a pronounced brow. I really like that character design. So there's still good stuff in here that we didn't, not going to spoil. But a pretty fun outing. And it makes me curious, like, what else does Abrams have planned?
They have plans, man. They have plans. We'll leave it at that, man. You good to go?
Yes.
Kayfabers, like, follow, subscribe to the YouTube channel. Hit the bell will notify you when new vids are available. Jimmy, what's out there?
Street Angel, Deadliest Girl Alive. My collection from Image Comics is back in print, full color, and back in comic shops everywhere. So pick that up wherever you buy books. Hulk Grand Design, Monster Madness, my 2 oversized issues of the 60-year history of the Incredible Hulk, are available in comic shops everywhere, assuming supplies are still available. The collection will be out in January, and you can pre-order that now at your local comic shop or wherever you buy books. And you can join me on patreon.com/JimRugg, where you can see a lot more of my comics and art.
Red Room Trigger Warnings is out in stores at this very moment. Murder on the Dark Web for Fun and Profit is the name of the game. Contains the 2022 season of Red Room comic books. 4 issues put in there with about 70 pages of additional materials. All those issues are self-contained, which makes the book reasonably self-contained. If this is your first exposure to the comic when you're out at the stands, scoop it up. You're not going to miss anything. And if you dig it, grab the first one. I'm serializing the next round of Red Room comics on my Patreon and beyond. There's a lot more comics that I'm going to be putting on Patreon. Also, $3 to get you the archive, get you all of these comics, plus this forthcoming stuff that hasn't seen print. You can hit up my link tree in the description below this video to get to those destinations. Jimmy, what else do we have out there?
Subscribe to the Cartoonist Kayfabe e-newsletter at the links below this video. You can also find Cartoonist Kayfabe t-shirts, merchandise, fanny packs, and more at our spread shop. The link is also below this video.
Another great way to support the Cartoonist Kayfabe YouTube channel. Giving us marching orders, Jimmy. We'll be on our way.
Read more comics.
Cool, man. Slide us through the Star Wars, and then I'll do Fritz, man. It will be good.
I brought all my Star Wars treasuries.
Sweet. I've never seen that Empire one.
It's Al Williamson, so you have seen it.
Oh, yes, I have.
But it's it's artist edition.
Yeah, we did that artist
comic
edition
book
on
size.
Yep.
It's nice though.
Yeah, nice, man. I've just never seen that in the wild anywhere.
I always see the I don't always see it, but I see it sometimes. It's like the compilation of this.
I've never seen that.
Yeah, it's one big book. I'm pretty sure that exists. Don't really need that one.
That Empire one is real chunky and awesome. So we'll tease this one out because I have both also.
Yeah, I only plan on talking this one.
If you go, my comics are over there.
Yep.
Pull out my Star Wars because mine is not a Whitman. I don't remember seeing that W. Yeah, check out mine, man. Pretty cool, huh?
Oh, interesting. Wonder what that all means. Are they the same in every other way?
Isn't Whitman was a specific, like, I feel like I had DC comics with Whitman on it.
Yeah, I wonder what their deal was. Did they distro to like general stores, toy stores, stuff like that?
Yeah.
That's weird. We have to make sure we don't
we won't
get them mixed up.
Yeah, well,
I guess both of mine are Whitmans.
Because yours are the Whitman joints.
Whitman's not even mentioned inside. Yeah, I think they were a distro thing.
Yeah. Pretty cool.
Here, you hold on to those because we should at least throw both covers up and talk Whitman for a second.
Cool. Want to fix that camera?
Yep. We're pushing the limits of our backdrop.
We are. Are we going to have to go up?
No, it all fits.
Yeah, the only danger is going to be maybe this is one where you get it into the position that you want it and you keep it there because there's such a lag here that it might cut some stuff off and you won't know it for a minute.
That's true.
So I would actually put issue 1 here so you could kind of keep it still and then flip so you know where it should always be.
Oh, yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I'll put yours over here. Well, we can have number 2 over there. And then I'll throw yours up.
Like,
Yeah.
what you're saying. I bet you. I'll save it for the recording. Let's lock these shits in.
Yeah. I'll just do these on top of them.
Yeah, do it.
All right, man.
Good to go?
Yep. Hello and welcome to Cartoonist Kayfabe. My name is Jim Rugg.
I'm Ed Piskor.
Before we dive into Star Wars, want to mention our travels in October. October 6th through the 9th, you can catch us at Columbus at CXC, one of the fun North American comics conventions. We'll be doing panels.
Hold up, because I remember one time your thing cut off and then it stopped the record. Okay, cool. Still recording.
You know what, though?
Just do it fresh?
Yeah, do it fresh.
Okay.
Hold on. Good morning and welcome to Cartoonist Kayfabe. My name is Jim Rugg.
I'm Ed Piskor.
Before we dive into the Star Wars adaptation, I want to bring up a couple notes. We will be traveling in October, so you can catch us in Columbus October 6th through the 9th at CXC. You can catch us at the end of the month, October 28th to the 30th at Baltimore Comic-Con, one of the great comic book shows and where Cartoonist Kayfabe was first discussed. So come out to Baltimore if you're anywhere nearby. And October 22nd, you can catch me at the Jacksonville Public Library for their comic and zine festival. And as October draws near, it's Cartoonist Kayfabe-tober. Here are our drawing prompts. You can do a screen cap there, or you can just follow us on social media on Instagram. I'm sure we'll share this there. But if you follow the Cartoonist Kayfabe-tober prompts, share your art online and tag us so that we can see what you're doing and share some of those drawings. You can hashtag us on Instagram. You can add us on Twitter. And I look forward to seeing some of, we know there's a very talented audience out there in Kayfabe land, so I am eager to see them tackle some of those prompts. But we have been talking a lot of Howard Chaykin on this channel as of late, and this is one of his big early projects that, man, a lot of eyeballs saw Howard Chaykin on this book.
Yeah, he removes himself so much from this, because imagine, like, we know what he became, and this is a more unrefined version, and he admits that, and is, I'm not going to put words in his mouth, but I'm sure he wishes there would 5 million eyeballs on American Flag or Hey Kids Comics than this work here. It's almost, in a certain way, if you allow it to be, it could be your nightmare.
Sure. Where
it's a super early raw, like if my Beats book was the most popular thing and I had to like deal with that all the time, that would hurt my feelings. and that's how this stuff is for him. The amount of copies of this that not only were sold specifically, from Marvel, like on the newsstand and in this way, it's been packaged with toys. This thing has been reprinted in the millions, surely.
Yeah, I think that's a very safe bet. I don't know if this is his cover. Do you know who did the cover of this?
No, I don't.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that, but it feels so iconic to me.
Absolutely.
And it's, man, you talk about it being packaged with toys, it feels like that. It just
Sure.
feels like this is the merchandising of Star Wars. We have both our copies here, and I just wanted to point out something that I didn't notice, Ed, until you said it before we started recording. Whitman as being a publisher or cover logo on some of these. I think that had to do with distro. I think Whitman went into maybe toy stores and something of that sort.
Yeah.
Because Whitman coming out of like Western, I believe, Western Publishing.
Yeah, like Gold Key or whatever. Yeah. And they would have their shit on DC also, but I think it was like on Toyetic Comics, stuff that would show up in those toy stores and be like extra licensed.
Right.
So Shogun Warriors would have a Whitman on it, like that type of thing, man. I have World's Finest comics with the Whitman logo, and I think that's Cadence.
Okay, right. The newsstand distributor.
Marvel.
Publisher.
Marvel's, yeah,
right.
Yeah.
Gotcha. All right. It's funny to me too that we have like Star Wars, clearly a kids property or whatever, and we have Leia's leg. Like, let's do a little bit of sex appeal there.
Give it a little bit. Both of these are pretty janked.
Yes.
And it makes me think about like when we were kids, going to the newsstand to pick up your fresh stuff. The comics that were just torn to shreds every time you go into 7-Eleven were the Ninja Turtles Adventures Archie comics.
That's
because
right.
it looked like this stuff. So like you could just tell that some kid fucking read this, and I think my kid's name is maybe even in.
Yeah. Jay Myers.
Yeah, young Jay Myers.
That's amazing.
Was enjoying this and like put his shit in there
Twice
in regular block letters, but then learned cursive in 2nd grade. So it was like, you know what, I'm sophisticated now.
That's so funny, man. Wonder if there are Kayfaber out there.
Wouldn't that be cool?
That
has happened a lot of times, man, where we show off like a weird, obscure black and white comic, and the artist randomly, it's not like we called it out, it was in a mailbag episode or something, gets in touch, appreciates the eyeballs, sends us the rest of the run.
Yes. Yeah, you're right. It has happened a few times, more than once.
Yeah.
For sure. This is broken down into 3 chapters, and I note that because our artists are Howard Chaykin and Steve Lealoha.
Yeah. And
you can see a difference after the first chapter.
Mm-hmm.
And I assume that's whenever Lealoha comes on board as like a finisher type.
And we are, this is Cartoonist.
Oh, there's your covers. Rick Hoberg and Dave Cockrum on the covers.
They do a pretty fresh back joint too.
Yeah, and I like that. I think that's a really good cover on the front, so props to them.
So, a bunch of letterers on the mix, man. You see Jim Novak, Tom Warzakowski, Marie Severin, probably a colorist.
They don't spell that out, and I'm glad that you point out this list because that has to be the colorist and the letters.
Yeah, totally. And like looking at this, probably Jim Novak on lettering. You will be able to tell the Tom Warzakowski lettering as soon as you get there.
Yes. And I was thinking that Archie Goodwin may have been the guy behind it because he does a lot of adaptations.
One of your pages is ripped out.
Oh man, that is sad.
It's ripped out too. You see it. You see the rips on your thing.
Yeah, just that first page.
Yeah.
Wow. Huh. Well, we'll start with yours then and then move on. But I see like Archie Goodwin's done a lot of adaptations. That's why I was thinking of him. This is actually Roy Thomas credited as your scripter and editor.
Yeah. Which is interesting because, he's taken the words from the movie pretty much and then just truncating them when necessary.
And this is like that's your bleed text?
The title lettering? I think. See, the cool
thing, there's some differences here in this comic, especially at the beginning.
Yeah, for sure.
Different than the movie.
Yeah, for sure. That's the thing, man. Like in movies, you shoot a lot and then you edit. And one of the cool things about this is the Star Wars special editions that came out where like they had like all this old footage and then they put CG shit in there. Like the original Jabba scene is in here, and with that Harrison Ford filmed with like a human guy standing in for Jabba. You know what I mean? And then in the special editions, like they added the Jabba and he stands on Jabba's tail, all that shit. That's in here. So like Chaykin had to design his own Jabba the Hutt, and you'll see it, and it's not, it's not what it became. There's scenes with Luke and Dark's Big Lighter that are in like the original script, and they're in here, but didn't make it to the movie. Got edited out.
Look at how like chunky the way this thing is inked. Like the stars and everything.
Oh yeah. This is a quickly done
comic. That's exactly right. And you do see, I think, a lot of classic illustration stuff. You see a lot of Toth.
You do.
Like this is really like spot your blacks, get the, the kind of the important essence down.
Yes.
And that's it. It's not labored over. It doesn't look like we're tracing film stills or anything of that sort. It's just turned around. And maybe that's just the first chapter, and that's why the look changes a little bit as it goes on. But it's some of the stuff that I think is really cool.
Is traced. I think like you trace where applicable, and Howard Chaykin like spares, like he said like on our shoot interview, he traced department stores. Like that's a very acceptable thing in illustration. And I'm going to tell you this, if I ever get commissioned to do a fucking Star Wars comic and Darth Vader's all in it, I'm going to have a morgue file of every view of that fucking helmet, and I'm tracing that shit off. Because I tried a million times to draw this thing.
Yeah.
And the symmetry, if you don't get it right, it is very apparent.
This is I love this sequence. It's so good, like long shot,
yeah,
close up, diving into your scooter off center because of the weight and everything. Absolutely. Hopping in. Really effective.
Great color in this thing, probably by Marie Severin.
Yes.
And it would be moments like this, dude, where you're getting a bunch of poppy colors.
Yeah, and part of whenever we say great color on, at least for this page, Vader's the only guy that's that color.
Yeah.
And it pops against pinks and oranges and yellows behind him, and that's what you want, as opposed to like make it all dark and he fades into the background. Princess Leia being shot. I don't remember that in the movie.
Yeah, she gets hit with that pillow paralyzed gimmick. It's very, it looks more severe here. But, she gets tased out.
What about this Biggs character?
That's what I'm saying. He shows up. He's like a Luke Skywalker gets reacquainted with him later when they do the final Death Star run. But you could tell there's history because he reckoned, Biggs!
Yeah.
So this is one of those things that is in the script. I doubt that they shot any of that because it would have probably been in the special editions. Yeah. But this was built into the first script and it was edited out. So this is an existing character, but this scene is not in the movie.
This panel to me is very Tothian in that we've got the whole panel going on. We've got words and everything. But the focal points, there are focal points within, and part of that is achieved through your coloring. By making that foreground all green.
That red.
Yeah, it's much higher contrast with different colors.
Fully saturated, your eyes go in there. It is funny that Luke and Biggs, they're supposed to be peers and stuff. At least this Luke looks a little young, but there are times when he's total Clark Kent.
Dude, the inking stuff, it's almost Harvey Kurtzman in places where it is just really almost scribble lines.
Yeah.
It's drawn in there so quickly. And I don't feel like it suffers for that, but I do wonder if that's a side effect of maybe printing it larger. If this may be about how big it was drawn originally.
I bet Chaykin was so divorced from this because the idea of movie adaptation was probably as low rung as drawing a toy adaptation comic. And imagine how tough that's got to be. Because not only are you doing something you have no connection with that has no cultural relevance, but on this page, you got to draw this guy. On this page, you got to draw these fucking robots. That's a lot of extra work to just try to come up with some shorthand to figure out what these fucking things are. And now you got to do that. And there's something new. There's new concepts on every page.
I also wonder how much of the movie he got to see before he did this.
Yeah.
Because you hear a range of that from people who adapt movies where sometimes it's here are a couple of stills.
And here's the thing,
this feels like he must have seen the movie.
Sure. But
some of these shots feel very on point.
Yeah. But Lucas was very proprietary over the visuals. He was deathly afraid of being sandbagged and having because he took this around to every studio and finally convinced 20th Century Fox to do it. And then it's in the works. And he was really nervous about some schmucks coming in and Roger Cormaning some bullshit real quick. See Silent Running or some of those other shit movies. So I don't know that he was relinquishing too much imagery. Maybe you got to see it. Maybe you got to do some courtroom sketches while you're watching it. But I don't know that he got to hold on to too much stuff.
Don't these panels, so many of them feel like they could be almost straight to ink.
Yeah,
some of the line work.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And you get slow, tiny glimpses of what Chaykin becomes. In that thick, little line, those kinetic lines, you almost see a little Reuben Flagg in the eyes. Because that's the thing. Chaykin develops same face syndrome. Reuben Flagg is Power and Glory, is the Blackhawks, whatever. You slowly can see Chaykin in there, but it would be hard to guess that this was Chaykin.
The other reason I say Kurtzman, I feel like you've got a thin line, some kind of pen or marker or something, and then you've got a really thick line.
Sure.
And it's, presumably a brush maybe or a heavy marker, but it's almost like one or the other. This stuff is either detail work or I'm going in and spotting some blacks on here. Man, and some of the vehicles, I love this Jawa vehicle. We see it a few times. I think it always looks really cool. Even the little snippets of it. Even just the dumb lines that you put on the side to make it look like tech. And metal and everything. I think all that stuff works for me.
I mean, they give it a badass face. It looks like a 2000 AD sci-fi Judge Dredd vehicle. Killdozer.
Yeah, man. Even when you get the close-up of the tread looks nasty. These wide panels too really read well. They're so thin and yet it allows you to get multiple figures in and almost multiple scenes on the same panel.
Look at that hand. Quick.
That's the cartoon hand. If you see a comic strip, that's kind of how they draw those.
It is.
And the lettering, very nice lettering effects.
Yeah. Still on that Jim Novak lettering. The Orzechowski is so clear once you get there. See, this is old man Luke Skywalker. Luke Clark Kent.
Yeah, there's a few images of him that really have that age to them. like trying to mark his hair.
Yeah.
It's so bizarre, that hairstyle.
And this really looks like Uncle Owen, so
yeah, it's a good likeness.
Speaks to, you know, having access to stuff.
I love the teeth, like the way he does the mouth and really makes it round like a face. That's a good skill.
Sure.
It's a mark of a good drawer. Even like those kind of things for your background shadows, I think, are pretty interesting choices. Sky is just heavy black lines fading out.
Yeah, love that magenta. Love this.
It's a really, really
sunset.
Nice sunrise. Dawn slowly creeping
sunset, up. Sunrise, sunset.
Those lines right out of a Harvey Kurtzman.
You're right.
Like I can pull out his that big
covers.
monograph of his, and you can see those lines.
Yeah, the frontline comic covers and stuff.
But even the marks in the hair.
Exactly.
Like you just don't see very much stuff like that.
Yeah, those thicks, man.
So I really dig this kind of mark making and approach. You can see the pen line almost drug across the page and bleeding in places. If you told me that he drew this on like bond paper, I'd be like, yeah, I could see that.
In 2 weeks.
That's what I mean. Like it's not wasting any time. I don't think it costs you anything in terms of the storytelling.
No.
But it's not spending. It doesn't look like you're spending any time on details.
And I'm very happy with this line work. But you just know that, you know, the average reader, they want you to bleed.
Yeah, especially with the robots and like the Star Wars.
Oh, forget about that.
Details. Yeah. Any of the ships, any of the toys.
You don't have enough horns on your Tusken Raider.
It's so true. Yeah, there's something about even the lettering being big, that chunkiness, that I like this size a lot. We've talked about this size. I mean, you did hip hop this size because this size has a certain feeling.
Oh, yeah.
And here we go with our second chapter. And, you know,
look at that lettering. That's Orzakowski.
Look at the line work.
Yeah, sure.
You know, it's some changes have been made.
Yeah.
Maybe he turns in chapter 1 and they're like, all right, we're gonna do this next chapter a little differently.
Yeah.
Again, the likeness is quite good.
It's Alec Guinness if I've ever seen him.
Yep. It sells. Even Hamill's likeness looks like we're getting a little closer, maybe. A little bit more modeled.
I remember, man, somebody getting dinner, and this one blonde dude was there. He had a kind of feathered hair, and somebody said he looked like the Marvel Comics version of Luke Skywalker. And I knew what he meant.
What a specific reference.
We were dying, man. Not a bad Peter Cushing.
Really nice coloring. You know, you're gonna pop a panel there. Well done. Even on that face, some interesting coloring.
Yeah,
man, you don't see comic coloring like that very often. Pink, white, and yellow.
Damn near that Alex Ross we looked at. That new Fantastic Four joint.
It really is. And it's funny because those are your ingredients to make flesh. Right. They're just kind of stripped and moved away from each other.
What does Dan Clowes say in his Apple commercial? There is no blue. Getting more detail in the color too, as we see this vehicle now. The tank treads are a different color. Everything was just brown in the previous. I think they got 2 extra weeks to make an issue, man.
Yeah, somebody must have stood up and said, "You got to give us more time, George.
Yeah,
give us more something." And you know, I bet you're right about having some real reference for.
No doubt,
because these are complicated character designs and
the compositions.
They look accurate.
All right, let's see if that cut out. We're stretching your poor phone.
Yeah, we are getting close. I think I'm gonna have to start another record, which is okay.
Let's see. Yeah. Ooh, way to change everything. That is really uncool. This Filmic Pro, man. They had a perfect program. And they fucked it up.
I think this is my battery. I'd blame it as much as the...
No, your phone is newer than mine. Good.
Yep. Continuing on to some scenes that look very familiar from our movie, right?
Yeah, Mos Eisley Cantina, man. Wretches hive of scum and villainy.
It's fun to read these, especially like the iconic stuff, you know, like... You don't need to see his identification.
Yeah, that's sick, dude.
You know, it's kind of neat to see it as just through a different light for people at home who maybe haven't tracked these comics down. If there's anybody that's a Star Wars fan that hasn't read them,
here comes some fun, sick, fucking nerdy, cartoonist kayfabe shit, man. Okay, the Mos Eisley Cantina, dude.
Okay.
The bartender in those Fairburn system drawing reference books. the legit actor who played that dude is one of the faces in there. There's like 2 recognizable things like off the bat when you fuck with those books. Shouts to Kagan McLeod. Let me go through those things. One is the Frank Miller shit from Elektra Lives Again. And the other is like, okay, that is the fucking Mos Eisley Cantina dude is like literally in the drawing reference books that every artist from this era had, uses, and continues to use. Like Chaykin says he still uses that shit. I wonder if he even knows or knew.
Yeah, that's funny.
That guy was in the books that he had sitting right there.
That really is some inside shit.
Like if ever you get a likeness correct, like that's the one that has to be correct, man. Because you could just totally, you see that face lit a billion different ways at every single angle. Like that's the guy.
That's hilarious.
That has to be correct. The Chewie is a real Marvel Comics looking villain, like a
I was gonna say like
Bigfoot.
It just doesn't look like proportion wise. It looks pretty good here.
Yeah,
but some of this is a little bit out
and
there.
a lot of it is just like a big teddy bear.
Harrison Ford looks right.
Pretty good. In this comic, Harrison shoots first, not Greedo. There's some controversy about that. That would be in the special edition. See, there's the Mos Eisley guy again. You got to get him right.
Hey, check this out. Doing a little bit of a different font for Greedo here.
Yeah,
that's something that's feels a little ahead of time. 1977 to do a separate font treatment for certain characters.
Yeah, it's smart too because it would have been an alien language with subtitles. So like, how do you do that? Here's the Greedo scene that got cut out in the special edition. So this, I mean, not the Jabba scene. So this is Chaykin's Jabba the Hutt.
How about that?
And you see him call, like, see, I'll pay you, Jabba, not because you threaten me. So this is, it's this like little crusty old man.
Yeah.
That's a stand-in in that shit, and then they computer graphics, fake Jabba on top of him.
But that's very classic. Super different.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's neat to see that.
And I think those are the 2 sequences that are different.
Yeah, like all of this stuff to me feels really strong in terms of tying into the film and really looking good. Man, that's a great Millennial Falcon, right?
Yeah, it's real rough, like when, because I'm drunk on Williamson.
Yes.
But Williamson just had more access to more stuff, so you have to try to get it right,
This is probably my favorite Star Wars image just from anything, anywhere.
Dude, it's so what this tells me is they did not have access to the sequence with the
light travel.
Yeah. What do they call that? Hyperspace or whatever. So this is a comic book version of the hyperspace travel. How easy would it have been to just have Speedlines manga style, and like that would be plenty. That's probably what they do now. But this is like interdimensional.
It's a really good graphic because it's kind of like you have, the psychedelic wallpaper, something. That background is flat in a weird way, and this ship is really on top of it.
Yeah.
And you know what? There are some lines on here that make me wonder if this was touched up later on, because we don't see those lines elsewhere. They're almost like a Mike Golden ink line.
Yeah.
And it makes me wonder if this is something that shows up in the Marvel bullpen, and they're like,
some Ramita Raiders had
fix up that ship a little bit. Don't make it look so rough or something like that. So quick pause here to pay some bills. We are working Cartoonist. The best way to support Cartoonist Kayfabe is to buy the comics that we make. Currently in comic shops, my latest comic, Hulk Grand Design Monster Madness, 2 40-page issues that tell the 60-year history of the Incredible Hulk. There's a collection on the way in January. You can pre-order that now, wherever you buy comics or books. And Street Angel, Deadliest Girl Alive. The collection of all of my Image Comics Street Angel stories, plus a few, is back in print now after being out of print for a year. So grab that whenever you're pre-ordering the Hulk Grand Design. Ed Piskor's Red Room Trigger Warnings, the collection of the 2nd season of Red Room Trigger Warnings, now available wherever books are sold. So pick that up next time you hit your local comic shop or place your book order online. And Red Room Antisocial Network, still in print. These are completely independent, can be read in any order. There are 4 complete stories in each issue, so start with whichever one is in stock next time you hit your comic shop. And now, back to Howard Chaykin's Star Wars. And Chapter 3. So the way this is broken up, by the way, everyone at home, is there are 2 issues of this, oversized. I believe there is a collected, like a super thick issue of this stuff, but dude, if ever a comic was perfect for that Treasury edition, besides the Grand Designs, it's these Star Wars comics. That oversized really flatters them. So as we enter Chapter 3 here, we're only looking at roughly the first half of the Star Wars movie.
I love when they are kind of Russian and this is more important. And I love the off-model stuff.
Yeah, that's one that they filled in, that mask in the top corner. That could be another one, because the way this figure's built, I imagine you don't see eyes if you draw an accurate helmet.
Right.
That could have been something that came into the bullpen and they were like, hey, Jazzy John Romita,
right,
put a mask on this guy. This is your baseline. Remember, we often point out like perspective, where like a guy's standing on the horizon, and that's what you get here.
Yeah, and that's the cool thing, man. It's sort of, you don't really want that when you have Darth Vader like this imposing
Vader
villain,
should always be the biggest dude.
Totally.
Where
is the rebel base?
Yes, in our demo of the Death Star, what can we do to a planet? That feels like a not movie version in a lot of ways. Because don't we see that stuff come together, like a visual of it, not just on screen?
I might be on a screen. Yeah, I don't quite remember that part.
Yeah, me either. So much of this stuff is just blurred at this point. You've seen different cuts of everything.
Yeah.
And different versions of everything. Luke doing a little bit of training here, trying to awaken the Force inside of him. And man, some of these likenesses, not as strong.
Yeah, this is
not
like,
a great Harrison Ford right there.
Lee Aloha is like in the mix now. He was in the mix with issue 2, so that second chapter.
Still some fun coloring, though. I do like some of this coloring stuff. And this almost reminds me of the Star Wars video game. Do you remember that old,
sure.
like...
the Vector one?
Yeah, the Vector one. Yeah. Really feels like asteroids or something.
Totally. How about that for scale, baby?
Dude, I love it. And not just scale, but using black, again,
Yeah.
for your focal point, and also to differentiate. Like, here's your other ship in front of this massive object.
It would be so easy to fuck up the ellipses of the tech on that Death Star and just destroy your whole drawing. And there is, thankfully, there's like panel borders breaking, because the curve here is like, it's different, but it doesn't matter thanks to this being put there.
Yeah, it's strange. When I look at it on our monitor,
You could see
it feels different. When I look at it here, it looks just magnificent.
because your eyes can only, take in so much. But when we're looking at the thumbnail of it, that don't lie.
Yeah. And look,
A little bit censor. You're crazy. That's funny, man. I love it because little kids read the shit out of this.
Yeah, this was not a collector's items for a lot of people that grabbed it. This was just their favorite comic of all time.
I've never seen a good quality they're all well read and as comics should be.
Yeah, it's one of the elements I really like about it. I like that Chewie.
Yeah, it's just an abominable snowman.
Yeah, you could go right from this to the
Bigfoot.
$6 Million Man Bigfoot episode
Totally.
adaptation.
Shouts to Andre.
It fit perfectly. I do like that, though. It's almost like you're trying to figure out how to draw this stuff and make it look cool and go beyond like just the adaptation and make it into a comic book page that looks good. It's so weird to think of this as like the early days of Star Wars, where this stuff isn't all codified and like it's got to be this way.
Right? Yeah. So it allows
you
little
get
things
canceled
like
on
this.
Twitter for doing this kind of thing now.
Yeah, to add a little red to the mouth and stuff. And there would be those covers and stuff where they would add red to the Darth Vader eyes. And to me, I'm like, yo, it kind of looks cool that way.
Mm-hmm.
I like those little ruby eyeballs. But that nerds would not stand for that.
You know what's crazy is I feel like that's a pretty good likeness, but as you look at it, the drawing's all talk about wonky. Like it's super wonky, but how are you capturing or communicating some likeness here?
Yeah,
because I think it's the eye.
The one single eye. What's real scary is this is the start of another eye.
That's what I'm saying.
So let's put some tracing paper over that.
Yeah, this is not going to add up. If you saw what was on either side of that crop, it's not going to be happy. And a giant to be continued. To be continued, worthy of a treasury size edition. That's fun too, because that is a version of the cover.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like it's spinning off of that poster for sure, but you're getting like a version of this.
Yeah.
It's the same composition and just tweaked a little bit here and there. Fun way to end an issue.
Sure. So
of course you added your plug the ongoing series too. Did you have this ad in yours? Because I wonder if this is maybe a later printing, since this is a Whitman.
Yeah, let's take a look. I think I have it. Here.
I'm sure they knew that they had their series planned and maybe even underway at this point. Did they serialize the story in the first couple issues?
Yeah.
It's cut up.
So the first 3 issues is here. The second 3 issues in the second, and then they kept the story going.
I was gonna say, I wonder if they start with the comic book series, and then you get your treasury.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is. Absolutely. Yeah, this is an afterthought.
Gotcha. It was an afterthought that I bet was very profitable.
A couple bites of that apple and it's $1, dude. What were the comics at that point?
This is
20
the thing,
cents?
though, and especially if you're selling these in toy stores and places like that, like this oversized Treasury Edition's built for that. It's a novelty.
And you know where it would be if you close your eyes and have total recall of KB toy stores and stuff. There was these kind of, it would not even get like above like your parents' waist shelf space, and it would be the coloring books and the weird shit that would be a lower half thing, easily grabbable by a 2-year-old, and like the weird books and shit would be there. The coloring books, the fucking Clifford the Red Dog and Curious George shit. It would be such a small piece where like your moms would like maybe pull you to that section and hope that you want to read something or like fuck with a book, but you're trying to go to the G.I. Joes, and you know that's where those shits would be. You know, it's before our time, before my time.
Thinking about that Chaykin interview now, and like in the beginning they're complaining about some of the books that he was doing and how like the overbearing editors were so bad on some of them. It could have been this. I was thinking it was like Stars My Destination or something like that, but he's doing a lot of 70s sci-fi in that late 70s time frame.
Right.
So it does make me wonder, is this the one that he had maybe an overbearing editors, maybe overbearing studio?
That's it. Like I'm sure everything's fine at Marvel, but when you do a licensed thing, now you have 2 motherfuckers you got to answer to, and that is no fun.
No,
not at all, man. So Kayfabers, get this video to 20K so that we can do the back half of this first one and give us a chance to revisit the second treasury, man. Let's get that Death Star run in there. And all of that.
Yes.
Good to go?
Reading this does make me want to go through the next one. So definitely.
Good to go, Jimmy?
I am.
Kayfabers, like, follow, subscribe to the YouTube channel, hit the bell. We'll notify you when new vids are available. What do you have out there, man?
Hulk Grand Design, Monster Madness in comic shops now. 40 pages each, so oversized issues telling the 60-year history of the Incredible Hulk. Pick that up wherever you get comic books. And pre-order the collection, which will be out in January, and an oversized Treasury Edition like this Star Wars, same size as your Star Wars Special Edition. Pre-order that now wherever you buy books. Street Angel Deadliest Girl Alive, back in stores from Image Comics, collecting all of the color Street Angel stories in one handsome volume. Pick that up wherever you buy books. And join me on patreon.com/JimRugg, where you can see a lot more of my comics and artwork.
Red Room Trigger Warnings is in stores right now, so I have 2 Red Room trades that you have access to. The Antisocial Network being the first one. Murder on the Dark Web for Fun and Profit is the name of the game. Each of these books is completely self-contained in terms of the story content, with lots of additional material that just was not included in the single issues of Red Room. Please support the project. I appreciate it so much. #1 dystopian graphic novel on YouTube, which it was funny.
That's amazing.
Yeah, dystopian.
I would say that fits.
Yeah, it's just not a word that was in my mind when I'm coming up with it. What can you do, man? $3 will get you the archive at my Patreon, which includes all of this material, probably over 300 pages worth of comics at this point. And I'm serializing the next round of Red Room comics, and that's going to be my home base for serializing further works before it sees the light of day elsewhere, man. So support the Patreon. That way you get a fresh scoop on stuff that won't be seen for a year or more. And all those links are in my link tree in the description below. Jimmy, what else do we have out there, man?
Subscribe to the Cartoonist Kayfabe e-newsletter at the links below this video. You can also find Cartoonist Kayfabe t-shirts, merchandise, fanny packs, and more at our spread shop. That link is also below this video.
Another great way to support the Cartoonist Kayfabe YouTube channel. Get this Star Wars video to 20K. Give us incentive to do the rest of the Star Wars flick adaptation. Jimmy, give them those marching orders so we can be on our way.
Read more comics.
And may the Force be with you. All right, man. Fritz the Cat.
Yes.
If you want to put your phone on the supercharger, because I'm sure your shit is nearly dead and you probably want to keep that available.
I do indeed.
And we'll keep rocking, man. Fritz the Cat, baby. But just Fritz bugs out. This is the supercharge. We'll just do that one story, you know, because that's like an issue's length of material.
I read it all.
Yeah.
I read it online into like the next story, so I think I'm there.
Yeah. Good session so far today, Jimmy. Very breezy.
Good books this week. I've been holding this mic in my hand.
It's all good.
I'm sure they're like, stop it.
Listen, this is behind the scenes footage. You're going to get some scrapes.
That's true. That's exactly right.
You're going to get some bumps. Oh, you know what? I'm going to color background for this one.
Somebody said, cue the stone cold glass breaking sound effects. Ben Mayer in the chat.
Boom, 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 boom.
Mayer talking up Tom Palmer's inks on the ongoing Star Wars series.
Believe
Rest
it.
in peace, Tom Palmer.
Believe it. There was some comic I was looking at. It might even be something that we just covered, or it's something that I got out of the dollar bins when we were digging with Michelle. But it was Tom Palmer Jr., senior editor or something like that for something. And it might have been DC. It might have been a Wildstorm thing. I don't remember. But I saw his name.
That's interesting. I don't know off the top of my head.
Oh, you know what? I'll cue this up so that you could actually...
Oh, do you have it in two spots?
I do.
Cool.
And one is no better than the other. On this cover of this Complete Crumb Comics, he's basically redrawing a panel from in here, and I think it would be cool to compare, like, you know, his 1960s style.
Yeah.
Like, this is where he was, and that's how he grew in about 15 years or something.
Do you want to flag it so we don't forget it?
Sure. Now I got that Stone Cold shit in my head.
Hey, can you pass me my water?
Yeah, trade me mine also. I need a couple sips myself. Fucking get parched talking up a storm. How many hours are we into this already, man? The recording is almost 5 hours.
Wow. That's a session right there.
Yes, sir.
Looks cool on video. Like, you can see a little bit of the surface there.
Yeah. See, it's in my head, man. I can't
get
it
us flagged. You keep singing the Stone Cold song. Copyright violation.
Shouts to SmackDown referee Jason Ayers, man, who's hooking us up with some SmackDown tickets when he comes to town.
Got WWE on the brain.
We're gonna have to I think they have to book their own travel and like accommodations and shit, because he said he didn't book his shit yet.
Really?
Yeah, and because I was like, well, depending on where you stay, like we could dig in various places. Because my thought is like, it would be cool to dig with that dude and to talk wrestling and shit.
Yeah, for sure.
And it'll probably be Ide's mission, I'm thinking.
Was he a do you know him from your brother? Did he come up with your brother?
He's a Kayfaber, dude.
Oh,
like
cool.
he's full on in it. Like, dude, he responds to all our shit.
Nice.
Like, puts little comments on and stuff. So he's just
now there's wrestling talk going on.
He's in the audience, you know. And then like when you click his shit on Instagram, you know, he's getting those giant size X-Men. Like, you know what I mean? He's got a pedigree.
Yeah. Yeah, it's cool. That's fun.
I don't think we'd be digging for the same type of shit. I think he's like a more classic mainstream dude. But listen.
Hey, he might not be into the digging part if it's, you know, if he's a collector, high-end collector.
Yeah, I don't know that that's the biggest concern. So this is the inspiration for even doing this. So I'm gonna give some shouts to it.
What year is this?
I'll tell you. I think it's the same book. I think we have the same one.
I told you that Jim and I went through the one that he got.
Yeah, and that was later.
Yeah.
I went through it too because like I saw that color section.
We were looking at like if you show the contributors,
second
is how
printing.
I would know.
Second
mine's
printing.
Second printing.
Yeah. Yeah.
But minus the dust jacket for me. This is such a good book. Anybody that didn't see
Amazing.
our episode on that one, go back and watch the that World Encyclopedia.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, we shot the videos, right? And on a Thursday, my copy showed up Saturday.
That's the kayfabe effect right there. Is like, how many times have I run home and been like, I got to get that before we show the video?
Yeah. That's the only danger. So now with that in mind, with these ideas of raw recordings, when we have our conversations, if it's a book that you think is interesting, before we do the raw, you got to get the book. You can't fuck yourself that way. Because we're about insider trading here. And,
that is true. And that's how we should market the Thursday live feeds. Is like, if you really want to be ahead of the kayfabe effect.
Yeah, you'll endure a 5-hour video. Wow. All right, Jimmy.
Yes.
What do we got here?
Did you lock these?
Let's just do it again for the fuck of it. All right. Cool.
Are you ready?
I'm ready, sir. Welcome to Cartoonist Kayfabe. My name is Ed Piskor.
I'm Jim Rugg.
Jimmy and I are doing some traveling in October 6th through 9th. We're at Cartoon Crossroads Columbus in Ohio, man, to talk comics, sign comics, sell comics, and to meet the Kayfabe audience out there, man. So come by, say hi, holler like you know us.
I'm also there to look at that cool Billy Ireland collection.
Yes, sir. October 28th through 30th, Baltimore Comic-Con. That's the birthplace of Cartoonist Kayfabe, where Jimmy and I created the idea to go down this YouTube rabbit hole that we've been going down for about 4 years at this point. Almost 4, I think, right? Mm-hmm. Or almost 5. Jacksonville Public Library, there will be a Zine Fest October 22nd. Jimmy's going to be there flying solo to say what's up to you, man. He's going to be the man of the hour on the dais doing some talks in front of everybody. So if you're in town, man, make sure you stop by and say hi to the man. Kayfabe-tober is October, and these are your drawing prompts. Screen grab this image and we will pin the prompts on our Instagram and our Twitters when the time comes, so that you see the prompts very easily. And when you draw something and you post it online on your social media, please hashtag us, Cartoonist Kayfabe, on Instagram, and at us with your images on Twitter. That'll make sure that we see the stuff, and we're going to reshare and repost as much of that stuff as possible to help. Rising tide raises all ships, man. So signal boost your artwork and things. What we're going to do today, man, is one of the first big Fritz stories in the original. We don't have the original collection from Ballantine, major book publisher back in the day, by the way, of Fritz Bugs Out is the story that we're going to look at. I have it in 2 flavors, man. There was a Fantagraphics collection of all the Fritz material right here, and the Complete Crumb Comics volume number 3 contains all the Fritz comics from the famous Ballantine paperbacks. The impetus for this episode was when I got kayfabe affected, because somebody out there in the audience was trying to break up the channel, and they only sent us 1 copy that we had to flip for. And you ended up with the Maurice Horn edited World Encyclopedia of Comics. I didn't think twice about it because you just can't. If you don't get it, you don't got it. Until it was an episode, and it was so thorough and so awesome that I had to get my hands on it. We shot our episodes on a Thursday. By Saturday, my copy showed up at my house, and I spent the weekend with the thing, going post by post, and just very astonished at the stuff that I saw in here. Joe Dorowski's Panic Fables gets an entry. Like, this book is freaking thorough, man. And I just came across like the Fritz the Cat entry. Here's some images from a story that we won't be covering this time, but we'll probably do at some point. And it made me realize, like, the famous Nas line from Illmatic, if you're real about this shit, you're doing it without a record contract. All this stuff in that Fritz the Cat collection, 100 pages worth of stuff, he drew for himself, by himself, and just kept that shit in a sketchbook for years. Zap Comics came out in like 64, and this book didn't get published until a couple of years after that, man. This material was first done 60 to 65 before published by Ballantine. In 1968 is when the damn book came out, dude. 69 is the cartoon.
You know, I think a lot about how the good stuff in the comics industry today, right?
Yeah.
And I mean, this is a good example of it. Because, I mean, is there even a home for this when he's drawing it in
Exactly,
a sketchbook?
there's
You know,
not.
it's years before there's even a place for it. And now it's like, we'd be pitching, you know, if you did this kind of work, you'd be pitching it all over the place. You might have an agent selling it. There's so many, you could pay for it yourself. You could crowdfund it.
Yeah.
A lot of options. And I think that's a good example of some of the stuff that we're able to do today that wasn't available back then. It's like you say, just doing it for yourself.
There's so much stuff that we get to take advantage of and we take for granted nowadays, Jimmy, in those terms and beyond. In Complete Crumb Comics Volume 3, the introduction by Marty Pulse, who would be a friend through fandom with Robert Crumb in his early days. This is him right here. You can see a collegiate kind of cool cat, and Robert Crumb, like the nerd, fucking holding his cat. They look like they're from two different tribes and shit, but bound by comics. And at some point when Crumb decides to take a trip, like and move from American Greetings to go to San Fran, a bunch of his friends like gifted him, believe it or not, it was like a gift. It was a special item to present this guy, a hardcover sketchbook. A hardcover book with all white paper inside was like a special gift. You couldn't just like get that, or it's very expensive. I have no idea how that worked, but hardcover sketchbooks were just not ubiquitous like they are now. And that was a sketchbook that these Fritz the Cat strips were written and made in. It's just sketchbook work. In fact, he got the rapidograph, and he didn't even do much penciling on these strips, straight to
That's
ink.
the mind blower to me. Working both in a sketchbook on something that's collected many times in book form,
Yeah.
and doing it in a sketchbook.
So he did Fritz the Cat strips. This is from R. Crumb Comics and Stories. He did stuff in Help magazine that Harvey Kurtzman spearheaded with Fritz the Cat. And the strip that we are going to look at today will be this baby right here, Fritz Bugs Out. And it begins with Fritz the cat, a pig, and a rabbit, a couple collegiate freshman type characters. Fritz is dealing with a breakup. The writing at this stage, by the time you get to panel 5, I'm strung out, I'm hung up, strung out, uptight. The rhythm of the writing, first off, you're getting all 12 panels a page. So there's a pattern to the imagery and the storytelling. The beats are all the same, probably an equal amount of time in between each panel. Kurtzman jumps to mind, to the forefront in terms of the writing, because of like the thematic rhythm of this like hung up, strung out, uptight stuff. And then little storytelling bits with like, this pig just wants to keep drinking.
Yeah, right.
He's on his own track. The works of Walt Kelly, the works of Carl Barks, all the stuff that you associate with being in that soup that becomes Robert Crumb, it's all on display here.
Yeah, I mean, I would even go so far, things like Disney.
Yeah, Bigfoot.
Any of the funny animal comic was a genre.
Absolutely.
Like you go back to Golden Age and you can find 100 generic funny animal comics. Like
Yes.
It was in the water, so to speak. So I think if you're coming up at that point and looking at comics, it's inevitable that becomes part of what you're doing, part of the language that you're employing. You
see this super wobbly line, very indicative of not ruling things out. Like this guy is drawing with a rapidograph, man, going blind.
That wobbly line was real empowering to me when I first started looking at Crumb stuff.
For sure. And it's like the line that he employs, like even throughout his career, like this line, it has so much heart and soul in there. That is a human hand.
Yeah, very much.
So his rabbit fella is like, listen, man, you need to get over that chick. We need to get you laid.
So good as a cartoonist of like, oh, this is an interior scene.
Mm-hmm.
This is an outside scene at night. You know it instantly.
Absolutely.
We don't need a caption that explains that or anything. It's like very clear in the cartooning.
In some of the intro stuff, if not in the complete Crumb that you're looking at, well, no, I think it can only be there. Yeah, Crumb makes mention of his sort of vertical hatching that's just all straight up and down, and how it took him years and years to figure out crosshatch until it took him to the point where like he discovered Thomas Nast, and then he decided like how like he just saw more value in how to interpret the grays, because it does create a flattening out that does happen here, man. But once again, that rhythm of these 12-panel pages, I'm in love with the 12-panel page. I think he makes great use of it. I think there's an argument to be made that it's very dense. There's a devil's advocate kind of thing where it's like very dense and maybe like not reader friendly.
It does feel very different the way we used to read versus the way we do now.
Mm-hmm.
Because like now, think of the proliferation of manga.
Sure.
It's almost, like it's so different than this kind of density. Ed, is this the first, like when you've done 4-tier comics quite a bit?
Absolutely.
Is this like where you first got into 4-tier comics?
Yeah, it's Crumb, man. And it's this work. And I think the culmination of this 12-panel stuff was a story that he did with like where Alien is in it. By the way, the other story was in Weirdo, and it was all rapidograph also. There's that, but then there's the other one that was in Arcade called That's Life, where it's the blues musician guy who like escapes his wife and does all that stuff, records a record, gets killed, and lives this whole full life with like a lot of ups and downs. And the culmination is that there's like some old crusty white dude like knocking on doors looking for old records, and then they get a hold of his record, they play it, and it's just a bunch of people sitting there like enjoying the record, but like not really, just for the surface level, not like all the toil that went into creating. That's like the culmination of the R. Crumb 12-panel page, and it's probably something that we'll never be able to show on this channel without raising all kinds of trouble, Anyhow, he's the guy though that
Another
sold me on a 12-panel joint.
To admire, if this is new to everybody, or even if it's not, is just how animated these characters are from panel to panel. Calls to mind like the Ivan Brunetti Comics Journal when he talks about same-size characters from panel to panel create like animation, makes them come to life. And you really see it as Fritz is like rolling around, kind of tormented in his chair, not getting comfortable. It's life. It's how do you give life to a character in a black and white line drawing?
Absolutely.
That's one of the ways.
And one of the things that I dig most about Robert Crumb's drawing is really setting the stage. And when he draws a coffee table, it feels like a coffee table, or a love seat, or this like kitchen interior. It all feels so accurate in terms of how things are built. Like he understands the anatomy of a table lamp. He understands the things that need to be in a room for it to feel like a room. His chairs feel like they're sitting on the actual ground there. It's all that stuff.
Yeah, you're right. There's a lot of weight to it. There's an implied perspective because he's not ruling out
not
vanishing points.
No.
But there's a depth there, even when there's nothing.
Yeah.
Like these characters feel like they're in three-dimensional space.
Yes.
There's no real line anywhere that would indicate what we think of as like linear perspective.
Yeah, right. Like even this is like allowing him to like eyeball that stuff, and then you just try to abide by that. Starts to get muddy. You have these 12-panel pages, and now you've got these panels that have maybe 7 characters in it. If he got just a sketchbook, it's probably 2 size of what we're looking at.
Wow.
If you think, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
It probably is. So he's drawn. I mean, his eyes are fucked up for a reason. You know what I mean? Like you're getting in microscopic right there.
Yeah, no doubt. And he pairs up with this girl from that what was supposed to be an orgy.
Right.
Instead, breaks away with this girl and kind of having conversation. Right. This is your young man wandering through life and not sure where you're heading.
But he's also, he's a scam artist, and this is Crumb. The satire of Crumb is apparent this early in his career, because he is cutting up on these 20-year-old collegiate philosopher types, And, the one way to get over somebody is to get under somebody else. So he's running game on like a nubile, fucking corn-fed, middle of Pennsylvania, going to school for the first time, going away from home for the first time, and she's buying everything he's selling. And he's laying it on thick.
Real quick, there's a repeat here of our opening page.
Exactly.
Where you're really strung out, hung up, uptight. That's Kurtzman to me.
That's the Kurtzman bits. And throughout, on other pages here, there's the uptight, strung out. It's literally from Mad Magazine type pacing. Jimmy, let me grab your book real quick, because I flagged this piece here to kind of show you. This is where Crumb was at this stage, drawing on the microscopic level, and he literally redoes this panel for the cover of Complete Crumb Comics 3. Probably, if this is, when is this, man? Mid-80s? When this thing comes out, 1995. That's a second edition.
88.
Yeah, 88
is your intro.
Yeah. So that's when this would be. 88, like say 64, 20 years prior, we'll say. This is where your art grows in 20 years of constant drawing.
Yeah, it's funny too.
And he figured out that hatching,
right,
by the way.
But still retains the human part of that line.
He does.
Fritz doing whatever he can to get into her apartment.
Oh yeah.
The quickly bored with her playing. I feel like this is me with every element of my life.
Sure.
Food, dinner. If there's something that I'm interested in, whatever the other half is happening, like outside, it's like, I just want that thing. I'm ready to watch that movie I've been waiting for. I'm ready for dinner.
And it's a perfect choice of words here, the interesting part, because it sounds like you're paying attention. There's in GTA San Andreas, there's like a dating thing, like where you can pick up chicks and take them to their house and stuff. And the girls, when they get in the car, they start talking about some gossipy bullshit, and your guy goes, "That is very interesting," and just totally not paying attention. It's real good.
Also, fun cartooning throughout too, where it's like it is just going on and on. His line.
Bullshit baffles brains, man. Just keep plying words to the chick so that she's like, "You are so interesting."
This is a fun sort of restrained approach, almost European.
He won't stick with that for too long. In fact, the next story that he does, man, has the actual the orgy commences. And he always winds back up at the crib, man. He accomplished his mission, and look at that smile on his face. He's over old Winston. But when he gets back to the joint, the orgy's done, and the fellas they're back on the horse. Like they're studying
test the next day.
They're studying their tests, and Fritz got a taste of life, man. He's taking some benzos so that he stays up all night, which I think I remember that episode of Saved by the Bell, when Jesse Spano takes the caffeine pills.
I'm so excited. I'm so scared.
And look at this mountain of work that Fritz has. Of course, man, the only solution... What's the only solution when you have 100 emails in your inbox? Put that shit on fire and delete them all. It's going to light the house on fire.
Yeah. Not well thought out.
No.
That up all night, no sleeping probably contributes to this.
Little bits, man. They do their best, but ultimately, their crib is going up like a comics fan's house full of long boxes.
Yeah, that's what comes to mind. There's a lot of paper in that fire.
Yep. Got to call the firemen. Everybody just watches the joint burn down. A lot of inner dialogue. There's good cartooning stuff that happens here, man. Like where there's a lot of people have their own personal dialogues as they're watching the thing burn, and those dialogues continue in other panels, and you have a million different kinds of animals who are in the mix here.
Yeah, it's fun too watching Fritz get singled out. Like, he is to blame for this. Everybody's unhappy, and now he's basically pushed out of the group. Even this is fun. Some of the fun cartooning too. The sound effects. There's a lot on display here. Absolutely,
and it's a Keystone Cops kind of fireman treatment. Just you imagine a clown car amount of like firemen in there, and the ladder that extends way beyond capacity. Fritz, he's in a different part of town now, and he's meeting some new people, and all of his like hung up, strung out, bugged out, whatever kind of words, like these crows, they got whole different kinds of languages, and it's the same thing in a bag, and it creates that rhythm, that Kurtzman rhythm, with a different set of language, but it's holistically similar to the previous stuff. That's another Kurtzman, element. But before we continue, our videos are brought to you by the books that we make, and out in stores now, Jimmy has the Deadliest Girl Alive Street Angel Image Collection that's back in print, collecting all of his Image Comics Street Angel work. Hulk Grand Design Madness and Monster are in stores right now and are going to be collected in a Sexy Treasury edition at the beginning of 2023. Make sure you put in your pre-orders right now so they know how many of these things to print. And Red Room Trigger Warnings is in stores now, collecting the 2022 issues of Red Room Comics. Good companion piece to go along with the Antisocial Network. And it is completely self-contained. So if this is your first exposure to Red Room Comics, by all means, give it a shot. You're not missing anything out on the other book. But if you dig it, scoop it up. And back to the programming. The conversation continues with the Crow and Fritz. He's getting a new whiff of inspiration. They're going to go rob a car. And when they go rob this car, Fritz is like, yo, let me drive it. And the Crow is like, I like your style. Smashes the car immediately. How about that cityscape, dude?
I was going to say, all of these external city scenes, I think, are amazing.
Yeah, I know.
All the signs and stuff, because it's so small. You're doing this in a sketchbook. You're doing this in 12 panels per page in your sketchbook. All that light and the windows and the backgrounds, all that stuff is dynamite to me. Because it's another one of those, like, how do you do a cityscape without perspective?
Yep. Fritz is going to party with the Crows, man, and he's meeting some new chicks. The animation of this dance sequence, it really feels like the key animations in like an animated movie. Like, you would have in-betweeners do the other bits, but you really feel the bounce, and you could almost hear the fucking music, man.
That bounce and movement, and going back to that idea of it being like animation, it's another page.
Yeah.
Like, it's a different style than what we've seen in terms of his cartooning from panel to panel. And it's exceptional cartooning to do that in a story that you're doing in a sketchbook, who knows, on a bus riding cross country. No idea what this is for except to amuse yourself. And yet you see these like formal variations from page to page and panel to panel.
Yeah. I would say that the camera angle is fixed at viewer eye level constantly. Mm-hmm. And even in sequences where you're looking up at this car, it's still at somebody standing there, like ground level. What makes this page different is it is fixed camera angle, fixed position. So you're just seeing
it feels like
second by second by second.
It could have been a flip book.
Exactly.
If you pulled those panels out and watched them one at a time.
Takes that shirt off, dude. You see her running with the jugs. That's so ridiculous. It seems like after Fritz busts that load, he gets a whiff of inspiration, and he's too far to the side of wilding out, man. Your average dude, when he's done, he's ready to go sleep, chill out, maybe eat something. But Fritz wants revolution. He says the word revolution after busting that load. He has more energy than he knows what to do with.
Right. Which gets the ire of the cops and communists thrown his way.
Sure. This is that time. All those cops of that day would have probably been some World War II fellas. This is a famous image that gets redrawn on book covers. I remember seeing this image in color. Guess what happens, man? Fritz is going back to the crib. Always ends up back at the frat house with the boys. He brings the Crow girl with him. But then what happens, man? The ex-girlfriend shows up.
Of course.
And she's very sophisticated. She's got the glasses. She got that prim and proper hair. Looks like, Betty Draper or whatever from Mad Men.
Kind of does.
And you can see his lovemaking with her. It's different. He's hearing musical notes when he's hugging on her.
Different music.
Yes, sir. And waxing
it's interesting to see music represented in his work early on, too. Like, sure. We know he's a musician, but, how do you draw that? How do you represent that? It's a challenge.
Sure.
So it's kind of cool to see him, working that challenge here at an early time.
Yeah, he's got his cartoon language for sure, man. So, waxing his philosophies to Winston, gets a knock at the door, and now Fritz's body count is showing up, man. The body count is showing up. You know, Chekhov's hose, dude. Like, these girls were introduced early, so you got to get them to pay off later.
Yeah.
They're all showing up.
Including now the cops.
Yeah. But listen, man. After Winston dips, Fritz shows up to get reacquainted. They wax their stuff and they're like, yo, let's travel the world. Let's get away from class. Let's get away from school. Let's bug out. Let's get strung out. All that stuff. And this is that thing too, man, where like sometimes the idea of being with someone, because Fritz was lamenting this lost love, the idea of being with someone, the imagination of what could be, can sometimes be, and probably more often than not is, much better than the real life of the situation. Because in your imagination could be whatever you want it to be, but you can't control somebody. So, as they continue on and do their trek, what do you see? What do you see?
Note, the and so, this is something that when I read this is the first time I read it, this week. I thought of Chris Ware because he does those panels where it's like big lettering with just one word, a conjunction, sometimes like that.
Yep.
And I was thinking like something I recognize from Chris Ware. This is decades before Ware's doing it. And maybe there are pieces in between, but it does seem like a standout moment.
Sure.
I mean, what a panel too. Like if you just isolate that panel, the and so panel, that's a pretty wild panel. I wouldn't think to do that panel.
Sure.
You know, especially whenever I was 20, I don't know what he is, 23 or something.
Yeah. Here are guys bugging out, and just from the body language, you could tell Fritz just, he ain't trying to hear it.
Yeah, this is no good. Some of these panels, though, I think are really strong. Oh, wait, I'm one page ahead.
Here's that vertical hatching that Crumb, looked at with fresh eyes. Because, you see that it's very flat. And, this is what Crumb grows into. And let's just see some examples where you'll literally see the ground plane hatched out, but like maybe in some perspective, where it's going with the imagery, like it's in a kind of perspective and it makes sense that way. But, you maybe start at this place and then you get tighter. That's how it goes.
I always think of him as this like exceptional drawer. So like whenever you see things like compositions repeating, I find that interesting. Again, like when I first started looking at his stuff, he will do like a spotlight effect, which is a similar shape, but it'll sort of like usually fade into like maybe black corners in your panels. And I would look at that and try to figure out like, where does that come from? Why do you do that? It looked cool because it made your panels kind of separate. It was almost like giving them a heavier border. But I take that away when I look at his stuff as like repetition of compositions and like, why repeat these?
Sure.
Is there something pleasing in this composition that you're working this? So, in this case, I think it almost creates like a continuing panel, even though it's a couple panels.
Right.
Which is a way to break up same size panels, but now we've got maybe continuous backgrounds or tangents that repeat, but are intentionally repeating.
Right. Another fixed camera angle piece. He's going to write a poem because, this is, once again, the satire of it. This is that post-beat era, like those young freshman philosophers, this is right on the heels of Jack Kerouac and Ginsberg and all those guys, where kids at college now decided like, I need to have something to write about. I'm going to hop the trains. I'm going to, like be poor, broke, and do heroin and shit. So he's going to write his poem. Of course, nothing, because that's the other thing that comes with these young kids who are getting their life experience. It never translates to art. It's always an excuse for bad behavior.
Crumb is pretty critical of the hippie lifestyle, right?
Absolutely, and the beats and all that
right
shit.
In the middle of it, like
he always
said, mid '60s, like this would have been like hippies everywhere.
Janis Joplin knew him.
A lot of subject matter all around you. If you're going to find fully in this kind of behavior,
and it's a frustration and disdain of your peers in a way too, where it's like, get it out on the page. That's the thing. Like people want like a one for one, like the artist puts this down on the page, so it is who he is, like that is him. But sometimes in my mind, it's good to get the bad ideas out in some productive way and be a normal human in society rather than, you don't check boxes off to make art. Like, that is propaganda. But people want propaganda.
This is what I was starting to say a minute ago. So their car breaks down, and now we're going to fight in the car at first. The back and forth is so good. Like, one, I think that space and the way those characters overlap, man, it's perfect. You read it in an instant, and that's a pretty complex thing. Drawing the inside of a car, hard to begin with. Having two characters arguing in the car, even harder. But look at how Fritz's face, it's like face right, face left, face right. You're creating a lot of motion there.
Yep.
I think that's so important, and it's something I just don't see in talking head comics.
It's
like, find ways to make these characters move.
And look at Winston's. She has an accessory. She has a cigarette. And there's so many different treatments with the cigarette. In her mouth, it's on one hand, while on the steering wheel, it's in another hand about to go in her mouth. Another hand, like, on the steering wheel. Just creating that space. Like, it's adding to her character.
Yeah, it makes the space feel very physical.
Looking for some help, man. Fritz, of course, he's a bullshit artist, so he's talking about, it's the rods and cones and blah blah blah. Flag somebody down, and the guy's just like, and he looks like a good grease monkey, this dog character. He's just like, dude, you guys just have chill your engine out a little bit, man. Don't ride so hard. All it needed was some coolant. Walks away from the chick to go get some water. And, he can't perform a task. He's got that ADHD. So he drops the bucket and he's like, fuck her, dude. Goes to get some grub in town. How about that diner? Once again, dude, it has a name to it. You don't even see the name of the joint on the outside. You see the backwards fluorescent light tube lighting. It's called Eat 'em Up.
I love it. I love that lettering.
It's genius, man.
It really is. I did a drawing not too long ago, and it was inside of a place with, you do the backward lettering on the window.
Sure,
Such
yeah.
a staple.
Yeah. Little Band-Aid on the booth seat. Yep. That adds the life to it. Having the coffee cup with a little bit of spilled stuff, that adds the life to it. Like, he knows what to put in there to just make this stuff feel real organic.
Very lived in.
Totally lived in.
And, of course, he has no money to pay for his food.
Right.
He's such a bum.
Yeah.
I love the chef, or the guy behind the counter calls him Crumb.
Yeah. Decides to start hopping the rails. He's going to be a hobo. He's going to be Jack Kerouac, man. Going to ride the rails, and gets found out by the Conrail police real quick.
Of course.
Bumped on the head. Get the fuck out of here, dude.
It can go no other way. Kick to the curb.
And the last page, big money shot, man. We're getting all kinds of imagery in here. But it's very clear that our boy is not out in the desert yet. And by looking, he's going through junk shops, electric plants.
Very industrial.
Boilers. Yeah, clearly of the city.
Taking shots wherever you can. General Monopoly, at a time when General Motors, or General Electric, maybe the biggest company in the world, probably around this time.
And it ends in the only way that it could possibly end, when he's fully down and out, completely battered and beaten. He ends up back with the homies, man. It's a metaphor for Pittsburgh, man. Like, just when you thought you were out, they pull you back in.
Yeah, I don't think that's just Pittsburgh.
No.
It's probably a metaphor for being 22.
Yes, sir. But a comic done for fun in a sketchbook that, I mean, if you would have told that young Crumb that this will be an animated movie one day, you wouldn't believe it. One of the crazy things about his relationship with those movies is that he fucking hates it. He hates that flick. And we're talking about the Fritz the Cat X-rated animated cartoon. It very much, there's a lot of it that's verbatim, directly from the comic, and compositions are the same. The only thing I can think that he would have such terrible disdain for it is he comes from a place, like you said, of like Fleischer Brothers animation, rotoscoped, beautifully fluid animation of when he was a kid. And that's a very rough, 12 images a second, if that, type thing. That's very rough. Like, the backgrounds are kind of, like, they even have the hatching and all that kind of stuff. So maybe it feels cheap to him or something.
I wonder if it's the effect around it, because he seems to hate disingenuous behavior.
Sure.
So now, once this movie comes out and people know that's
some hangers
you,
on,
that's your
stuff.
Character. Oh, I love this movie. It's so cool. probably not something that he appreciated here.
Right.
Especially from people that he probably respects less the more they like that movie.
Yeah.
I don't know. You know what, though, I will say, this is all the vertical lines that we've seen. He wraps these lines around the form of that light. And it made me think, like, he become very good at that.
Yeah.
You know, like wrapping, doing line work that describes volume and shape.
Yeah.
And it makes me think,
There's
like,
example right there.
are these minor breakthroughs? You know, where it's like, oh, I just drew this lamp this way, but I like how it looks.
Right.
Maybe I'll draw the next round thing, a car fender or something like that. Keep it in mind.
Yeah. So, man, if this vid does well, Fritz the Cat, special agent of the CIA, could easily be on the horizon. And then there's like one more of these old school Fritz strips.
It is bizarre. I mean, he's just creating comic books, and anybody that's seen the Crumb documentary knows that's what he did his whole life with, you know, his brothers for a while, and then on his own. Like, he's just continuing this. Like, this is a guy that now you're an adult, you're, who knows, driving cross country or in a new city or whatever. What do? You go back to what you've done your whole life.
And like, what was comics at this time while he's making it? It's Marvel Comics is brand new.
65, I think, is the date on that sign off.
Right, yeah, February 65, and started in like October 64. Like, that's the other cool thing about this complete Crumb stuff, is that you got the dates. Fritz bugs out October 64, Feb 65. So, you know, a couple years into Jack Kirby, like Spider-Man, like that's what comics is. And he often said in documentaries and interviews and stuff, like I never even thought about comics anymore. Like the pogos and all that's gone. That's what I like. There's no way I'm going to be able to make the comics I want. But so get a job as a fucking color separator at American Greetings.
Is that what he did there?
He drew stuff after a while when they realized, like, oh, this boy has some drawing acumen. But he started as a color separator. That's how he got his foot in the door. Served him well when he's cutting the seps and shit off for Zap Comics and the posters and stuff like that. But just making the comics that he wished exist, willing them into existence, you know?
Isn't that always the answer?
It is the answer. It's the answer, and I implore, you know, Kayfabers out there, man, make the comics that you don't have on the rack.
That's right.
The ones that you want. It certainly has served us well for our own careers, man. Fun to look at, very inspiring in terms of comic book making.
A little disturbing.
Very disturbing. Very disturbing. And, you know, he does a censored version for the covers, because when our boy's walking around in the strips, like, that junk is everywhere. You know what I mean? That piece is definitely being shown everywhere.
That's great.
Good to go?
I am.
Kayfabers, like, follow, subscribe to the YouTube channel. Hit the bell so that we can notify you when new videos are available. Jimmy, what do you have out there?
Hulk Grand Design, Monster Madness. The 2 single issues are available now wherever comic books are bought and sold. More importantly, the big treasury size collection is coming to stores in January. You got to pre-order that now. Let them know that you want a copy so they know how many to print. And I want those numbers through the roof. They delayed the book release. I turned it in on time. So let's drive those numbers up. I appreciate your support on that one. Street Angel, Deadliest Girl Alive. My collection of Street Angel comics from Image is back in print. You should be able to get that wherever you find comics and books. And you can join me on patreon.com/JimRugg, where you can see a lot more of my comics and art and process.
Red Room Trigger Warnings book collection is out in stores now. Murder on the Dark Web for Fun and Profit is the name of the game of Red Room Comics. And every book is completely self-contained. So there's the Antisocial Network as well, came out last year. Each of these stands alone. So give one a shot. If you dig it, grab the other. Continue to support the work. I appreciate that a lot. And I'm serializing new stuff on my Patreon right now. $3 will get you the archive over there. You're going to get the complete Antisocial Network and Trigger Warnings, as well as the next round of Red Room Comics and beyond. I have a lot more stuff that I plan in the future that goes in a completely different trajectory than Red Room. $3 for the archive there. You can hit up my link tree in the description to get access to all this stuff. What else do we have, Jimmy?
Subscribe to the Cartoonist Kayfabe newsletter at the links below this video. You can also find Cartoonist Kayfabe t-shirts, merchandise, fanny packs, my favorite, from Spreadshop, and those are in the links below the video as well.
Another great way to support the Cartoonist Kayfabe channel. Jimmy, given those marching orders, will be on our way.
Read more comics.
And there it is, people. That is a recording session. 5 hours and 22 minutes.
Yeah, that's a bit of a marathon there. A lot of cool people popping up, a lot of names I recognize coming through here. Red Bullet Comics with Read
Steve
More
McCardle.
Comics. And check out his new book. Vendetta is, I believe, in stores now, if not coming very, very soon. I have a copy of
Me
that.
too.
And it is awesome.
Yeah, great cover
Yeah.
with some holofoil and
Yes.
shit like that, man.
Yeah.
Who else is in the? Let's sit with the chat for 10 minutes, man. They spent time to come kick it with us.
Yeah, appreciate that a lot. Mentioned Ben Mary, must be. I bet you he's drawing and doing some of his own artwork right now.
That's what I would
and
be
hanging out.
doing. That's what I would be doing, man, if I was at home. Listen to some spirited comic chat that varies from Avengers #1 by Rob Liefeld and Chap Yap to Fritz the Cat by Robert Crumb by way of Alex Ross's Fantastic Four.
Man,
Full
that's
circle.
a lot of range.
That's
That
the
is a lot
channel,
of range.
baby.
That is
That's the channel,
almost
baby.
60 years of coverage too, from Fritz the Cat to that Fantastic Four comic.
That's true, man.
That's pretty cool. I like that. I like these weeks where we're covering a lot of different grounds, so makes it fun for reading.
Yeah, it does, man. So, Kayfabe audience, thank you so much. Thanks for everybody who sent us super chats. Robert sent us one that we didn't call out.
Oh no.
Or was it Sam? Yeah, Sam sent us $20 in a super chat, but that was in between a video, so we didn't have that clean opportunity to give him that shout out. But thank you guys so much for showing up. And once again, this is some behind the scenes stuff for what goes into making a week's worth of videos. You know, we get the recordings done all at once. Jimmy takes, half. I take half, depending on the week. We go back and forth to who's going to edit 3 videos, which will include the one long one, and who's going to edit 4 of the shorts. Every now and then we'll have like an extra long one. Like last week with Fife, we had the shoot interview, we had the Howard Chaykin piece. But that's how we do it, man.
I was in a kind of a private meeting with some YouTubers recently.
Yeah.
And it's funny, like we're all going around like saying what we do or whatever, and these are people that like their whole life is social media, like their jobs, their business, everything. And I was saying how like we try to do this in one day, because like cartoonists, like you're trying to keep your name in front of people, and when you may be working on a book that takes 2 years, 3 years to do, you don't want people to forget your name.
Yeah.
But it's like this is a small piece of like a week.
Oh,
and
totally.
It's like do as much as we can today, record them,
edit them,
like most of the editing done, if not all of it.
I basically work.
Thursday's my weird. It's my double shift day.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Like I basically work till bedtime. I'm gonna edit these videos as soon as we cut this off and split. It's gonna be editing time, and I'll be editing for an hour and a half video. That's 2-3 hours of editing.
Yeah.
Just trimming the uhs and ums. You guys heard the raw recording, the dead silences. You cut that shit out. There isn't yet a satisfying filter that I have to do that. Adam Brooks, man, thanks so much for these super chats, dude.
Yeah, that's awesome. And Vasic, I'm sorry, but that Aquaman miniseries review is going to have to be on a week that I'm on vacation somewhere.
Yeah. What's that bike in the background? It is a bike in the background, and that might be a good place to leave it. Hamburger.
Yeah, still a little bit more work to do today. So,
Kayfabers, thanks so much for coming by. This is the Raw Record. If you dig it, we'll continue to do this kind of thing, man. And check out the Dead World video. That's out right now, too. So as we get the hell out of here, go check out one of our vids, our fresh vids.
Take care, everybody. Make more comics, read more comics. Have a great weekend.
We end that.